come back to me as we move along.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh dear, so here we are at last.
Indeed.
Once again, out in the...
That time of the week again. Honestly, I thought, bloody hell, it's
here we
Thursday
are.
night.
Oh, at last. There we go. Yeah, can't have that.
Bonkers, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolute. So, yeah, no, it's a bit of a psychotic episode, to say the least. Don't recommend it.
No, definitely not.
No, absolutely not.
So you've been playing much on your new toy?
Ooh, which one?
Oh, there's more than one. Well, I was referring to...
Oh, of course,
that.
yes. Oh, yes, that. Yes.
Good in that.
Yeah, fired her up and had a look, had a quick hooker's butch at her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, very nice indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it took I mean, you turn it on and you think, oh yeah, I'm in a PlayStation. You kind of know your way around these things. They don't mess them, around too much. There's a few little things. And oh my god, the load times, they're non-existent.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so used to playing GT7 on PS4, and you select a track and you sort of wait there for 20 seconds, spinny, music. Oh, there we go. With this, you barely get the logo. It just goes like straight from race, boom, on the track. It's just incredible. Yeah, so fast. But I did find something out today that was a little interesting. So
Go on.
I've got a 4 terabyte external drive on my PS4.
Yeah.
And with the PS4, you can attach an external drive and you can choose whether to download and install your games either on the system drive in the machine or on the external drive. It doesn't matter. You play the game, that's that. It just you just choose where you put it.
Absolutely.
Same applies with the PS5. You can fit an external drive and you can store PS4 and PS5 games on it. You can play PS4 games that are stored on the external drive, but what you cannot do is play PS5 games that are stored on the external drive. To play PS5 games, you've got to have them installed on the system drive. And I'm thinking, I haven't fully checked, but I'm thinking it's because of the restrictions of the bandwidth of USB 3. That it's just not fast enough. It's never going to be as fast as an SSD mounted on the motherboard within the system, which it clearly relies on. So what you have to do is you can store your PS5 games on the external drive, but if you want to play it, you've got to ping it over to the system drive. Now, they say it doesn't take long, and it's a lot quicker apparently than re-downloading the game.
Okay.
But that's a little drawback. I need to test it. I need to put a PS5 game that's on there and then swap it over.
Well, I'd be tempted to say there's probably an update for it, but then I'd also would stop and think, why didn't you just install that onto the new one if you already had it set up on the old ones? So
I've got this external drive which has got most of my PS4 games on there. And I'm going to plug that in and just make sure that's all tickety-boo. Get rid of stuff I've not played for a while. And then I'm going to download a game and stick it on there from PS5 and then run through that process and see how that happens. But yeah, other than that, bonza.
Morning.
Evening.
Good evening. Wondering where you guys had been, and I sort of guessed it might be PS5 related.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it's been interesting actually here the last few days. Not actually PS5 orientated at all. It's
okay.
Yeah, no, there's been some interesting shit going on here. Least of all with me. Yeah, I'm still reeling slightly. I don't know what's going on. Really don't. Don't recommend mental illness. Skip it if I was you. There's nothing romantic about it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So it was just a few reality hiccups this week. Don't recommend it.
Yeah, reality sucks.
Yeah, you know, but when it hiccups, oi,
Yeah.
oi.
I had the hiccups the other night really badly. Just couldn't show. It was just like I was sitting on the sofa. I just couldn't. I'm not going to do it because I know I'll give myself hiccups if I do it. But I was doing it, and the whole family was saying, "Shut up! Shut up!" I said, "I'm sorry, I can't."
No, it's really quite weird because I seem to get this notion. It starts off with, you know, when you get deja vu.
Mm-hmm.
What this is you get deja vu about absolutely everything
Right.
at once, and then you sort of going, I don't know if I'm coming or going now. And then you get this sort of like weird numbness in your head. You normally aim for the floor, meet the floor, go, hello floor, nice seeing you again. You get up, you're shaking, you're wobbling and everything like that. And then it's like everything seems to be plasticky and fake and not really real for a while. But you also can't remember anything of any significance. And you can't tell what is something that you imagined and what is real. And it doesn't last very long, but all the time you've got it, you're going, what the fuck is going on here? This isn't right, you know. And it leaves you really, really, really disconcerted. I mean, oh man, bad. Really bad. So, fortunately, Fiona recognises these, let's call them attacks, for want of a better word. And she just keeps talking at me. And eventually things start to click and fall into place. But talk about feel disconcerted and, you know, fucking wobbly. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, really, really wobbly.
Have you been to the doctor?
Oh, yeah. And I've been to 2 and 3 specialists. And so far to date, the best answer I've ever had from any of them was like, no. And that was the most accurate answer I've had from them.
Wow.
Oh, bub.
Hiya.
How's it going?
Good. Can you hear me all right? Does it sound okay?
Just on the
On the
left-hand
left.
side there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds a bit,
Just on the left.
a little bit. Have you got stereo?
Didn't you have that
turned
last
on?
week? It was on.
No, I didn't. I used my iPad. So I've actually used the Rode. I've tried to wire it up. I've set it up. Let
In
me
your
just have
in
a
your
look.
StreamYard settings, have you got stereo audio selected?
Let's have a look.
Ooh.
Audio settings.
little
Yes.
boy.
Let's turn that off then. Is that
There you
better?
go.
Oh, there he goes.
Ah, that's better.
Hey.
Camera's a bit. I look a bit white out.
No.
Actually. No.
Hey. Well, we got you in both speakers now, so that'll be 27.50, please, madam.
A bargain. So, how was everybody else?
Yeah. Well, I say yeah, as in politely, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
right, okay.
He's recovering. He's had a turn.
Oh God, I hate it though when you have them.
Well, I've seen you have them on when we've been talking on here. And it's disconcerting watching you. So it must be
Yeah.
awful being you.
But when you have one of these big ones, it's
Yeah.
really. It's, how do I describe it? There are things that you know to be true, right? You know, like in the back of your mind, there are things that you know. You know who you're married to. You know how many children you have or where you live. There's these certainties. Well, so after one of these big attacks, you've got these things that are certainties in your mind, and it takes a little time for them to filter forward into your consciousness, and you go, what? no, that ain't true. And once you've addressed it and gone, that's not true, fuck off, it does. And it could be anything like, World War II Spitfire fighter pilot. I remember being a Spitfire World War II fighter pilot. I remember it clearly. And then you go, oh, I wasn't. And you go, and it fades away.
Wow.
And it's a bizarre. Well, I did talk to a specialist because it leads. It's connected to the chronic agoraphobia.
Right.
Because there's agoraphobia where you go, oh, I don't want to go out. It's a bit scary, And there's chronic agoraphobia, which actually your own existence, you want to be inside that and not venture outside of your own existence where you stand. It's really quite bizarre. And say, if you leave it unattended, it can lead to all sorts of psychological problems. I mean, unattended. Oh, I had this for years, mate. Everybody was just saying to me, "Oh, Bucko, no, he just doesn't want to do it," or blah 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 this or blah 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 that, Or where in actual fact inside it's like dying. Oh my God! So after many years of struggling with it, and then coming to terms with it, and then just going, oh, do you know what? Fuck it. What I'll do is I'll alter my life to fit it. That's all I can do. So I did. So I had to get a little creative. Like, what can I do where I work from home? That kind of thing. So God bless the internet. All hail the internet. And so it works. But every now and again, you just get this weird thing happen. I can't describe it. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Couldn't put it in words. Honestly, couldn't put it in words.
Wow.
So, and it hits, and I think Fiona recognises various signs, because I start talking absolute bollocks, but more than normal. No, but more than normal, and more bizarrely. So there is some indication there for anybody on the outside to go, I mean, that's not completely, I know he's an idiot, but that's a little bit beyond, isn't it? So, and it's very, very disconcerting, hugely. So, when you see these things in films where somebody wakes up from a coma or something and they find they're 25 years ahead in the future or something, and they're married to somebody they didn't know they were married to, and all this sort of thing. It's like that. Actually, you come out of it and everything feels weird and different, and you don't recognise anything as such. You do, but you don't, and it's it really.
People pay good money for those sort of experiences.
About to say you normally get that from licking a buchla or something.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like, you just stop eating sprouts. That'll do it. You say, no, mate, I tried that.
It would be interesting to know if there were any kind of triggers, whether it's physical or visual, something that kind of.
It could be PTSD type related.
Yeah, I mean, although it doesn't appear to be anything specific that will trigger it. It happens when it wants to, from what I can gather. But sometimes there's, little red flags. We go, over here. You're about to lose your fucking marbles in 10 minutes. Ooh, like that. And one of them is that deja vu thing. Where the deja vu is literally like you've pressed rewind and you're playing it again almost immediately. And you go, hang on a minute. I've done this before. And it doesn't matter what you're doing. You've done it before, and very, very recently. But you can't remember doing it. But if you try to think about what it is you're trying to remember, as weird as that sounds, that triggers the whole, whoa, shit, bye. And literally, you do. Everything goes numb, cross-eyed. I don't recommend it, put it that way. And Yeah, it could strike at any time. So, hence I'm not trying to get my pilot's license. The plane flying upside down, but backwards. Yeah. So, so there's a little indication sometimes that something might happen. And, it's very, very weird. But when I get a really bad one, mate.
It's like a form of epilepsy.
It feels like it because there's almost like it's like a seizure, but not.
Yeah.
It's like a epileptic fit, but not. It's a bit of everything. It's a very, very weird thing. I mean, it used to be panic attacks, and they were mild. And then they got worse, and they got worse, and they got more debilitating as time went on. And it was very worrying. It was very scary. Went to see doctors and specialists, and all that, being prodded and poked and all the rest of it. And it was just a question of like, pull yourself together, lad. This kind of thing.
Panic attacks are more stress related. It's a response to stress.
Right. So they wanted to tie it to something. They go, there's something that's caused it because you've had this child has been, going along, la 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 la, and then suddenly all shit breaks loose. And the only thing they could find that was traumatic or whatever it was my dad dying.
Yeah.
And they go, yeah, but other people's dads dies, yeah, but they go, they don't die in your arms, when you're 12. And he goes, it's a very traumatic thing. I go, yeah, it was, but I don't see...
But don't do yourself down. I mean, soldiers who've experienced those same things can suffer considerable stress and PTSD. It's the reality. We're not programmed to deal with these things.
Yeah, well, this is it. But at the time, I couldn't see any... real connection between the two events. But that said, from that point, it was a while before these attacks, shall we say, happened. And they used to be very, very intense, and they used to really, they'd screw you up. You'd be shaking and all that kind of stuff. And they were like textbook panic attacks. There's nothing particularly, what's the word, unusual about them. And I got used to them. And eventually be doing something or other, have a panic attack, just work through it. I can work through it, carry on with whatever it is I'm doing. And unless it was singing, it's a bit like that, because you all go a bit wobbly, and that was fine. I was able to deal with it. But then this new type came along, and they were very debilitating, really bad. But it was different in so many different ways. Where you have a panic attack. You get lots of bright colours and everything, or spots before your eyes, and you feel like you can't breathe, but you find that you're breathing very fast, but you're breathing shallow, you shake, you've got the hots, you've got the colds, and all this sort of thing. But then these ones are different. It's where you're sitting there and you start questioning the reality around you. And that's something I really don't recommend. When you start questioning everything that you see, hear or feel or whatever, go, yeah, but is it? And it's just bizarre. And then you can't remember things. And you go, well, what was a dream? What really happened? And it's horrible. But eventually, it just, it calms down.
Well, if you need something to relax you, and we've been talking about in the chat, the Amber Heard trial is being streamed live, and I've been watching it on a channel called Legal Bites, which is BYTES, and it's an absolute hoot. I mean, it's shouldn't laugh at these things because it's a serious matter, but my God, talk about dysfunctional people.
Well, actually, this is the thing. I have found that laughing at it has been very, very therapeutic.
Yes.
And I found that actually laughing at stuff is very therapeutic no matter what it is. Or trying to find at least, a twinge of humour in something. I know it's not, in terms of polite society, it's not the right thing to be doing. So like, oh, your husband died? Oh, fucking hell, what a riot. No, you can't do that. But if you look for humour in things, it really, really does help.
Yes.
A great deal. I highly recommend that. But like I say, every now and again, I get one of these wobbles, and it's like, ooh. You just feel like a lot of things are just caught up with you, and then it gives you a slap in the back of the head. And you go, okay, right, we're all up to date now. Let's move on.
You can always try weed.
See
if that relaxes you.
Yeah, no, the trouble with that was, I'm a kind of control freak. I want to be in control. I don't like things taking control of me. So
yeah, but weed doesn't do that.
No, but you feel the effects of it. And there's things like, taking weed to relax or whatever, or drugs of any description, or even drink. I mean, I can't get drunk. I haven't been able to get drunk since I was a teenager now because I don't like what I feel to be not in control fully.
I'm with you on that. I feel exactly the same. I haven't been, I very rarely drink. I'll have a beer if I go out for a curry, but I never drink to excess. And I haven't done for decades, really.
Yeah, and it's funny because
it's that loss of control.
Yeah, and I think that's it, because when you have these panic attacks or whatever, and you're not in control, and that seems to frighten you or scare you more because you're not in control of things. So anything that tries to take any form of control from you, no, thank you.
Yeah.
So you run away from a lot of these kind of things. So, but I must admit, when I started getting these panic attacks and stuff like this originally, if I got another doctor say to me, "Oh, only women get panic attacks, lad," you could say, "See this knitting needle, you little fuck," they always say, no, women get it, but not lads. Wrong.
Having had some massive ones myself, I can clearly vouch that isn't true.
Yeah, this is it. So, and it was funny because one of the things that became very apparent was because I had this self-esteem that sort of like somebody come up and pulled the fuse out of it. Fuck it, you don't need self-esteem, mate. Pop. This kind of thing. And don't give a shit what people think about you. So don't worry about that. So we'll have that fuse as well. It's like, and I found that I could really, talking about it and talking to people about it was really interesting, because I've spoken to several people before now about it, and they've gone, well, and they're doing all this sort of thing. They go, well, actually, I suffer from something very similar to that. And they go, oh, well, I love it. And they explain. And they go, oh, you're the only person that knows. So like, what, your wife doesn't know? No, I won't tell her. I go, dude, talk about it, for crying out loud. Man, do not suffer this on your own. Talk to her. Get her to, understand. If she understands, when you have these attacks, you don't have, because you have two things to worry about. One, the shit that's happening to you, and two, trying to make sure nobody else around you knows that you're having it, which makes things worse. I said, so let them know. Just talk about it.
Yes.
Because trust me, you can go into any room and you can act like go, oh, well, I've got this problem with me, this problem with me, this problem with me. I said, I can guarantee you there'll be three other people in the room and go, oh, I get it much worse, mate. Yeah. And I get this and I get that. And you, the person that's talking about this, is going, wow, I thought I was bad.
it's like
Well, I'd rather talk about mental health issues than prostate problems.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Well, yeah. There is that.
it's
But
like
I mean,
sorry, go on, Ken.
go on.
Sorry.
No.
I was
Please.
just going to say that I completely, I can empathise because from the age of 4 I've had an eating disorder, and for a long time, it's now got a name. It's now called ARFID, and for a long time,
You've got echo now.
I couldn't talk to anybody about it.
Yeah.
In fact, when I first met Jane and she invited me around for a meal, I went, "Oh, I can't come," you know. But you're right about talking about it, because she was the first person that I actually spoke to about it, about my mum.
Is that better?
You know, and although I did go and see a psychiatrist at one point, and this was back in the 80s, and we went quite a long way. I can now go out for a meal, but all the way through growing up, I couldn't. You know, and you hide that stuff.
You do,
The thing to do is to talk about it. You know. You know, because people do understand, and you think you're the only person with that problem.
Yes.
And the reality is that I mean, it was only a couple of years ago that I saw somebody on YouTube who said, "This is what I've got. It's called ARFID. This is the problem, and ARFID's different for everybody. You know, it's basically restricted diet. You know, so I don't eat many vegetables. I can eat chips. I can eat bread, but it has to be dry and things like that.
Yeah.
So, you know." There's loads of us. There's a whole Facebook group full of people, and it's not like bulimia or any of that sort of business where people are throwing up. That's a whole different sort of eating disorder.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, and like I say, I don't know what the trigger was. You know, you were saying about you think it's connected to when your dad died. Well, something happened to me at a meal as a 4-year-old, and my mother doesn't know what it was. But after that, I wouldn't eat my tea.
Yeah.
I wouldn't eat my meals. You know.
Yeah. No,
So-
I've had this. What happened was I was trying to get my dinner finished quickly so I could go back out and play. And I'm putting away this stuff, and I get this lump of meat lodged in my throat, and I couldn't get it up to go up, and I couldn't get it to go down, and I couldn't call out to say
problem,
and all this sort of thing. Anyway, after a lot of panicking and a lot of running around like an idiot, I managed to swallow it. It hurt the throat a bit, but I managed to swallow it. And then went out to play, thought no more of it, right?
Yeah.
Dinner time the next day, it took me, I'm not kidding you, if my mum was alive, she could confirm it. It took me 45 minutes to eat one pea.
Ooh.
And it went on like that
Yeah.
for fucking years. And I got thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. Then I could eat, but I could only swallow if I had a mouthful of water with it, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, and you go, you know, when they talk about mental illnesses and stuff like that, it's very, what's the word? It's a very broad, simply laid out set of rules for it. You would think, listening to how some doctors talk about it, like, oh, well, if you suffer from this, you have that. If you suffer from this, you have that. And you'll have these various traits. And it's not like that at all.
No.
So many people
Everybody's
have,
different.
yeah, everybody has a different,
Yeah.
or they have things where they bridges from one type of condition into another type of condition. It doesn't have its own name. It's just, sorry, mate, you actually kind of suffer from both of them. You know, and there's nothing really in place. I thought that maybe once the internet had started up, and got Facebook and all this sort of thing, these people will find each other and they'll talk, and by talking with each other, they go, "Oh, I'm not as mental as I thought I am. This is brilliant." Wow, because that's half the battle. Because you think you think you're the one that's, off the range, But as reality actually turned out, it was that the internet was actually a great place to throw dog shit at each other. Instead, it's all like,
that said, this very channel, these shows, whatever you want to call them, have been a great outlet for you, certainly.
Yeah.
And looking at the chat, there are people saying it's been really, really good. for them.
Yeah.
Going back to what you were saying about, when you sort of bridge two different conditions,
Yeah.
the problem with the mental health services in this country is that they pigeonhole people. They say, right, you've got PTSD and this is how you deal with it, or you've got depression and this is how you deal with it, which is
Yeah.
bollocks, because
Yeah.
the problem is it's not dealing with the individual and the individual causes.
Yeah.
I've spent so much time talking to people with PTSD because that's what I have, and I've managed to come up with quite a few coping strategies myself. And I talk to people who've been victims of quite serious sexual abuse, myself included. I talk to ex-forces who are dealing with things that they've seen in combat situations and also in training situations and other things.
Yeah.
And one of the things that has been great for me is being able to help other people by talking.
Yeah.
By telling them what works for me and giving, making, what, give that a go. Try that.
Yeah.
See how you get on.
Yeah, yeah, because like you say, because everybody's massively different from each other, but also incredibly similar to each other at the same time. And it's just picking through the bones, the things that work for you. But you've got to know where those bones are.
Yeah. And the only way to find those bones is to listen.
Yeah, yeah.
When I first went to the doctors about my anxiety, because I was having panic attacks, but then I was also having what turned out to be illness anxiety stuff. And I went to the GP, and the GP was actually quite good, and she referred me to the local mental health, which surprisingly is, if you've been watching the news the last couple of days, is the Norfolk and Suffolk Mental Health Trust, which again has failed and has been rated as inadequate. But there is a kind of a comeback to that. So I got referred, and I get a phone call from someone, I don't know what position or qualifications they had, but they do an assessment. And at the end of it all, I'm thinking, right, okay, so I've poured all of this out. You now know exactly what I'm going through. What are we going to do? And she said, right, I'm going to send you a link to an app called Silver Cloud, I think it's called. And it's a cognitive behavioural therapy app. But you just basically, you get an app on the phone and you answer a few questions and then you record stuff on it. And it's just like, no, that's not what I need. I need to actually talk to someone and, and investigate all of these things. And I gave up with the app after a couple of weeks, and then just kind of thought, oh, well, I'll crack on. And then when my dad passed away, that was another big trigger.
Yeah.
And it just started getting worse, and it was getting to the point where I'm thinking, it was all consuming. Every day I'm thinking that I'm dying, and not just it's proper doom and gloom. And I went to the doctors with physical ailments, thinking that these were things that were going to kill me, that I was I'd got multiple cancers growing all over. Every time there was a twinge, that's a tumour, that's a cancer, that is.
You always go to what is the worst thing this could possibly be.
What's the thing you're most
regardless,
scared of?
That's even when you're trying to pull back on it, you go, but
always.
What if? Yeah.
And so the doctor would say, look, okay, let's get you checked for that. Let's do that. So prostate exams, followed by colonoscopies, followed by biopsies, followed by this and that and the other. And she would sit me down. She says, Mr. Puricelli, you're fine, okay? Don't worry. You haven't got this. You haven't got that. Everything came back healthy. You're on. You're within all the parameters. You're fine. You're absolutely fine. So let's talk about what it could be. And she was brilliant. She's the most fantastic GP I've ever had. Unsurprisingly, a woman who's obviously, infinitely more empathetic than most men in the profession. And I don't mean to do that. You know, there are lots of great male doctors, but
And there are
female
lots of
doctors.
really
I know.
shit ones.
Yeah. Don't worry.
I've never met.
where you. Yeah, I hear
I've
where you're coming from.
never had a bad female GP.
Yeah.
But I've had some bad male ones. Anyway,
Females are more
compassionate, empathetic,
and
it's
enigmatic.
their
about
nature, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
So anyway, she said, "Look, I'm going to try you on this drug, which is basically an antidepressant.
Yeah.
See how you get on with that. But I'm also going to refer you back to the Mental Health Trust, and I'm going to recommend face-to-face CBT. And of course, this was all kicking off around the time that COVID was.
Yeah.
So it was always going to be online. But I said, yeah, well, you know what'll happen? They'll do the assessment call, and I'll just get thrown back onto an app, or maybe I've colour some pictures in or something. I don't know. I went onto this drug, SSID type drug, and that really helped. I got to say, I'm sorry, but taking that little blue pill every day has massively helped.
The triangular one.
No, it's a little round one. This one, no, I've got zero problems there. Thank you very much.
Little picture of a little finger.
Yeah, but yeah, taking that really helped, and it got me kind of to a point where I felt more comfortable about kind of addressing this and hitting it head on. And I had the assessment call, and the person at the end of the phone said, I'm going to refer you to a cognitive behavioural therapist, and it will all be done online on kind of Teams or whatever. Yeah. But we're going to book you some face-to-face sessions. And so they did this, and I had my first appointment with this lovely lady who was absolutely brilliant, and we did as many sessions as I needed. It wasn't like, oh, you're going to get 6. We're going to do this until you can tell me that you feel better.
Yeah.
And I can see that you're better. And I forget how many sessions we had. And we would always book a few more. And we'd get to points where I felt that I'd kind of climbed that mountain, overcome that particular obstacle. And she would say, well, let's have a look at this, because you've displayed some characteristics of, for example, OCD.
Yeah.
And we looked at that, and we spent a couple of sessions on that. And it turns out that if I have OCD, it's pretty mild. That what I'm actually displaying isn't OCD. I'm just an annoying bastard sometimes. So yeah, we just did it until the point we both thought. We both kind of reached a point on one session. We just said, do you know, I think we're done here. I've got all these little things that you've taught me that I can use. And she said, I'm here. If you need to self-refer back, do so. It'll come straight back to me. We can do some more stuff. And that finished last year, and I've not had to go back since. I know, like you say, Kent, you can recognise when these things start. I could always recognise when I was going into bouts of depression. I knew where I was headed, so I could sort of like warn some people.
Yeah.
And it's been a massive help. And even like today, I'll give you a real example. I went to bed last night, and I twisted, and I felt something like, not in my shoulder, but just sort of like my lower, sort of mid back. I thought, oh bugger.
It's
at
called
52,
old age, Rob.
yeah, at 52, that isn't uncommon. And I just kind of made myself comfortable and went to sleep. And I woke up this morning, and I got up and I thought, what's that pain in my? So it wasn't in my chest, but it was just to my left hand side.
Yeah.
And the first thing is, oh my God, Rob, this is, and it now lasts a couple of seconds, because I can just say, no, think about it. You twisted in bed last night, and that's done that. And so I've had, and it's just like, I can't explain, but it's just like you know what to do now. You recognise the signs, you listen to your body, you listen to your brain, which of course is part of your body, and you jump on it. And
coping strategies.
Yeah, exactly, and
Yeah.
and it's all through cognitive behavioural therapy. And I always used to think that was a bit of a woo woo type thing, but actually, when you get some of these exercises, it's just like, oh fuck yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't happen straight away,
No.
but once you're on the path, it does. You start realising, because what it is, it allows you to think around your standard path of thinking. So when you do this pain in the chest,
Yeah.
and then you can think around that and go, no, you're being an idiot. Just relax a minute. Think about it. What did you do last night? Oh yeah, see, and it's like,
Yeah, and it's all about, like there was this one exercise where you sit down and you say, right, this thing is bothering you, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen if it wasn't true? So if that thing you think is happening isn't true, what's the worst things that could happen? And if that thing was true, what are the worst things that can happen? And you can write it down, or you can just think about it in your head, and it's just grounding, and it just helps you process stuff. And like you say, everyone is completely different. The conditions might be the same, but the way that they affect you are going to be completely different based on your history and your environment and everything else. If you've got other conditions, it will flavour them in some particular way.
yeah,
And you would have thought for somebody that had illness anxiety disorder that COVID would have scared the living shit out of me. Not a thing. When I was rushed into hospital on blues and twos with a heart that was going like Kings of the Wild Frontier, didn't bother me at all. I'm sat in the ambulance joking with the guy about bloody Norwich versus Ipswich or stuff like that. Doesn't bother me. Cancer, the thing that killed my old man, scares the living shit out of me.
yeah. And there's no avoiding that.
No.
When I say there's no avoiding it, there is nothing you can do that will make sure you always avoid it. There's no such thing.
No.
Admit, because I used to be going, I was really, really worried about getting cancer. I was really worried about this. What about that? And or what happens if I have to go? And it wasn't getting, a heart attack or getting cancer or whatever it wasn't the thing that was frightening me. When I sat back and thought about it, the thing that was frightening me more than anything else was that I would have to go to hospital to be treated for these things, and that means going out.
Right, yeah, cool.
That's how powerful that thought was, and it had the power to trivialise everything else.
The primary condition overrode anything else.
Yeah.
So once I was able to address that more, I found myself with a new problem, which was when you've spent your life from the age of about 20, maybe there's been a couple of little windows, but since about 20 till present day, being absolute full-on, paid up member, medals, everything, chronic agoraphobic, right? You find that when you go to try and do something, and then you find you didn't get a panic attack, you weren't too bad at all, and you go, I'm okay with this. The actual being out is so alien, it triggers a reaction, and you need to come back. Even though you don't suffer from the actual symptoms that you would normally suffer from going out, from agoraphobia.
That's a process. I mean, you do that often enough, and it will.
Yeah, it does. It does. But there will always be a point. There will always be a point when it cuts in.
Yeah.
And it's happened. It has happened to me, and I remember it clearly because it was so vivid. But I was in Worcester Park High Street, which is about 4 miles from here. I'm in Worcester Park High Street. I'm with a current girlfriend at the time. We're in a shop and we're looking at some stuff. And suddenly, whoa, huge panic attack. And it was like half of my brain had woken up and going, oh my God, we're miles from the house. What the fuck are we going to do? Like that. And the rest of me just went, ah, like that, right? And it just, it destroyed me where I stood. She had to call a taxi and was dragged back home. And I was a mess for like 2 or 3 days afterwards. And it just come from nowhere. And then that fear of that happening just nail the lid down, good night, in the ground, bye-bye. And so even when you think you're over this agoraphobia, you are then held back by the fear of it might suddenly flare up while you're miles away from home.
It's very similar with my particular case of PTS in that, you know, I was out today with my lady, and she wandered into a charity shop, and I stood by the door.
Yeah.
There was a song from the 70s playing. I don't even know what it's called, and it was...
Oh, cognitive trigger.
Oh, because it was all wrapped around everything that was going on at the time. And I fucked off.
Yeah.
She's come out and she shouted up Boots of My Street at me. What's going on? And I'm like this. Starting to go. She's come up, bundled me into a doorway and just basically shielded me. Talked me down. Enough to get us back home.
Yeah.
And cognitive triggers. Oh, I've got hundreds of them. I have to be really, really careful.
So I've got a friend of mine, honestly, I love him to death, but I could have fucking killed him where he stood. Honest to God, if I'd had a sharp stick, it'd be right up the arse. Because I'm down the shops, I'm fine. I'm talking to the girl in the hairdressers who I've got quite friendly with and all the rest. And we're chatting, we're doing this, that and the other. And she's going, oh yeah, how's it going anyway? And this friend of mine, Andrew, he comes around the corner and he goes, whoa, look at you out of the house. Hey, I thought you had agoraphobia, and here you are, out and about, bloody hell. How's it going? I'm going, fuck. In the Chrysler, back home again. Because it was like, whoosh, over the top of me, like, what the fuck am I doing out here? Run! If he hadn't said anything... But there again, you see, if it's that delicate where if somebody goes, aren't you agoraphobic? And you just go, like that. You're not over it yet, mate.
No. Does it make a difference if you are if you were out and you met a group of friends?
No.
Okay.
No. This is a lot of, funny enough, Sass, a lot of people have asked that very same question. Or at least that question in that kind of context where if you're with people, you'll feel safer and all this. It's literally your body is not in the house.
Right.
And you are physically vulnerable. All reason will not apply. Even though you yourself are going, this is stupid. There's something inside you going, no, it's not. Run, I tell you, run. And you're going, no, there is nothing to be worried about. Run, I tell you. No, I'm fine. It will get you. And you
if we
run.
Understood the mind, there wouldn't be any
exactly.
art.
Yeah. But it's literally like living with two people, as weird as that sounds. But it is, because even when I have a massive panic attack, like I go out somewhere, I go down the road and suddenly have, for no apparent reason, whatever it is, but I will have this massive panic attack. You're there, you're shivering, you can barely breathe, it's hard to concentrate, but at the same time, you're saying to yourself, you stupid fucker, get a grip of yourself. What the hell is the matter with you? And you're going, I've got to go home. No, you don't. You don't need to go. Yeah, I do. And you're having these conversations sort of like subconsciously with yourself, and it's like quite bizarre.
A battle between the ego and the id.
It literally, yeah. And then you get home and you go, oh, and then the other half of your brain's going, chicken shit, idiot. And you go, yeah, but I'm home now. Like, yeah. Happy now? Yeah, I am actually. Yeah, I bet you are. And then you sort of like, you're feeling half embarrassed and half, it's like, just wears you out. It really does. And it is easier. I will put my hand up. It's easier just to go, do you know what? I'll just work from home. I'll be fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it is easier. Hence why it happened. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, you worry about your health to the extent of stupidity, but drink like a fish and smoke like a bastard.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so full of hypocrisy, it's ridiculous. So,
But then abuse of substances can be used as a way to forget about worrying for a bit.
yes, plus it's
So
also a way of...
escapism.
Yeah, but it's also a way of normalising. You find that you will do things to be sort of or what you think will make you feel normal,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean. Even though technically and spiritually and physically you are normal. It's just that you have this little quirk, and this little quirk happens to control a reasonable percentage of your life. But in the view of the medical profession, if it controls a part of your life,
It's an addiction.
it's a problem. And you go, yeah, do you know what? If you stop calling it a problem, I'll have more chance of living with it. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, if you just back off with the whole, problem part and just go, just work it out day by day.
Find coping mechanisms.
Yeah. So, I mean, I did see this psychiatrist, a psychoanalyst, I do beg your pardon, and there was a few other specialists I went to, and I spoke to them about this, and they asked me loads and loads of questions, and they did say, 3-4,
Just on
it
the
works,
left.
you're cool, but you're all left-hand channel, mate, all left. Turn off your, or turn on your stereo thing
The
in your
settings.
settings. And yeah, so you get this kind of scenario where they want to help, but they're taught a certain way of treating you, and it's a one injection suits all kind of thing, and it's not, and it just doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. So
This goes back to what I was saying earlier about pigeonholing people, and the fact is that just doesn't work.
yeah.
It just doesn't work. I mean,
Well, when I saw this psychiatrist, he prescribed some medication for me, and I remember at the time, literally, my mum going, right, you're going to have to take this medication, you'll be feeling better. I went, oh, okay then. And he goes, oh, only give him half a tablet on the first day, and then whole tablets after that, each morning. She went, oh, okay. So she gave me half a tablet. It was the last fucking thing I remember. I lost Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm sitting in the front room Sunday night going, oh, I'm in the front room. Where? So I said, no, I said, what have I been doing? She goes, oh, you've just been sitting, laying on the floor, not really talking. I go, I said, did I have a phone call? She said, oh, yes, you had a phone call one Saturday. And you were laying on the floor talking to them. I thought it was quite weird. I went, oh. She goes, I don't think I should give you any more of those tablets. You were acting very strangely. I went, yeah, okay. So about an hour, 2 hours goes by, and suddenly I find myself watching television, and my tongue is sticking out of my mouth like that.
I've been like that a few times.
Yeah, but I'm going, I couldn't put it back. I go, what's this? It was very scary. Then he went the other way. Then he went, and then he went back, and it curled right up into the back of my throat, and that was fucking scary, I tell you. And then my head was leaning to one side, and it was like, and then it would go the other way and stuff like that, right? So I had this awful Sunday night. I mean, I will never forget it. It was terrifying. And my mum phones the doctor in the morning, and she goes, oh, what is he on? And she goes, oh, he's on this Paladol B. And he goes, he's on what? They only give that to the most violent of mental patients. What the hell is he doing taking that? She goes, well, I only gave him half a tablet. I've taken him off. You've taken him off? Yeah. And she goes, he's suffering from these sort of like muscle spasms. He goes, Yeah, too fucking right he is. Yeah. Oh my God. All right. Well, he says, I'll be down. And he comes down and he gave me something or other. And it stopped all these weird muscle spasms. I'd be sitting there and literally, I look around, my arm's in the air. Like, and I go to put it down. And I go, yeah, go down. It just wouldn't, as soon as I took my mind off it, it rose up again like this. And then the other arm was doing it and stuff like that. And he was going, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry they gave you this and blah, 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 blah. And please don't sue and all this sort of thing. And I'm going, do you know what? I'm not visiting the medical profession with this anymore. I'm done. Thank you. Good night. And that was it.
My opportunity to do that was taken away. My ex-wife left in 2014.
Yeah.
And my counsellor had many heirs, so she fucking disappeared. I'd been through about 6, and none of them could cope with me at the time.
Mm.
So I was left without a counsellor. My ex-wife pissed off, and I went through 18 months of developing my own coping strategies and shit like that.
Yeah.
And then the mental health team rang me up and said, oh, we've got a new counsellor for you. I went, no, I'm not reliving all of that stuff intentionally again.
Yeah.
Just so I can have a new counsellor.
Yeah.
I've gone through losing my counsellor, divorce, and various other bits and pieces that had occurred. You lot can go off.
Yeah.
And was it 6 months after that? They killed pretty much all the mental health services in Torbay. There's nothing now.
Yeah.
There's nothing for anyone here now. So I'm bloody glad that I managed to come up with these coping strategies. And it's as simple as things like, you guys will have seen it, my profile goes black.
Yeah.
On Facebook. And that's when I'm in a real nasty depressive episode, because I know I get violent and vicious with people, even in chat.
Mm.
So that goes up, and it basically says to everyone, piss off and leave me alone until I change it.
Mm.
The only person who will talk to me is my son, because he's the only one who can punch through all of that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always somebody, isn't there? There's always one special person.
I've been suicidal, and the only thing that stopped me is his face pops into my head, and it's like, you do that to him. The good voice says, don't do that to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's one of the coping strategies that I came up with in that period. Yeah, door gets locked, computer goes off, phone gets switched off, and I just literally have to sit here for 24 hours or so to tough it out.
Yeah.
You know, and my girlfriend goes through the same now. She's been diagnosed with anxiety and PTS in the last 3 years. And we talked about all coping strategies and things, and it's filtering out because other people are sort of picking up going, why do you do that? And so, well, this is why. And it's starting, I'm seeing it happening more and more with other people in various guises. So it's, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's good when you can cover it. You can disguise it. You get very good at that. I mean, I've had people where I've said, it's come to a point where I've had to say to them, no, sorry, I can't, mate, because, agoraphobia. And they look at you and go, you got agoraphobia? Yeah. Well, I never guessed. Yeah, I said, well, I haven't got it tattooed on my head, so... He goes, no, seriously, I wouldn't have guessed that you had any sort of mental problem. I go, well, you can have a mental problem.
Not that one.
It's just it's not mental problem. It's just
well, yeah, but you know what I mean, because it's easier to generalise half the time.
Yeah.
So you go to the quick generalisation. So you say like, mental condition or whatever, but and because of the nuances are there's just too many. There's just too many. Yeah. And you go, but people who haven't got or think they haven't got any problems. Think that people who do have any kind of difficulty with cognitive thought or agoraphobia or health worries, internal health worries, not so much hypochondria as such, but where you get a pain and you go, ooh, is that something that's going to kill me? Which isn't hypochondria as such. It's hypochondria is where, I must take a tablet for this, I must go and see the doctor about this, and I must go and see the doctor about that, and all that kind of thing. And everything's wrong, even when there's nothing wrong, and that kind of thing. But you're conceived to be somehow, you will show it in your whether it be your speech or your mindset or a physicality or something of that nature. Somehow it would show plainly for all around to see.
Yeah.
And I go, dude, mate, don't. It's like, really, it really, really doesn't.
With the old adage about, you treat somebody who you can see has got a broken leg differently.
Yeah.
You respect their disability, whereas when it's...
Or trip them up. hey, your leg's broken, mate.
But when it's something mental...
There we go.
When it's something mental, because it's not externally visible, it's much more difficult for people to accept.
Yeah. But sometimes it's not even mentally visible, so it doesn't come out in speech or anything like that. And there's, you can get away with it. But that's the problem, is if you can get away with it, you keep it bottled up, and it's really not the place for it to be. You really need to get it out there and talk about it.
Which is why this is so bloody important.
And 9 times out of 10, no, I take that back. 99.999% of the time, you are not going to get somebody to go, "You're fucking mental, mate." They're going to go, "Oh, do you know what? I know somebody," or actually, I myself have a, it's,
It's very rare you'll find anybody who hasn't suffered some kind of mental illness these days, and it's going to become more and more rare as well as especially post-COVID, everything else. I mean, I've actually been listening to this for quite some time before I actually popped up and then struggled with my audio. Thought I would have learnt by now. But I didn't want to derail the conversation with my generally sunny disposition.
Fuck off.
Thank you, Robbie. But I've been through some real shit in my life as well. Now, I mean, there's still stuff going on in my life that is extremely difficult. That perhaps I shouldn't talk about on the show. There's a sort of divorce looming at some point.
Don't talk about that.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
It'll be used against you. Believe me.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't have to go into the nitty gritty.
No, but there's stuff going on which is extremely difficult. But I count myself lucky that things have happened in such an order in my life that at a certain point, I thought I was having a heart attack, etc., and carted off to hospital. But it was just purely stress. And I ended up, thankfully, through my work at the time, getting some therapy paid for by the company. And it was like literally 5 sessions that changed my life forever, especially just the middle 3 sessions of that. The first one, didn't trust her. The final one was just like a sweet wrapping up of everything I'd kind of learnt. But what it did do is give me the tools to be able to cope with pretty much anything that could possibly come my way after that. And I look back to the fact that I went through some struggles, and it just made me such a better person all around. I started to have, all my relationships from that point onwards just became really authentic. And especially relationship with my parents and stuff, which is, better than ever now and just really real. Whereas before, I think I was in the trap of sort of being a bit of a people pleaser, etc. And now, I often blind with my mum like you wouldn't believe. But and it's there's absolutely zero shame of sort of having gone through something like that. Quite the opposite. And This show is brilliant for sort of raising some issues amongst men of a certain age, especially. I mean, I don't know if anyone caught the BBC One breakfast thing on suicide this morning. I missed it personally. But a friend of mine was actually on it, who's basically gone into mental health work now. yeah, I need to watch that later on iPlayer.
Oh,
but
cool, yeah.
but it's just you know, we need to keep bringing this to the fore because
Well,
you know,
if I can just jump in, I think one thing that I've certainly found is that women have, and this is a generalisation. No, I'm not being sexist.
Careful.
They tend to have a different type of support network where sympathy and empathy are almost a given.
That's largely true, I'd say. Yeah.
Whereas men tend to keep things to themselves. They bottle them up.
Fake macho bullshit has got a lot to answer for.
Yes.
You know, just like this whole idea of men got to be men. Fuck that. Be a
Yeah.
sensitive motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know?
It's okay to cry.
And this is why, because there seems to be a correlation between people
close to
who
crying,
are creative, right? People who are creative tend to be
More attached to their emotional
more,
side.
more attached to emotions, and
Feelings.
they connect with the world through emotions and friendships and things like that. And I think when that somehow can make them susceptible, if that's the correct word, that if you know any sort of mental disorder, whatever it's, I mean, there's so many different names and they're all wrong. Do you know what I mean? But any sort of like
they're not disorders. They're just mental states.
Yeah, they're mental states.
Yes.
Fears, whatever it is,
and nice reframing, Sasquatch, definitely.
Yeah,
mental states,
and fears that can manifest in different ways in different people for different things, and the vulnerability that they can feel towards whether it's other people, things in their own life, or even to themselves. You know, where they internally conflict with themselves constantly. And it does seem to appear in people who are creative and or artistic. It definitely seems to appear a lot. And, you know, it's sort of like, it's not that they're connected in some way. I think it's just because of some of the ways people are made up depends on how well they cope with events that happen in their lives. And things like that. So where it all starts to go wrong is where people say, like, you know, if somebody's frightened of flying, for instance, and you know, a lot of people's reactions to that would be, you know, oh, well, wuss, and everything like that. And I go, well, no, it's not because they're a chicken or anything like that. It's just there's 101 reasons why they wouldn't want to get on that plane, whether anything from claustrophobia to fear of not being in control, you name it. There's a whole list there you could go through, and you can pick out the ones you want, basically. And where something is more...
I'm a claustrophobic control freak, but I love flying.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. This is something I found, which blew my fucking mind. I'm claustrophobic, and I'm agoraphobic.
Phobic, yeah.
So I do this joke where I go, the room has got to be precisely the right size. Okay. The room has to be 10 by 10. I'm sorry, because it is weird, because I can, and it's funny how sometimes the claustrophobia manifests. You think, all right, so you don't like being locked in a cupboard? Yeah, a lot of people don't. No. I can get a claustrophobic attack taking a t-shirt off.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I get in my own car, I have to wind down the window of the driver's door before I close the door, just in case that door doesn't open again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? And this is a guy who used to build cars for a living. Used to repair cars and stuff like that. Yeah, I know how to take all the mechanisms out and fix them anyway. But back of the head's going, yes, but what if the door never opens again? You're trapped in an airless, windowless coffin for the rest of your life. And you go, no, I'm not. There's a little thing down there. You pull and it opens the door. Or there's the tailgate. Or I could put my foot through the window if I have to. But no, in the back of your head, go, wind the window down. Otherwise you'll be trapped forever. And coming from a 59-year-old guy who's worked and driven cars all his life, you're going, yeah, just go with it. You know, let's just wind the fucking window down, all right, and so we can get down the road, for God's sake.
It's an easy win, that one.
Yeah.
Bastard, isn't it? That little voice. Oh man, if we could get rid of that one.
Yeah, because that little voice, right, has got about as much sense as Donald Trump in a fucking on a Wurlitzer.
Yeah.
Honest to God, because it will do shit to you. It will say things to you at the wrong times.
Well, basically, it's amygdala function. You know, we're wired for a negative bias. We're wired for survival, not for happiness, and that's the tricky thing. So
yeah.
To be happy, you've got to keep that voice in check at all times and analyse your own thinking at all times.
Yeah, the problem is there's a sensitivity trimmer on it, and on some people it's wound up a little bit too fucking high.
Yeah.
And that's all it is, you know.
Yeah.
That this self-preservation thing kicks in for far too early, and you have to adapt your life around that, or just try and grin and bear it, you know. When I'm down the hairdressers and I was having my hair cut, right, I'm sitting in a chair. I got the thing round my neck. Becky, bless her, she's cutting my hair. She's doing all the business and and talking about this, that, and the other, and going, yeah, this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it. And suddenly, whoosh! Oh my God! Oh shit! Shake!
Yeah.
And I go, I can't move, and it's because I couldn't move. I didn't want to disturb her, and she's halfway through cutting my hair. I can't run out of the thingy with bloody clips in my hair and all tipped up at one side, looking like Phil Oakley on acid. And I'm going, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? So and because you can't go, and because there's all these other people there'll be all these women going, what's the matter with him? That sort of thing. And it all piles on, and it makes it worse. But although it's made it worse, you know you can't move from that chair, and you're like, and I'm trying to talk to her, and it's like, I'm not making a lot of sense anymore, you know, and the voice is a little all over the place. And it's like, why am I getting this now? And I go, look, ride through it. And sometimes, every time, you come out the other side. You're a little damaged. You go, I'm going to have to go home and lie down now. You know, that kind of thing. And once you get home, it's sort of like, oh, wow, thank God that's over. And it makes you very worried about getting your hair cut again. So you get Fiona to cut your hair, which is the same as a blind man throwing darts at a board. Because she's there with the clip and she goes, now, you know the ones that staggered to go over the right ear or the left ear? I don't know. She goes, brr. No, it's the other ear. And stuff like this. And she's going, oh, that was a bit... I probably should have put one of those grade things on it. I go, what have you done? I go, why does the back of my head feel like an arse? What have you done? Why have I got a baby's arse on the back of my head? You know? And she goes, oh, look, we'll just do it all over so it just matches. All this business. And at the same time, I'm going, yeah, okay, because otherwise I'm going around looking, you know, I'm 2 minutes away from going, great Scott, you know? You got to go back to 1957, you know, this kind of thing. I'm literally that far away from it. So I'm going, and she's going, shall I cut your hair? They're going, yes, I'll just punch myself in the face. How's that? And she goes, like this. And this is because I can't go down to the shops and say to Becky, can you put me in, cut my hair for me? Yeah.
Couldn't you get her to come to you?
Yes, she will. That's the thing. But she opened a beauty salon next to the hairdresser.
No, that's not going to work for you, Ken.
No, but here's the thing. They do massage. They do massage in there as well. I'm going,
oh yeah,
like that.
A Thai massage
with happy endings and everything. So they're doing this beauty thing. So she's running both shops. So now she doesn't have time to like up and out and come up with a little tray of a big tray of stuff and go da 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 da, doing anything nice for the weekend kind of thing. And So I relied on Fiona to do it, and bless her, she cut my hair, and now my headphones fit, and I'm happy, you know, and that's fine, because where things like that may depress and upset some people, I'm just
got this
going
vision of this haircut that's like purposefully goes around the HD 600.
Yeah, exactly. So all the headphones is touching bare skin. She just clipped. I put the headphones on. She just clipped around them, sort of thing. And so I tried to ignore the things that it denies me. And because I know there's a list as long as I wish my dick was. There's this long list of stuff that I'm denied, self-denied. Let's be honest here. But okay, yeah. So you don't have it, you don't miss it.
Well, as earlier, coping mechanisms. If you can work around whatever issues you have, without causing yourself any more stress, then that's a good thing.
Well, that's what you want to do. You want to get up in the morning.
You're not resolving it, but
no,
that isn't necessarily the prime objective.
But it does. You spend so much of your time thinking that it is unresolvable, and in many ways it isn't. And if you think it is, and you strive, and you do come out of it, and you beat it, good on you. If you don't, you're very, very weary.
Yeah.
And still no better off.
Yeah.
So, but you should try it, and I've tried it. I've tried it, and every now and again I'll have another crack at it, and it ends up the same way. But it doesn't stop me from trying it again. But it takes a little while to sort of like build up the reserve to have another crack.
Perhaps what we need to do is inflict you with so much trauma that it gives you something else to worry about instead of this.
Well, yeah, there is that. I mean, I must admit that when I had this incident of starting to lose family members one after the other, in very, very, very close to each other, ridiculously close. I mean, it was 18 months, and the family's gone. And like we said before, for the first couple of years, I thought, I got through that okay. No, I hadn't. I just thought I had, and I tricked myself into thinking I had, but actually hadn't, and there was issue.
Yeah,
but
you were doing the best you could. And that's kind of it.
But I didn't realise that these problems existed until I'd been able to, even without knowing it, resolve them. And suddenly found myself going, I wasn't doing so well last year as I thought I was, because this is much better now, But you don't notice it at the time. And in many ways, that's a bit of a godsend. You don't want to notice it at the time. Because even if you know that it's happening, there's very little you can do about it. That time, you need to take time to get through these things. So I didn't notice. Fine. I come out the other side, feel better. Cool, it's beyond me. Bye-bye. Move on. It's the best thing to do.
Well, as long as you come out of the other side, that's what counts.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, but, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the world's, happiest subject to talk about, but I think it's important sometimes.
Well, it's better talking about it than not.
Yeah, I think it's good to bring it out and wave it about and go, look at this.
Yeah.
And people go, I got one of them. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, going back to Robbie's thing about, sort of pains and stuff like that and doctors, have you heard about the expectation effect?
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Yeah, so someone's written a book on it, but one of the examples of it was there was this bloke was given a cancer diagnosis, cancer of the liver, I think, and basically told he had X months to live, so like 6 months or whatever.
Yeah.
And sure enough, sort of shortly after Christmas or something, this guy passed away. But when they actually did the post-mortem, they found that his cancer was tiny and no way progressed enough to actually kill him.
Yeah.
But because he expected that he was ill, he actually literally thought himself to death.
Yeah. I've heard about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a really scary aspect.
Which is not also very good for somebody with illness anxiety disorder.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if I'm ill.
Yeah. And but you see, the thing is once you deconstruct it and can find the way and the energy to do it, to be able to stand outside of it and look in and go, well, the reason that I'm feeling and thinking like this is simply because I'm feeling vulnerable about it. You know, and if I can give myself a hug and just sort of like think, no, do you know what? It never seems to come to anything. Just relax.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
just-
my
it
dad's
takes a
been
while.
my dad's been dying for 45 years. You know, as soon as I was old enough to remember, you know, my dad's always been complaining about being ill and like, thinking he's got the worst thing going.
Yeah.
And literally, he's 87 now.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. Hey, seriously, you're just taking the piss now, Dad.
I,
You know?
I just work on the basis that if I have a twitch or a pain, when I was, maybe 15, 20 years younger,
Yeah.
it would start the shit, what's wrong?
Yeah.
Get out the textbooks, look it up type thing.
Yeah.
Whereas now I just think, well, at some point I'm going to die. If it happens, I just hope it happens really quickly.
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point. There's no point worrying about it. I'm not
Well,
going
one
to be
thing,
able to
I'll
stop
tell you
it.
one thing I used to suffer from quite a bit, and it always quite scary. And Rob, you've probably had this yourself as well, but you might. Well, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You're sitting there watching TV. It doesn't matter what you're doing, and you get this pain in your chest, and you go, oh, and it's quite intense, and it's like,
Indigestion.
yeah, but you go, oh dear, oh my god, and you sit there and you kind of don't think about it, but you can't because it's there and it's actually hurting, and you go, oh god, and all this sort of thing. And I get up, and I go, right, I'm going to the kitchen, I think, and you need to dab some cold water on your head because you can feel yourself coming into a bit of a sweat with it. And as you walk into the kitchen, you go, oh god, that's better. And you can feel it easing away. It's all right, it was just a fart. Okay, right, I'm going to sit down again now. But you have to go through that anxiety circle of it. Go every little pain and everything. But eventually you do. You do this thing where you get this pain, you go, oh, it's probably indigestion. There you go. Instead of doing the whole, what is it? One
of the things that used to get me was a few years ago, I noticed blood in my stools and my chairs and my tables too. And
were they trauma tables?
So anyway, I was noticing blood, and
Yeah.
in some cases quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I thought, what the fuck is this? And so
Could be bowel cancer.
in typical man fashion, it was just like, I'll ignore this, and then you go to the toilet again, and
Hemorrhoid.
yeah, and there's nothing there, and then a couple of days later you get it, and that was the kind of one of the starting points. And then it got to the bowel pains and all these other things, and when I had numerous internal examinations, none of which I'd like to have again. Do you know, colonoscopy is a walk in the park compared to a sigmoidoscopy, which is technically less intrusive, but oh my god, they open you up. What's
Well,
looking
they've
there?
got to get a
that's the guy with-
35mm camera up there.
Yeah, that's the guy with the Super 8 over-the-shoulder video camera, isn't it?
Well, the colonoscopy was great because I found it fascinating, other than the fact it was slightly uncomfortable when they blow air to expand your insides so that they can see the things. But
Okay.
the fact that you're lying there on the side and you're looking at a monitor and you're, oh, that's me. That's inside of me.
That's
brilliant.
my arse.
It was the most remarkable thing. But the sigmoidoscopy is when they take a device that's about this long and just about wide enough to not fit in your asshole, and then insert that.
Some people pay for that, you know.
But anyway, after he's extracted this thing and the giving me something to wipe myself down with, because I got a bit excited. I'm sorry, I couldn't help
don't
it.
cough.
That's it. Yeah, he said it's quite normal to get an erection in this, and I said I haven't got one. He said no, but I have.
Right,
But no, he said to me, yes, Mr. Puricelli, there's at least 2 or 3 hemorrhoids.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
yeah.
So what he said, I can do. I can
Just put a ligature around them. And
I could do an operation. Mine are kind of like they don't sort of come out, luckily, so I haven't got to sit on my farmers.
Internal. Yeah.
They're internal, and he said I can do an operation. Obviously, that can be quite uncomfortable for a while, but he said if they're not going to get any worse, then you can probably manage these. And so yes, I have a box of germaloids in the thing. But the problem is, and this I noticed this for the first 6 months or so. Once I knew what I'd got, I was like, okay, that's fine. That's nothing. Everybody gets those at some point or another. And all I've got to do is recognise because there is a feeling and a sensation when things are about to kind of happen and flare. And I've just got to listen to my body, and that I think is the key thing here is listening to your body and understanding what it is telling you, and then acting upon those things. And I would just let these things go, and I'd just think, and then I'd see the blood appear, and I'm going, oh no, okay, yeah, it's that, and I'd get a little worried about it, and then I'd remember, oh no, this is what I've got to do, and it takes a while. It took me a while anyway to get into that routine of understanding what my body is telling me. And then doing something about it to stop, these things, or so it's a juggling act a lot of the time. Is understanding. I think listening to yourself, and not just listening, but understanding what your body is telling you through these little twin. It's saying, look, something might need a little bit of attention here, and if you act upon those at the right time, then you could just save yourself a whole load of bloody anxiety. So,
I mean, I've not had the colonoscopy, but I had the endoscopy, the one down your throat.
Yeah.
That, I mean, have you ever had that? Because that is like, I felt like I was dying. Because
if I ever have to, I'm going to ask to be knocked out. Because,
I mean, I've had it twice.
Everyone I've spoken to's had it.
Yeah. The first time they just said, it's, a spray on the back of the throat. You'll be fine. And I literally felt like I was dying because I just couldn't breathe. The size of the camera was huge.
Yeah.
And it just took forever. The second time, as you say, Sash, I was knocked out, and they were still trying to pressurize me to some extent into to not having sedation. Yeah. But actually, it was so much better. So the thing to do is if you're going to have an endoscopy, be out. You're not completely out, but you're out enough.
Yeah.
To not know what's going on.
I had a barium meal once. That was fun.
I've had that too.
Ah, yes, it goes in like liquid clay, comes out like a 32-piece earthenware tea set.
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
I had this thing. I nobody ever got to the bottom of it. But I had this thing where I would eat.
Oh, you missed it.
There you go. You got an extra horn in there as well.
Got the horn.
I had this thing where I would swallow something and it would get stuck just about there. So it would gone part the way down, but it would get stuck about here. And then what would happen is that I would then either take a drink or something else, and that would then get lodged on top.
Yeah. And it makes
and
you
then
feel
I would
like
panic.
You're choking
then I'd panic, and of course everything constricts.
Yeah.
And I'm trying desperately to swallow, and it's not going down, and it's not coming back up. And these would last for 45 minutes to an hour until eventually either I vomited, which shifted it in the wrong direction, or it eventually went down. Because it started to break up of its own accord, sort of thing. And this has happened to me in some of the most embarrassing places. In restaurants.
It's related to your sleep apnea.
Yeah, I know. And this was because of my sleep apnea wasn't diagnosed at the time. But that's why I had the barium meal. And I mean, even the sleep apnea diagnosis, we're talking about mental diagnoses. I would go to numerous doctors and they would just say, cut out the smoking, stop the drinking, do more exercise, go swimming, all these things. And eventually one doctor who actually was a locum that I'd gone to see about something else, and he just happened to say, is there anything else that I can help you with? And I said, well, I've mentioned this to numerous doctors, but hey, you're new, let's give you a go. I am constantly absolutely fucking shattered every day. It doesn't matter how much sleep I get, I am shattered. I fall asleep at the drop of a hat. I fall asleep at the wheel of my car. I have to be, it's just crazy. And he said, have you ever heard of sleep apnea? And I said, sleep what? And I had no idea. And he said, I'm going to send you for a sleep test at Papworth. And so I went in, and I was stopping breathing ridiculous amount of times per hour. The apneas, I think I was having up to 150 apneas an hour. It was just crazy. And so they gave me the CPAP therapy, and within days I was feeling incredibly much better. And and that swallowing thing did eventually go away, and it hasn't come back ever.
You see, if you'd spoken to me about it, Robbie, I could have told you.
Well, I didn't know you, did I?
I know.
Dr. Sash.
Indeed, but no, it was a scary thing, because I'd go into restaurants, and I remember one particular incident where we got a meal for free because I was in San Francisco.
Choking on a chicken bone.
I had a fillet steak, and it a bit got lodged, and I'm sat there, and it's just not going away. And it was with my first wife at the time, and she's like, the waiter's coming over and saying, is everything okay? And she's like saying, it's okay, he has this thing with swallowing and that. And in the end I had to go to the bathroom, because you start gurgling, because not intentionally, it's just like everything's kind of building up and moving around. It's horrible thing. And eventually, about half an hour in the toilet, it managed to dislodge, and I swallowed it and came back and was able to finish eating the rest of my meal. And when the waiter cleared the table, and he said, was everything all right? Was the steak okay? I said, the steak was fine. It was just me. He said, it's on us. And I'm like, because they just don't want to get sued, for whatever reason. It was oh, jeez, yeah.
Yeah, I can remember, after I had this thing with swallowing, that for every mouthful of food, well, not full, I'd take a bite of something and I'd chew it after death. But I could only swallow it if I took it with a sip of water,
right,
or tea or whatever. And a meal would take me a couple of hours. It was ridiculous. It was mad. I mean, you look back and you go, what's the matter with you? But then you think of the long road to get to eating again that I went down to get to that point where I could, have a sandwich and not worry. It took years. But it's just, I don't know.
Okay,
where does it come from? Where does it come from? Seriously, where does it come from? When I was a kid, I didn't give a shit about anything. Fell out of a tree. Hey, it's all right. It's grass. Bang, like that. Oh yeah, that fucking hurt. Yeah, I'll walk home. To being sort of like, I've got pain in my arm or whatever. That. I don't know.
It's because as we get older, we internalise things. As a kid, if you when you think the kid hurts themselves, their immediate response is cry, cry, scream. If they throw a tantrum, it's because they want something, they're not getting their own way. Blah blah. So that children externalise a lot of their emotions. Well, yes, there are a lot of them on Twitter. But as adults, as part of the socialization process, we start to internalise our emotions. Well, some people do. I mean, I get really pissed off really quickly with some people, and I don't hide it. If someone's fucking me off, I'm gonna, they will learn very, very quickly. But most people are forcing themselves to conform in a way that is to a certain extent not necessarily a natural process. And once you start internalising things, then, God knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I know. Well,
on a more cheerful note,
shift of subject for now.
Who's getting moist about the Roland announcement?
Oh, what, that 106 thing?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know about this.
I am.
I know someone who is getting moist about the Roland thing. Oh, he's gone again.
Oh, talking of moist, how are you, Ty?
I just thought I'd fucking been listening to Holby City for the last fucking hour.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, come on. You're the guy that's always in bloody Casualty with your hands super glued to your head.
Super glued to my cock, more like.
That's not super glue.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh. Do you know what?
Go on.
You lot have actually been vaguely interesting for the last however long you've been on.
Said the ginger Elvis.
It's been...
You go,
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only put my head in because you and Robbie both know that I'm just fucking so up against it. So I'm literally just sticking my head in and screaming a lot. And
Good. Get it off your chest, boy.
Said the vicar to the nun.
What key are you working in, Ty?
Do you know?
Front door.
I've just finished a piece that's in fucking every key known to man.
No, yeah.
Because, well, it's just I had to get from one section to another section.
Yeah.
And
A few modulations in between.
oh fuck, the amount of modulations you would not believe. I have to say, it sounds fucking gorgeous, but oh my god. Yeah, it sounds really lovely, but I am actually sitting there going, how did I get from here to here in the space of 30 seconds? And it just, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Cool.
So I've just finished.
You're
So
there.
I'm literally just about to boot up a new piece. And as I was just about to boot up a new piece, I thought I will stick my head in and say hello just to prove that I'm not just an ignorant twat. I mean, I am an ignorant twat. But,
or dead.
but no, it's been really interesting listening about Robbie's piles. And,
Oh, I
You
can
know,
tell you some stories.
I know, I've been...
He
I've said
named
this
them.
Yes.
But I mean, the whole mental health thing. You see, I'm really fortunate because I think, again, you paired no, but I'm really fortunate. I don't suffer from any of that, and yet I've got so many friends in my life that have suffered from depression and mental illnesses.
Yeah.
A huge amount, and I mean, I was the kid. I had one friend. So when I was 17, I had a friend, and she wouldn't talk to anyone in her family apart from me. So she'd only talk to them via me. So I was getting phone calls. Now, this is before mobile phones. So this is when we still had landlines.
Yeah.
And there was one phone in the house that was in the lounge, and the phone would go at 3:00 in the morning, and it would be her mom basically saying that they needed to speak to I can't say that, speak to her, and she'd only talk to me. And I'd be the one. So that was, I was 17. And, I've had so many friends that suffer from manic depression and mental illness. I mean, there is a theme that I'm the only person, it seems, in my life that has never suffered. And yet they all kind of circle around me. So maybe I'm just the fucked up one. Maybe that's actually what it is, really.
Maybe you're the problem.
That's what I mean.
In the land
That's what
of
I
the
mean.
insane, the
Do
sane
you know
is
what?
insane.
Exactly. I actually think they're all absolutely fine. It's only when they meet me that it all comes out. So, but no, it's really interesting to hear all this this stuff. But I'm so fortunate. I don't. I'm just lucky.
I
But
class
you do
myself
suffer
as
stress.
fortunate and lucky because, like, I'm in a really good place mentally, despite anything else going on.
Yeah.
And I'm one that I am genuinely really happy, and I can't help it.
But that's the thing. I mean, I know I give this persona as being a miserable fucker, but honestly, I'm
No, it's not a persona. You are.
I'm not.
No, it is a
Kent.
persona. It is a
Kent.
persona.
Kent.
He's much worse than that.
And as for suffering stress, honestly, I don't suffer stress. I don't, because honestly, if I suffered stress, I wouldn't be able to do. I wouldn't
fucking
be
hell!
able
You
to do
put
what I
a
do.
put a gun to your head fucking years ago.
I swear to you, I
Yeah.
don't suffer stress. I don't at all, because you couldn't. If you suffered from stress, you honestly couldn't be in some of the positions that kind of I end up in. You just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly.
The video's out later.
He's been to that toilet cubicle on the M40 services. Yeah.
It's youth culture.
Yeah. So, but anyway, but I just wanted to say that I'm literally dipping in and dipping out. That is not. Don't even go there. That is
No,
not
no, no euphemisms. No,
I'm literally showing my ugly fucking mush just to say hello and to say it's been really interesting and I've really enjoyed it. And oh, hello. Sorry. Yeah.
Something I said.
Yeah. No, it's not. But I mean, you can I say this is your one opportunity. This is your one opportunity because I'm about to fuck off in about 30 seconds.
So
if
you're
want
going
to
to get the Roland tie.
What Roland? The Juno thing.
Yeah.
I've got the Duke Trex, and I'm not being funny. It just seems like whichever way you look at it, it's the Jupiter X, but in a kind of cheaper format, and it loses
with built-in speakers though.
Yeah, but the Jupiter X has got built-in speakers.
Yeah.
Did you not know that the Jupiter X?
I didn't actually. I'm not a
This
Roland
is the thing,
fan.
but the thing is, the way they do them now, you can't see them at all. You can literally just switch them off, so they're not visible. They're basically in the grill that you used to have in the original heat. They're just under there, so you can't actually see them. And there is a setting you just switch them off.
Okay.
But believe me, the thing is, I just so you know, I'm one of the people who turn around and basically go, if it's got speakers, I'm not fucking interested. I'm one of those. If it's got speakers, I don't care. But I have to say, there's been a couple of times when it's just quite useful not to have to plug anything in and just switch it on. But you don't see them; they don't get in the way. You just switch them off otherwise. So, will I be getting it?
Bit like the reface
probably not, just because I've got the Jupiter X, and it doesn't really bring anything to the party that the Jupiter X doesn't do, and some. So,
I'd like it just as a controller for the soft tube plugin, the Model 84. That'd be like, so it just looks like you've got a Juno.
Was it £2,000 though?
Yeah, that's a hell of an expensive Juno lookalike, isn't it?
You might buy a real one for that.
it'll sound great. This is the bottom line. The
controls don't map from a real Juno, though. It's not going to CC.
But the bottom line is very simple. It'll sound great because you can diss all the Roland stuff as much as you like, but sit there, in a real life situation and play with one, and then stick it in a mix, and it sounds like it's meant to do. So it will sound like a 106. It'll sound like a 60. It'll sound like it'll sound great. The same way the Jupiter X, it's got so many flaws, but it sounds great. So, anyone that says it doesn't is either talking shit, deaf, or hasn't played one of the three. So, that's fine, but that's fine. Anyway, they can go fuck themselves and shove it up their arse. I'm going now. It's depending on when more to the point, depending if Robert comes back on. I may see you. No, only so I can jump on and shut the fuck up. So, if I may possibly see you later, depending on. But I think the reality is. I may. Oh fuck!
Cheers, Ty. Have a good evening.
You look after yourselves. Have a great one. Keep talking about his piles. See you later.
Hang in there, bud. Hang in there.
Hang in there, bud. Oh, Robbie.
Sorry.
You're missing your cues. Thank you.
Boomba.
Hey, Andy.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry.
How you doing, buddy? You all right?
I had an unexpected parents' evening, which of course I've known about for weeks, but I got into work this morning.
They became unexpected parents.
Yeah,
most of them.
I think one of them was just fine. I got into work this morning. My head of department. Went to talk to my head of department, and she said, "Are you heading home for parents' evening, or are you staying in the building?" And I went, "What?"
Always a good start.
I said, "Is it tonight?" She went, "Yeah." I went, oh, fuck. Because I've had a great big filling come out this tooth here, so that needs to be sorted out. So I was going to go at I was going to leave school early, go to the dentist, try and get an emergency appointment, because actually every time I drink something cold like beer, it hurts. So I don't do pain, and then I've had my bad back and everything. It's just been crap. So I've had to sit there 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock. It's just talking. Now I'm here talking. Brilliant, isn't it?
Yep.
Anyway, it's like going to the pub after work. So that's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's Kent's pub. It's the Spong Arms. Here we are.
Yeah.
Well, Inky said that you came second in the hardware jams.
Oh, did we? Oh, cool, wicked. We had a blast
So
in that.
congrats.
Yeah, that was we had
Yeah,
fun
cool,
with
man.
that.
What was that?
Yeah,
You won?
No, we came
Oh.
second. No.
All right. Cool.
No.
That's
We-
awesome. Man.
we weren't actually being serious enough to win it, I don't think. It was just, I said, because Grace was playing some stuff, and then I went, no, come on, Grace, you got loose wrists. And she just went, I said, she went, you play it. So I just went, and I said, like that. It's just, I thought, why don't we just swap sides like we used to do in Village People? You used to go and swap sides with Rupert. Why don't we? I went, oh, all right. And then we started doing this silly dance. And we just had honestly, we just had a laugh. It was fun. So, and I think people just enjoy people being silly sometimes. So
Yes.
the hardware jams thing's great. It really is great. You should jump in, Jim. Come on, get yourself sorted. It's great.
I've still got my set. I will do for. I've still rehearsing my set for Sunday. So
Right.
after that, I'll be fully hardwired, be doing stuff, whether it fits the brief or not. I don't know.
Well, you have to. I mean, you have to do it. I mean, they publish the brief on a Friday, and then you just try and work out how you're going to do it. Like
Yeah.
this time was another.
I'm
sample
usually
pack.
busy most weekends though.
Yeah, I know. It's quite hard. I mean, but, I'm not sure that.
Yeah,
we'll
those
manage
banks
it
aren't
this
going to rob
weekend.
themselves.
Right, exactly.
Something. What
So
are you
if it's
planning,
released
Jim?
on a Friday, Andy, what's the deadline? You got to be done over the weekend.
I think the deadline is 1 p.m. Monday, because what they do is they compile them all into a playlist,
Right.
and then they do a stream through on a Monday night, usually starting around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock on a Monday.
Okay.
And actually, it's really great. There's some fab music in there, and even if the music isn't fab, even if the music's really not, I think it's a proper good crowd. I've thoroughly enjoyed doing those.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
1 p.m. Monday. Well, Joseph's just said.
So, has anybody bought anything ridiculous this week?
Yes.
Just now, well, on air, I'm afraid, I bought some cheap, half price soft tube modular plugins.
Oh,
You are kidding me. Guess what
No.
I bought yesterday?
Some soft tube modular plugins.
Yes, I bought a Eurorack. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
You've actually a soft tube. Have you bought a real Euro rack, Kent?
No, it's a virtual Eurorack,
Yeah,
but it's pretty damn good.
yeah.
The soft
People
tube
say
one.
it is, yeah.
Yeah, soft tube
people
one.
Yeah.
say-
It is.
I bought a
It
3-pin
sounds
din
amazing.
lead.
Ooh.
Hey, big
Big
spender.
spender. Bam, 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 bam.
Original 1960s 3-pin din lead. To try and get any audio out of this bloody reel-to-reel thing.
Well, I bought a ton, about a dozen 16-channel multiplexes, a bunch of I2C 8-channel multiplexes, a load of OLEDs, and I just need to order about 120 potentiometers. And
What
I'm
for?
gonna start building my mega MIDI controller.
Oh.
wow.
What are you using for a brain? No, for the controller, that is. It's not a personal question.
It's normally my penis, but
Okay.
on this occasion, I'm
You beat me to it. son.
I find it leads me astray.
yes, it gets me into all sorts of interesting
All sorts
situations.
of horrible things, yeah. Skips.
No, I've got a Teensy 4.1.
Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
I've got one of them.
and it looks quite capable. I was going to go for. I was originally thinking of doing an OLED per knob.
Yeah.
But I've got some 128 by 64 OLEDs, so I was thinking about doing one of those per channel, plus a bunch of the smaller 128 by 32 OLEDs, just for further information. So I'm making a start.
Okay, well, I'll give you one bit of advice then. When people say, what are you using to make the controller, don't say a Teensy, say a huge member 87.
For now.
For now.
But it looks like it will handle a heck of a lot. It's a very powerful little device. I've used the Teensy 2.1 or 2.2.
Getting smaller.
TC or LC, I think it was called,
Right.
on a couple of projects. But
So are you writing the software to be able to determine between what outputs are going to be continuous and what are going to be switches?
yeah, I've got.
Or is it already on the board? I'm not really.
No.
The
Teens is just like an Arduino on acid.
Oh, okay.
And,
Okay.
That's what I'm running the M8 on the TNC 4.1.
I've got a design for an 8x8 MIDI board for it, and I was just thinking about doing, maybe 8 or 12 pots per MIDI channel,
Right.
but having built-in routing as well, so you can do one channel to 4 outputs, or whatever.
I'm with you.
I've lost my Teensy. It's over there somewhere.
It will take some time. I've never liked coding in C, so I will probably be banging my head. I could use circuit.
Well, what's this new one?
But
Sass, what's this new one where you literally use English? I mean, literally.
there are a couple
there's
of.
tons.
But it's not. Yeah, I know. There's one that's sort of like kind of like, but there's this new one that's literally like just typing in instructions in English, as it were. I think Fiona was going on about it. She wants to try it out. She goes, "Oh, that sounds a lot easier to me."
No, there's loads of shit being advertised on Facebook, which claims to be really simple natural language, that sort of stuff.
Right.
But there's you can use things like Node-RED on a Raspberry Pi, which is relatively simple. You've got the if then that style programming. But at the end of the day, you want to try and keep your code as tight as possible, as Jim knows.
Yeah.
And
C's all right.
Oh, C's fucking awful. It's never been a good language.
I started learning in C.
Yeah, you see, I learnt an assembler, so I mean,
Ooh,
and Basic. I mean, Basic
Yeah.
was fantastic
Basic.
as a language.
Yeah, Basic I could grasp.
I vaguely remember liking C++, but that was a few years ago.
Yeah, it's just a superset of
Yeah.
C.
Yeah.
But all I do now is Max MSP.
I do some C#, but mainly JavaScript and stuff. Yeah. Oh, and Swift and Kotlin. Ugh.
D flat's better.
I prefer D minor. It's just all the whites.
But
It's cool.
the problem with most languages is that you can understand the basics, but when you're using libraries, you need to know the capabilities of those libraries. So most of the time when you're trying to write a piece of code, it's not understanding how to write the code. It's understanding
Google.
which bloody
Google.
functions and libraries you've got to use.
Just Google.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
But
right, Andy. You look tired, mate. You look really sort of like life has just given you a slap in the face.
Well, he's been at work, so
Oh,
it
shit,
has.
mate.
No,
Basically.
not really. It's actually
He's a
been
teacher.
It's been quite a good day. I've enjoyed myself today, and I quite enjoyed the parents' evening. I've got 2 nice classes in year 8. The problem is, you say the same thing over and over and over and over and over. 42 bleeding times the same thing. Because although I teach 60 kids, I've only got 42 appointment slots. So the next thing tomorrow will be loads of emails from parents going, I couldn't make an appointment. Can you let me know how Tarquin's getting on? and you go,
A posh school, is it?
There are people called Tarquin in Sheffield. Fuck off.
I don't work in Sheffield, Rob.
Well,
I
up
just
north.
happen to live here.
Yeah, everything north of everything north of Norfolk is basically, just swampland, as far as Robbie's concerned.
No, we have swamps here.
That's the
This
swamp.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, Norfolk
you go.
Broads.
You go. Yeah, but you see, we got the best
They're the swamp
swamplands.
people.
The best swamplands here. No.
That's why
It's
we
grim
have
up
6
north,
toes.
you know. Isn't it, Andy?
No. No, it really isn't. Because
No, it isn't.
we've got proper hills and we've got proper countryside that looks nice, and we've got
National parks.
cheaper
Yeah.
housing.
Ever been to East
Yeah.
Anglia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got sort of insignificant
Web
sort of, you've got
Land
but-
of the big skies.
No, honest to God.
Oh, do you know? I used to go a lot to North Norfolk, which is quite nice and undulating. Really, yeah. Once you've got past Newark on the A17, it's the tedious
Oh, that.
fucking road in the country.
And it's
Like,
and it's
fucking
beset with
Agricultural
idiot.
traffic.
It's just
flatness and bandits and
just
it's-
hateful.
No. 3 words, Andy. M25.
Oh, I'd much rather
Oh,
go around the
sorry.
M25
All right. Yeah,
than
no,
up and
you're
down the A17.
Well, I know that if you go round
This can
on
get
a
5G.
yeah, but if you go round on a Saturday, you can get concrete fence posts come through the windscreen,
True.
being dropped by kids from the bridges, just for fun.
It's much
Yeah.
more civilised in the north. That's all.
A bit
I'll
like
say.
playing Frogger
I think so.
in reverse.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I found that. No, back in my youth when I had legs and could walk. Yeah, I go to Bolton. Lovely people, lovely people. As long as I didn't speak.
Nicer class of people in Preston.
Yeah, because I did ask for a Kit Kat in the shop, and then they started building a wicker man out the back.
Building. We keep we always keep a couple of spare in the garden.
You've been to Derbyshire as well.
Londoner, kill the Londoner. Honestly, I've got nothing to do with the government. Yeah.
You ain't from round here.
Mind you, it's the same when I was able to go to Ireland, and half Irish, and just going to a pub and go,
That's not half enough.
yeah, pint of lager, please, like that, and go, a pint of what? Pint of lager, please.
We don't know
And
what
literally,
that
I was expecting one barman on one occasion just to go, you don't see you're quite around here. Kids talk like that. You get the fuck out of here. Except but in an Irish accent, obviously.
As opposed to West Country.
You go, why is this guy from the West Country running a
half
bar
right,
in Dublin? What are you doing here?
Well, Christ, you go to the West Country and the bars are full of Irishmen. So
Yeah. Actually, says the Gareth, now what would you ever happen? Oh, man alive. So, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, but I don't know. God help us all. I think at some point, anyway, there's bonjour.
Hi, Andy.
Bonjour, ça va?
Andy.
Yeah. Voilà, madame et messieurs.
Bienvenue.
Nil point. What other French do I know?
Comment ça va?
Comment ça va? Yeah, that's a good. one.
Avez-vous un pamplemousse?
Ouvrez le pot. Yeah, if I can say.
Papillon.
Yep. Ouvrez le fenêtre. I'm good at opening things in France, but I can't close them.
le singe est dans l'arbre.
Oh, okay.
You've been
Oh,
listening there,
voulez-vous?
years, Dad.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Brain of a minky.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
No.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
Le singe. singe est sur l'arbre.
Mate, you know German,
Où est le
don't you,
singe?
Andy?
Où est le singe? Le singe.
Jean,
He's bloody gone. Quoi?
sorry.
Quoi? Do some German, Andy.
Nein, habe gar keine Lust.
That's the
Den
least
ganzen Tag.
humorous language of all.
Do you know what?
Oh,
I think it's so sexy when somebody can speak many languages. It's just so cool
Oh,
when
Andy,
a person can do that. Isn't it, though?
Yes.
Isn't it just when somebody can speak many different languages, just go like, "Oh, you fucking cool bastard."
My uncle's like that. He used to be in
Cool.
import
Been a long time
export.
since somebody called me cool, Kent.
Dude, you can speak languages, man. You're as smart as a smart cookie, mate. I tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hand him a soldering iron, no?
What?
Horses, courses, mate.
Exactly. Exactly. I
Oh,
no.
hello.
Hello.
Did you
There's
hear
a
the
horse.
packet?
That was a-
There you go.
Oh,
I don't know. You open a packet round here, and suddenly there's eyes staring at you. It's like children with fucking corn in here.
I thought someone had brought popcorn.
There you go. Num num num. Where's your stupid sister? She hasn't turned up. Oh, keep round. So, have we all had a good week, as it were?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually took a day off work today.
Yeah.
First proper day off I've had in, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, I think.
We had a massive scare. Very touch and go.
Yeah.
Observe. Come here, you.
No.
This little fella, right, it's name and shame time.
No, don't be nasty. I will sort you out when I come round.
Ah.
it's a mini moog.
You wait until you hear what this twat done.
Don't
tell
listen
him.
to him, Noah. Don't listen
Tell
to
him. Tell him.
Has it been
This.
chewing the plastic lawn?
No. This little fella, this was Tuesday. I'm down in the
That's
workshop
guilty.
working. That in itself, rarity. I've got this workshop actually up and kicking now. So I'm down in the workshop working. Fiona is doing her potting out and all sorts of stuff in the garden. And I noticed that there is no Noah. So, he should be out here, and it's nice weather. So I go indoors, look for him, can't find him. Go into the front room, and there he is on the settee, consuming the last bar of 85% cocoa
Oh, dear.
chocolate bar.
Oh, dear.
And I go, how many have you had? And I found some wrappers, but not many. Didn't I? But you didn't like the butterscotch one, did you? You left the butterscotch, well, half the butterscotch one. So anyway, so I come out to Fiona and I said, look what he's had. And she goes, oh, God, how many's he had? I said, I don't know. I said, that's really, really strong chocolate that he's stolen. I don't know how he got to it. We're still trying to figure out how he got to it. So she goes, oh, should we take him to the vet? I said, yeah, I think you probably should take him to the vet. She takes him to the vet. They do a blood test and blah, 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 and all the rest of it. 3 times the lethal dose.
They breed them tough in Spain, don't they?
Right? So, because he's only just consumed it, they said, right, we're going to induce vomiting,
Yep.
and we're going to do this, that, and the other, and then we're going to have to monitor him for about 4 hours and see how he gets on. I went, okay. So they induced vomiting, and they monitored him and said, right, he seems to be okay. He ran a temperature for a little while, but he seems to have come back. We don't think his kidneys are damaged. However, he's going to have this carbon-based paste
Yes.
that he has to eat with his food. So we're going, okay, so all well and good, done, thank you very much. She brings him back. He looks happy enough. And I go, right, okay, good lad. Give him his dinner with this black paste in it, and he's eating it like nobody's fed him for a month, as usual. And he stained the lawn, didn't you? Because his crap's not, it's not just black, it's like black! Like, it's black!
The blackest black.
The blackest of black, right?
Absence of all white.
Yeah. And I found that if you picked him up and held his tail and put him up to a wall, you can use him like a pencil, but we use his arse. So, because there's so much carbon in him, right? If I put an electrode on his arse, I could weld metal with his nose, right? So, anyway, so a few hours later,
Please don't.
yeah, a few hours later, Fiona comes into the front and she goes, "I've had the vet bill." I went, "Go on then."
£2
I
grand.
said, she goes, "Well, he's had an injection." I went, "Yeah." And they gave him this paste. Yeah, okay. He said, what was it? 400 and something?
£408.
£408.
But we haven't paid for 408 yet.
We haven't.
Fiona.
The next 200, the final 200, is for the last blood test.
Oh, okay. 200 quid for a blood test?
Yeah,
I could have opened up a vein on him for fucking free.
he's got very complex blood.
Cam's band, he plays bass. Called after. Oh. I don't know how big she thinks the audience is, but I'm to plug her nephew's band.
Yeah, they're playing London tomorrow at the
Well, all of London.
engine room.
Fire
So-
away. What are they called?
Right, Cameron's band is called After Reason.
After reason.
After Reason. The genre is post-hardcore
And
and alternative rock. What the fuck is post-hardcore?
I don't know, but it sounds like this, and it goes like that a lot.
Well, you think about it. Post-hardcore
Oh, I
is
found them on Facebook.
It's
Yeah.
hardcore.
he
Yeah,
just
they're on
play he just
Facebook.
plays the outros.
And Spotify.
Okay.
Four-piece post-hardcore band.
So tomorrow at 7 p.m.
At the
What?
final whistle.
They're playing.
Oh, they're
the
playing.
engine rooms
The
in
engine
London,
room, sorry.
and it's billed the Winter Hotel with After Reason and Parlour.
Parlour.
Yeah, and the next time is June the 19th at the Latest Music Bar in Brighton.
Okay. Is there any chance that they're going up to the swamps up north?
No.
No.
Anyone in
Are
London?
they going as north as Norfolk?
Unlikely.
Because to us, I mean, Norfolk is like,
But I've
Where
just
the
been
Yeti
watching
lives.
them on YouTube.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And are they good?
Yeah. I couldn't get through a whole
They
song. though.
better be now. No. Yeah. Okay. There you go. So there you go, pot pickers.
Yeah. That's what the kids are into.
Yeah.
Big in Brighton.
Oh, do you know what? I had a funny thought the other day when I was thinking about on ProSynth tomorrow, saying about had a letter in from a viewer. yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
do you remember them days?
Yeah. Mr. Smith from Warwick wants to know why Robbie hasn't been on the show for the last 3 weeks. Well, Mr. Smith, no, I haven't seen him. Is he ill? Well, Mr. Smith, no, he's just a lazy fuck. Really, he just can't be bothered to show up.
That's hard.
There you go. Do that.
I had very good reasons. I'm going to see China Crisis tomorrow night.
Yeah, I know.
Is that a
Bloody
good
hell.
reason, Robbie?
Sorry?
Is that a good reason?
It's a very good reason. They're a brilliant band.
What was their hit?
Oh, come on.
No, honestly, I can't. Mate,
yeah.
I can't remember my name.
Black Man Ray.
Something in
No.
a King in a
King
Catholic,
in the Catholic
style.
style.
No.
Oh, come on.
Sing it.
I'm not going to sing it
Why?
because I can't sing.
Oh.
Well, not
Well, it never
certainly in
stopped the
public.
Spice Girls.
Oh, very true. No, I was going to go and see China Christ. So in the town that's just up the road from me, Stowmarket, we've got the John Peel Centre, the John Peel Centre. It's run by his wife Sheila and
Sheila what?
I can't remember her surname. It's not Peel. What was John Peel's real
Fucking rude
name?
that joke.
Ravenscroft, isn't it? Yeah.
Ravenscroft.
Yes.
Yeah. So she's Sheila Ravenscroft.
So that joke fell on fucking concrete, didn't it?
I missed
Yeah.
it. Sorry, Kent.
Good. Never happened. It never happened. All right. Yeah. Bring out your dead.
So anyway, they were due to play at the John Peel Centre, and I thought, I've not actually been to see a band at the John Peel Centre yet, and it's awfully remiss of me. I should be supporting my local venue, so I booked tickets to go and see a band that I've loved since 40 years ago, and go and see them at the John Peel Centre, which is good. And then I got pinged, because this was a year ago, and I'd gone to Record Store Day, and my companion, his daughter had got COVID, and so because he'd been in close contact with her and I'd been in close contact with him, I got pinged and I couldn't go to the gig, and I was most upset. Luckily, that was a warm-up gig for a wider UK tour, and they're actually coming back, but this time to Bury St Edmunds, so it's a little bit bigger venue. But I get to go and see China Crisis tomorrow night, a year late, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So there you go. So I'm not being lazy. I'm just taking a couple of weeks to do my thing.
Yeah, sounds good.
And honestly, it's the sign of getting older. I was up. I got to the record shop at 5 p.m. on the Friday, and the shop opened at 8 o'clock on the Saturday morning. And I got my records by sort of like 8:15. I was coming out of the shop and I was getting in my car. I was saying goodbye to my mates, and I came back here and I was completely poleaxed for the next couple of days. Because just of staying up all night and
gone are the days of all nighters down the arches, but Andy.
All I had was a couple of bottles of beer. It wasn't like I got completely wankered, but oh geez, it's just like it just knocked me for six. It was horrible. I didn't feel right until like Monday morning. It was bizarre, but it was worth it. So
In other news, ding.
Mobile phone.
Yeah. I'm so sad I have to do my own jingle for it.
I'll look for one, okay?
Yeah. I have got honestly, I will get this mobile phone out if I can find it. My missing vape turned up.
Oh, right.
This is funny. This
is classic. This is. Because I had searched everywhere, and the following day I searched everywhere, and then we started looking in stupid places, and still wasn't finding it. So I go, do you know what? I give up. I got my new one. I like it. Yeah. Move on. So just before, I think it was just before the PSN show, if I remember rightly. I go, do you know what? I'm going to change this T-shirt. I'm going to put a shirt on. So I go to my airing cupboard here, open it up, pull out a shirt, and there, standing in the corner of the airing cupboard, is the missing vape, because I had put it down to put the T-shirt on, and then close the fucking door. Yep, and then to do the show with it, because for some reason, put a clean T-shirt on or something, not some old fucking shit thing you've had on a week or something. It's all like you see the green mist coming off from under the armpits or something. And and I went, oh, you little shit. Yeah. There you are. Took a puff of it, coughed for about 20 minutes, went, do you know what? Fiona can have this one. I like this one. I like this one. Yeah. No, she's bought her out. I bought her one now. And
you got one of those, Ken? You've got one of the vapes,
it's the vape pen. Yeah, it's Nord and it's red.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why not? Yeah, I've got one of those, and I've actually got the top from the Nord vape pen on top of this. That's the tank
with the glass debris. Yeah.
You can see what it does. The thing is, the coils are easy to get, but like Jim was saying the other week, they last for ages. So it's good. Yeah. It's a good one.
Well, when you go on Amazon, this is why I went for this one. It's because that's a massive capacity. You got a display that with the strengths and everything on it, and you can get new things for it easy. You can get new tops or the glass surround thing.
They don't hold the charge all that long, though. Actually,
I find it lasts about 2 days.
Oh right.
If I charge it off of either the big computer or me iPad charger. If I do it off a lappy, say for instance, and you get the 5 bars and you pull it off, it only lasts a day.
Interesting. That's
Yeah.
interesting. I thought about that. Anyway, we've turned
but-
into the vape show again, haven't we? We'll talk about something
Yeah,
else.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good.
You all right, buddy?
Steve.
Yeah, we're good here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So I'm not a dog with two dicks today because not only did I get my Sony PlayStation, but
Yeah.
I also got notified that my new Sony AV amp is shipping that I've been waiting for 2 months.
Wow.
So I have this theory that a big container from Japan,
Has arrived.
specifically from Sony's warehouse, arrived in the UK at the
Yeah.
Your
weekend,
name on it.
Yeah.
and all my Sony stuff has started to arrive. So yeah, I've got a weekend ahead of.
Well, Ty's steering
swapping
wheel
out amps
arrived. Got the new
Yes.
steering wheel.
Yeah, he
The nice-
said. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad he
Yeah,
didn't go
that's-
for the super expensive one.
What's
So
it
he's-
going
it-
for?
Because I said to him, I said, if you get the really expensive one, it doesn't really make much difference. I will still fishtail you off in the bends, whether you got the expensive wheel or not.
Well,
What's he done?
He's
for
got a steering wheel
PlayStation.
for PlayStation.
What?
For
PlayStation.
Yeah.
So we can play racing games with.
He's already
steering
got the seat and everything.
Oh, I see.
wheel. I don't know. He just gets in his R8 or something and just puts it in there. And just- But
Good
For
evening.
authenticity.
Hi, Prom.
that's it. Yeah.
I can't be asked typing anymore. Sorry, I'll just say hi. Hi, Prom. Nice to see you, fella.
If I had the space and because the thing is to get a decent wheel and pedals and a reasonable chair, it's more expensive than the bloody console itself.
So, Rob, how long
Can't
did you
help my
put up
face.
with? How long did you put up with the speech synthesizer?
Didn't get it.
You didn't get it.
I didn't get it. I just plugged it in, and it said, set this, and I did. And then it said, "Do you want to transfer your stuff over from your PS4?" And I
Toyota
said,
or
"Yes."
anybody?
It's Andy's new steering wheel.
And and it just did the transfer of all my profiles and game saves and everything. It went over.
Yeah. And you didn't
No.
have this woman going on about everything that you did on the screen.
Nope.
Oh,
I reckon
God.
you must have had accessibility turned on or something.
Yeah, probably.
So no, I didn't have any of
Oops.
that. It was a very, very smooth transition and installation, and yeah, very happy with it.
Good. But not from the drive, the external drive.
No, it's this weird thing. I'm not entirely sure if it's a thing or whether I'm just making it a thing in my head. But yeah,
You won't do it.
because I was
No, I
going to
read up.
get
Yeah.
I was going to get an external SSD, which not cheap, but I thought, well, it's worth investing in one. And Crucial do one for about 250 quid. So I thought, well, yeah, I'll save a bit and get that in a few months. But then I read that it doesn't matter because it doesn't run the games. The PS5 doesn't run PS5 games from the external drive, and I can only imagine it's just because the USB
Copywriting.
bandwidth. No, it's just the bandwidth
Oh,
on
right,
USB
okay.
3 is like a bottleneck. So you've got a fast drive and a fast system, but you're trying to squeeze all this thing through a USB. So
I'm
you
with
have
you.
to. All the PS5 games that you want to play have to be on the internal drive. Which then begs the question: why didn't they just
Andy's
put a
got the
bigger
shop.
fucking internal drive in there?
Yeah, well,
Because it's 800 and what?
Where is he?
850 gig.
yeah, I'll fill up quick.
It's got the
Yeah.
barbers. No,
That's it.
it's trying to work out where Synth Addict is.
Yeah.
He's in the
Where are you,
parking lot
where
of
are you,
some-
Andy?
Is that a Costa copy or something?
You guys on another tour?
Go on.
Oh, it's the something music. The what?
Starving musician.
Right here.
Oh, there's a drain.
A drain.
Yeah,
Bit of
drain.
metal. Nice textures. Yeah.
Favorite
It's
store.
very clippy.
Give you a little tour here.
I don't think you are.
Don't
So-
move too
Sad owl.
quickly.
Well, like the sad owl. I don't know what the sad owl's about, but
That's
I
it.
do. It's Cat.
Oh, hang
That's
on, hang
Kent's
on.
We're in
logo.
the shop.
Oh, here we go.
That's Kent's logo.
I see no synthesizer. I just see pieces of wood with metal strings.
They're awesome.
Guy with pecs.
Yeah, is there any guy
Casio. I still see no keyboards.
Any guys
there we
wandering
go.
around in muscle tops?
Oh, nice one. SQ8.
Ooh.
Andy, get that for me.
Triton?
What's that?
What the hell's that?
That's an e-synth.
Oh,
Emu e-synth.
oh, Sledge
Splodge.
Special
Sledgehammer.
Edition.
Oh.
Is that
Swear word. Odyssey.
Baron, yeah.
Barp?
Yeah, barpy barp barp. Speakery things.
Oh, one of those horrible.
XW Pi.
God.
Hell, that's really
This is for
ugly.
That was designed by a committee,
for
wasn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
very
Sassy.
nice.
That's one for
Oh,
you.
hello.
This really is the starving musician's workshop, isn't it?
Kurzweil. Oh, he's got my vape.
How much is that Nord?
In the window.
I got one of those.
2200.
MPK-49.
2,300. Oh, of course, it'd be dollars, wouldn't it? That's about, what, £4.80?
Oh, E6.
Oh.
Lex-
oh,
Select
oh,
Ultra.
It's like the MPX 100. What else?
Oh, hello. Racks.
Oh, that vintage. Oh, we like that.
Oh, hello.
Oh, nice racks.
ELO. Mr.
I wish.
Blue sky.
I wish I had a music shop like that near me.
Bright pink.
Oh, another.
The old art stuff. Oh my god.
Was that
So
a MIDI
garish.
verb? MIDI verb 3?
Oh yeah.
Or 2?
Oh, how much for the 3630 compressor?
More than
You
you
can
can
have mine if you
afford.
want.
Prosona, say.
This one here, the Elisa's. $60.
Oh, is
60
that all?
bucks. 60
That's
bucks.
still
For
too
Daft Punk
expensive.
sound.
And then it's $300 for shipping.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then
I had
150
one.
quid for a new power supply.
I had one of them.
And import duty. Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing you just had on the screen, I had one of them once. Can't remember what it was called
Rev
or what it did.
Rev 100.
Just remembered buying it.
Oh, there's loads of them.
JV88.
Remember JV88? Yeah.
Oh, there's some
Oh, so-
Behringer down there.
It's electronic.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, the
JV880.
Yeah.
Expanded. Now the size of an elephant.
Was that one of those Dark Star things?
No idea.
I don't think
What's
I'd
that?
have any. I wouldn't have any money left if I lived near there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, I'd
Now you
be
know my dilemma.
pulling the carpet up.
How about this one? You guys seen this one before?
G1000? No.
Roland G1000.
Horrible Home Arranger stuff. Ugh.
There's the old Pro's keyboard they made the game Mist.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, horizontal sliders. Oh, God. Oh, Proteus.
The little animated screensaver.
But this one has teeth.
What is that thing?
It's a Roland of some form.
Another Arranger keyboard, isn't it?
Yeah, another.
It's the FA06.
Yeah, goes on top of their organ. Probably.
It's all the-
How much is that called? $8.99.
Someone's already got on hold. It's a nice shape though.
Be a nice keyboard. Isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's the big brother of my little i30. Still one of my little i30. I loved it to death. A brilliant little thing it was.
They're nice, those e-synths.
Oh hello, what we got here?
That's for type.
Unusual looking thing, isn't it? Yeah, it just doesn't look like it, does it?
That's about it. There's some old Deptford stuff.
Oh Christ!
Was that the secret then?
No, it's just
It's a mix, little mixer, wasn't it?
Yeah, different various modules in a box. It's cool. It
Yes,
has actual
yeah.
VU meters on it.
Got it. Waystation SR.
Oh, SR. I like the SR.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one of them.
Yeah, I have an SR and an AD. AD is so much better.
That's nice. Whatever it is, I like that. I don't know what it is, but I like it.
The Behringer crap.
Tiny sliders on
Oh,
it.
the Behringer crap.
Oh,
Yeah, I
how
got-
much
I got-
is the WA73?
Oh, that's
Which one?
The warm audio
Uh,
towards the
here,
bottom,
that's-
above the Mesa Boogie.
oh that
Oh,
thing.
this. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
No price.
No price on it.
What is
Free
that?
Yeah,
with
you have
the
to
Mesa
ask sometimes.
Probably means it's
Is that a
expensive.
compressor.
No, it's like
They
new
still have the
preamp.
ancient Darwin stuff that.
Oh yeah, Darwin. Look at that.
Powertrain? Is that? No, Foreman. What's it? Powertrain for a minute? I mean, bloody hell, they got
This is kind
around.
of cool.
Oh.
What's that Korg?
12x
Valve.
preamp.
That's token
So what is that,
value.
emulator?
Korg it has a remote control dock there. It's some kind of disc player, I think.
Text processors.
Weird.
Those Darwins are all right.
It's good, interesting stuff here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some nice toys.
You should make these bids into
you never know what
shows,
you can
mate.
find. Most of the good stuff from the guy who died is all gone. So I bought some of it. Look at SR.
I like their furry racks.
Yeah, I like those.
Makes a nice change, doesn't it, from cold black metal all the time.
Furry
Sod Hoover in it, but
Furry racks, yes.
Where's
Hang on,
the fur?
watch when Andy goes a little bit further left, and they're kind of carpet
yeah, they
covered.
carpeted the rack.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, those ones. Yeah.
Yeah, these came like this. I have one that's up. It's on casters.
That'd be quite good for when you bash into it in the dark.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, it won't
Just
take
get
the top
carpet
layer
burn.
of skin off.
Yeah, you might have some skin left on your shins. Yeah.
No, it'd be something to tell the kids when you get older. Yeah,
Yeah, these little tour
nice.
for you guys. I'm gonna trim the video because it's killing my audio.
Do you know what? If you walked in there with $40,000, you'd coming up broke.
Another beer.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah. So how come there can be a store like that near Andy, and yet is there a store like that in the UK? Anywhere?
Real estate prices.
Well,
Cash
yes,
converters.
yes.
I mean, there used to be one in Kingston, didn't there, Kent? Something exchange.
Oh yeah,
Was
yeah.
it Kingston or down that way, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There was
It wasn't always. There was a trading post, wasn't there, down by the river?
it might have changed names, but there was
yeah.
something exchange or something, and it was usually full of musical
Yeah.
instruments and racks and.
I always
keyboards
loved
and-
getting stuff from there because they had not the big fat guy that owned it, but the other guy. He didn't have a clue, and you wait until he's behind the counter, and then you wander in. And mate, we picked up some bargains. We picked up oh God, what was it? It was a Roland RE501. And he goes,
Nice.
"What is it?" I said, "Well, it's sort of just like an old mono tape recorder. All right. 40 quid, mate." There you go, there's your 40 quid, and run out the door. Because you know what's going to happen. The owner's going to come in later and go, "Oh, you sold the Roland. How much you give it?" "Oh, 40 quid. You know, you. I'm going to keep punching you until there's bone in your stool, mate.
Mr. Wiggly's looking for a way in.
He's trying to wiggle in.
He's
Boom.
indeed, yeah.
Where is he?
But
Can't see.
he's in the
I'll
chat.
Just
I'll
put
put
the
the-
link
Oh.
in the chat, Dom.
Oh, yeah, so did I.
I do hope it's Lord Snooty coming in. Or whatever he was
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, that looks amazing.
Yeah.
Are you going to add him, Robbie? Rather than me add him, then you take him out, then I add him, then you take him out.
let's flip him around a bit.
I keep doing that. I keep doing. I click on it and go, "Oh, where is he then? Oh, I've just kicked him out. Oh no, he's back. Oh no, I kicked him out again. It's in out, in out, in out.
Come on, toss a
Shake
coin.
it all about.
Yeah.
Dom's just bought
man.
PS5 as well.
No, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but can he drive?
Don't know.
Mm,
Start a league up, aren't we?
definitely. Yeah, but can we only do one person? Sorry, two people in a direct thing. You can't do a group. You've got to go on to a.
No, I think you can set up a lobby.
You can.
Yeah, I'll have to look at. I'll check it out. I haven't done
Check-
it on
yeah.
I haven't done it on GT7. I did it on GT Sport.
Yeah.
You can have up to 16 players in a lobby.
Okay, so we got you, me, Ty, possibly Dom if you can drive.
Mr. Wiggly's jumped in. Hello, Mr. Wiggly.
Very good.
Oh.
Brilliant.
Have you left a shit on the pillow?
Sorry, I'm
It
not
was
really
the
dressed
dog,
for the ride.
honestly. Oh, yes.
You have to put up with Johnny. How is everyone? So I haven't been around for ages. We went abroad and just chilled out by a pool. It was fantastic.
You're not allowed to do
Where did you
that.
go, Dom? Was it Portugal?
Madeira. So, because Sophia, my wife, was born there. She left when she was about 8, but there's quite an extended family of aunts and uncles and cousins and that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah, I kind of guessed that's where you'd gone, simply because of knowing that she came from there. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't really want to make too much of a deal about it before we went, because I didn't really want too many people knowing the house would be empty. Very wise.
fair
Kind of about
play.
that. So we kind of pretended. Mind you, you knew, because I gave.
I wouldn't, mate, but I wouldn't worry about it. I don't think anybody wants that horn.
They're after my kids.
Yep.
If the only thing missing was your OB6, it was me.
I can't find my what's it called? Launch pad. That's the weirdest thing. I've come back and I've pretty much wired everything up again and sorted it all out, but my launch pad's missing, which is
Somebody
really
broke in.
Well, you did go through customs,
all the
didn't
things that they could have nicked out of your studio.
the
They
launch
nicked
pad.
the launch pad. That's very discerning.
I vaguely remember thinking,
Undiscerning.
I think we can rule out
one
theft.
evening, I vaguely remember thinking, I'll tell you what, I'll see if I can get a light show going one night. I'll get my laptop and I'll spend an hour getting a light show going. And I've obviously taken it with me and gone to bed or whatever, and then left it under the bed somewhere or something. That's what I did. That's the amazing things I get up to in an evening.
So I take it the Timberwolf is safe.
It is. Completely, it's bizarre, isn't it?
Well, technically, the timber wolf is the guard dog.
Oh yes.
It keeps people away. What you do is you have that at the front of the studio, so when they walk in and go, "Oh, there's only going to be shit in here," and leave it and walk away. It's a deterrent. It's a deterrent more than anything else.
It is.
Bless it.
Excellent.
Did I miss much? Everything good?
Yeah. Everything is where it should be and in order. And
How's the shed?
we can't call it a shed anymore. Honestly, it's like
Inverted wooden box.
it's like a mate. It's double glazed. It's
Bifold
The wolf
aircon.
on the right as well.
bifold aircon.
How's the orangery coming along, Ken?
The orange. Deliciously. Yeah, I'll tell you what, mate.
awesome.
Yeah. So, and as you can see, there's somebody in the photo there who's pointing the
legs
slabs
chopped
to the
off.
step there.
I think you over-ordered the building supplies looking over that fence there.
Yeah, just a tad. Yeah. So that used to be a lovely field. That's where the Canadian Air Force used to land on their way to the park. Geese, sorry. And now they've built 171 homes on that little bit of field. I'm not kidding you. The houses are so close to each other that
Hope a fire doesn't break up in one, because the whole lot will go.
well, literally, it's like that. I mean, they are so close together that where they've built them up against the far end of the field towards us, they're right at the bottom of other people's gardens. So they look out of their kitchen window and all they see is a huge brick wall. There's no distances, and none of them seem to have any gardens. They're going, we're not going to do gardens.
Or parking
Just
spaces.
out. Yeah, and they're doing
Or
big
garages
flats.
that will fit cars.
Yeah, and they're doing these big flats down the bottom near the river, because that's where the floodplain part is. So they go, right, we'll put little cheap homes down now. And in the plans they said, they're going to be 2 stories, so it'll be all right. You'd still be able to see the sky and stuff like that. No. They've gone 4 stories. And now we've got no view. Even when I look out the bedroom window, I can just about make out planes taking off from Heathrow. Once they're about, I don't know, 1,000 feet up in the air, you can say, "Oh, there they are! Look, there you go." It's like, oh, it's awful out there. The dust
There's a
everywhere.
lot of building work going around where we are. Luckily, not too close to the actual house, but in the area. And the thing that you notice is you just can't get doctor's appointments. There's no infrastructure. There's hundreds of houses going up, but there's no change in the kind of local infrastructure. So
No.
it's all
And there was a massive change in the building regulations because somebody contested the plans for out the back. And it was after they contested them that it came out that what they were doing was fine because the government had changed the building regulations very subtly, under the radar. Hardly anybody knew about it. And to the point where literally, if you wanted to build a house on your driveway, you'll probably get planning permission.
Wow.
Yeah, that's planning, not building regs.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole thing has changed. So they were able to, at one time a day, you would not have been able to build 171 homes out there like that close together.
No, they did change it to allow kind of more, slightly more
higher
green
density,
agricultural land and stuff.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe how close the houses were to each other. I mean, it's ridiculous. They might as well made them, because they're going, oh no, they're detached homes. Yeah, but they're so close. You just one brick between them, and you've got a terrace.
You can get a wheelie bin through them.
Yeah, just about a thin one.
But
Maybe the thin black ones.
Yeah, but at the eaves height, I think they're only about 16 inches apart.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And they've got no windows at the back, only at the front.
Yeah.
So this is why we've got this. I think I've spoken about this before. We've got this neighbourhood something plan. It's basically
neighbourhood development plan.
We had
NDP.
we had the chance to vote on it. Basically, if we didn't bother doing anything about it, then the district council could just like approve anything.
Yes.
But because we voted for it, we now get like the final. Well, not a final say. We actually get.
You're a statutory consultee.
Yeah, and so any development that goes on here, the parish council, I have to admit, I mean, I'm not a massive fan of some of the people on it, but the parish council are very, very thorough, and they say if you're going to build, a small estate or whatever, you've also got to do a lot of other things in the village to support the infrastructure, and so you've got to build an extra road, or you've got to do this, or you've got to do that, and so that will put some of the smaller ones off, and the ones that do get built are actually building infrastructure to support the added stuff and contributing to the school recently just took over because our primary school and community centre were all in one building, and last year the school took over pretty much all of the community centre, and we've now got special educational needs department in there and bigger capacity because they got rid of middle schools in Suffolk, so now the kids are staying there a little longer. And it's still not perfect, but it's getting there. But it's we now have kind of sway over what happens, and we can be very particular who we let in. But saying that, my mother-in-law moved into this little estate that they built just on the outskirts of the village. And it's a typical modern housing estate where everything's crammed together.
Look what he's bought.
Oh, what's he bought?
Let's
bring him up. Hang on.
An SQ80.
No.
He's going to send it to me, aren't you? Aren't you, Synthetic?
Yeah. Well, here's the problem. This is a good deal, and it's no shipping, right? You look online, their shipping is like usually $200-300 because they're heavy.
It's good nick, isn't it?
It is in good nick. It says pricey on it, though. How much did you pay? Oh, sorry, it didn't say price.
That's what I said. You never know what you're going to find. I come here all the time. Sometimes it's snake eyes. But this time it was good.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's on the car, isn't it? I thought it was on the end cap of the Synth. Oops. Yeah, well, that photograph that you just put up there, Rob, we've looked at the plans since, and they've changed them, right? It looks like what they're going to do, so at the side of that garden is our garages, right? and they're building a road up to where those garages are. So they're going to knock down the fence and turn in the garages into a road. Good luck with that if anybody parks their car out the front of the garage.
Do you own the garages, or do you just simply have access to them?
No, just rented, and we have access to them. And you see that bit of ground out the back there, at the bottom of our garden?
Yeah.
They fenced off the that bit of field there because they don't want the responsibility of those 2 dirty great big oak trees out in the field. Right? And so we said, look, are you going to do something about these trees? Because one of them is threatening to fall onto this brand new workshop. And they go, oh no, it belongs to, it's Surrey County Council's responsibility, said Epsom District Council. Strangely, Surrey County Council, when approached, said, no, it's Epsom, Epsom District because it's part of the school. And they're going, well, you own it, don't you? No, Surrey does. So we go, Surrey, you own it, don't you? No, Epsom does. So with my next door neighbour, we've come up with an idea. I'm going to get my angle grinder and I'm cutting down the fence, and then we're going to put a shed out there, and then they can fight the fuck over it.
Yeah, I like it.
So whoever comes and says, you've got to remove that shed, oh, well, apparently you don't own it.
Yeah, exactly.
and you know, if they ignore it for 12 years, you can claim the land under adverse possession.
Yeah, because that is literally twice the length of our garden again. I go, look, I could do with the extra room, got somewhere to put all the shit, you know.
So I did get something to make Robbie happy.
What's that?
This came in the mail. This is for Robbie.
Oh, FBO1.
Look at
that. That's all right. Get a bit of portmanteau on that. Sounds awesome.
Car radio. Lovely.
I want what Matt Baxley's got. He's got 2 of them, and he's got the custom rack mount unit for them, so you can. Yeah.
I was about to say something really horrible.
Go on.
I was going to go, oh wow, look, and they put that unit in there to keep all that bubble wrap safe, because that's the most expensive thing in the box.
Exactly. You got it.
Oh dear.
I'm just wondering at what point Andy's actually got more stuff in his house than is in that shop, because it's getting.
Yeah. Actually, I ordered a few candy bars and they put that in there as a gimme. Like, they just threw that in there.
Is here again, folks?
Yeah, they see him walking in the shop and they're going, commission day, commission day.
They probably have a sweepstake around the back as to which bit you're going to buy. I reckon he'll go for the Kurzweil. Nah. He's got his eyes on the SQ80. No, he's definitely got his eyes on that. That's 36.
Well, in the back they have a mint MS10, a mint MS20 with a case. They have the Prophet 10 from the Dead Guys collection, and they have a few other stuff kind of sneaking in the back. So.
Can I ask a dumb question? When you say the Dead Guys collection, what does that mean?
I talked about in previous streams. There's the local dead guy who's a collector.
That's right. Yeah, sorry.
It's the same thing's going to happen to me. When I die, the same thing's going to happen to me. So.
Yeah, but does his tombstone say the dead guy?
I'll be the next dead guy.
Yeah.
And the living dead guy.
Here lies the dead guy. Yeah.
Good artist.
How much do they want for the Prophet 10?
$12K.
Asthma.
And it's fully functional. I tried it one day. They took me in the back, and it sounded great. But I'm not paying $12K right now.
I'd reword that.
Yeah. Well, that's what, 10K.
Go to the back of the shop and they took you in the back. Yeah. Yeah, definitely at 12K. Jesus. Because it's only Curtis.
I mean, the most expensive things I have are like a Poly Evolver that's been updated, Virus TI that I bought brand new, and Waldorf XT, Microwave XT, and a couple other things. Most of the stuff I have really isn't that expensive. I bought it all used.
Yeah.
It's good. It's kind of what you want to do is just pretend that you're a synth tech. You don't have to buy this shit. People just leave it with you.
And then you fob it on to other people.
Yeah.
That's the trick I missed, damn it.
I like the... It's a whole new use. Mate, it's a whole new use of the word fob.
Fob, yeah.
Free storage.
Yeah. But that was a cool shop, actually. It looked, they got really interesting crap in there, which is great.
It's great, guys. It's always different.
The last time I went to a music shop here in Sheffield, I'm going to name them, Rich Tone here in Sheffield.
Down near the Broady.
Yeah.
I've not been
that's
there,
on
but-
Broadfield Lane.
Yeah.
And I went in, I walked in, you got to go upstairs to the music tech department, and I went upstairs, and I was in that department for half an hour, and not a single person showed their face. I was the only person in there.
Should have
There
nicked
was
it.
Nobody. Yeah, could have.
Could walk
Sounds
down.
like,
to it.
that sounds like what happens at Gear for Music.
And I just thought,
Yeah.
what is this about? I mean,
Were you
there
in
was
stealth
something
mode
in
with
there
your black hoodie?
Yeah, or pulled over my head so I looked like the mad monk. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that
the
was-
modular monk.
that was it. The modular.
Modular monk.
No, I'm not doing that again. I just got in a knot with my headphones. So I went in. I've been in here half an hour. I'd played with the Sub 37. They'd even got
don't think mine goes
a
on,
reissue Mini Moog set up. They got
Yeah.
all sorts of things there. But there was one thing in
Right,
particular that I was
I'm gonna
actually
go.
interested in. No, well, it's a waste of fucking time. I've not been back since.
Spiritus Santi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, that reminds me, Rob.
Yes.
You're taking off now. Okay, fuck it then. We're not pretend to be monks. We'll just be normal people with headphones.
Who, what, and how much? Who am I sending the money to?
What, for what you're wearing?
Yeah, well, it's t-shirt and the hoodie one now as well.
You can send me some money if you like, but
Well-
I'm not. We don't pay for this shit.
I'm collecting it for
Really?
We pay for that. Yeah.
Yeah. They pay
Thanks,
for it.
guys. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I now have 4 t-shirts.
Can I have one? Hoodie? Can I have a hoodie? Because I'm bored of this.
Yeah. Yes. You just order them from Viper Graphics and pay the man some money.
Yeah, right.
you know?
Which you can work out.
It's got a bit of colour on it though, Andy.
Yeah, steady.
Ooh. Living dangerously now.
All right.
That's how you cut yourself.
I didn't even realise I was getting my hoodie today, and then it arrived, and so.
Yeah, I didn't know there was one going.
No.
So
So
it was a very pleasant surprise because Fiona's looking at me and goes, "You've bought clothes. You bought something to wear."
That's me too.
Okay, well,
It's like,
it's very soft, isn't it? Oh, malleable.
I bought
I
a new
feel
jumper
the
today.
quality on that.
Aye, not the width.
£4.
It looks like the same. Looks like the one you had on last week.
I know. It's different colour.
Is it?
Another charity shop special. Yeah.
After you've worn it for a
Marvellous.
week, it will be.
Oh, that's one thing I love about my missus is she buys most of her wardrobe.
All mine.
Oh, every time I look at Dom's panel, it's a different picture. And he's in the bath now.
Liberace in the bath with.
I thought it was Donald Trump in his younger
Where's
days.
your video feed, Dom? Or are you doing a tie and you're just sitting there stark naked?
Yeah, pretty much. So,
with his gold
not
swans.
something you really want to see on YouTube. I had retired with my
actually,
laptop, and I thought, oh, it's Thursday, right? Excellent.
Oh, right, okay.
Actually,
Yeah,
it's
it's
Thursday. I need to go and rehearse my set for Sunday, otherwise I'm going to be shit. So I might pop in later. But,
All right, baby.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cheers, Jim.
I'll be fast asleep, I hope.
Yeah.
Look after
Good
yourself,
night,
darling.
Andy, but
Take
yeah.
care.
20 minutes past my
Cheers.
bedtime already, but I've got
Yeah.
a beer to finish and I've been up. Solid. Bye. Yeah, see you, Jim. Bye.
Okay.
Hello, man.
Cheers, Andy.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
See you, buds.
Anyway, Mr. Eon J. Cole, what have you been
Yes.
up to?
Not a lot, really. I've had a.
Why are you dressed like a mint humbug?
Look,
He started.
I like stripes. Just because you're over in Sheffield doesn't mean I can't come and find you. You know that.
Oh, it'd be lovely. I'd love to go. Let's go for a pint.
Yeah, but to Andy, stripes is like just out there. It's just
I know, yeah.
so wow.
He didn't like my last stripy jumper. I knew you were going to be on tonight, Andy, and I thought I'd wear a slightly more sedate jumper.
I said you look like a licorice also, didn't I? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Next week, we're vertical. He'll have a psychotic episode.
Oh, sorry, Ian.
No. Andy, you mean it. I know. It's all right. You know.
Lower the frame rate on your camera and see if we can get it strobing.
I'm going to be. I will. Here we go. What should we have?
What's that good-looking beast down there at the bottom? Oh, it's a Fairlight.
Yeah, thank you.
Ah,
How's that? That's 360.
No, it's not strobing, unfortunately.
That's a shame then.
No, he's at Guitar Centre now.
Guitar Centre now.
Oh, bloody hell.
And Jim's gone. Typical.
That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, Guitar Centre. It's like the fucking
massive.
Amazon distribution centre in Doncaster there.
you know what? Those Fairlights. How
They look
sexy,
beautiful.
aren't they?
Yeah.
They are very beautiful. They
Aren't they?
really are. I mean, talk about a piece of design. It's just gorgeous. They got it right in every
You really
way.
know that you bought a musical instrument when you got that there, isn't you? Fuck's sake.
There's one
Yeah.
for sale somewhere, I think.
Yeah, in my garage.
Yeah, but I noticed your garage is a lot better than mine. If it was in my garage, I wouldn't buy it, mate, I tell you.
I always find it disappointing when you walk into a music shop and someone isn't playing Stairway to
Stairway to
Heaven.
Heaven. Yeah.
Smoke on the water.
Smoke on the Water.
Well, you got
Oh,
the
grand. Oh, hello.
You got-
Well, don't walk past the grain.
Yeah, that was right. I was going to say, do you remember the days when people used to play?
Haven't
the
we
Final
been here
Countdown and
before?
Jump.
I don't know.
I think we've been here before, haven't I? I recognise this shop.
I think we were here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Someone's singing.
Polybrook? Yeah, Polybrook.
Oh,
Polybrook.
yeah.
Yeah, it's got the shoe polishing brush on the left hand side. Something with purple bits.
I think it was the phone charger.
It's a surprisingly very good little controller.
This for Manny, MoDX.
Oh, yeah.
Ain't no mountain.
The patient has a new stand here. Look at this.
Apparently, Robbie Puricelli's just under a post. What have you just put in there, Robbie?
What?
It's just popped up. It said Robbie Puricelli added a post.
I haven't done anything.
All
Wait.
Added a post where?
It's on Facebook. It's obviously just catching up. It's probably
I
saying
say,
posted network tomorrow night. That's all.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this Elisa's Harmony 32 thing?
Hard one egg.
Oh, Christ.
It's actually a
$49.99.
new product.
What, for $50?
Yeah. It's live 2. 707.
I reckon.
Take 5. There you go. Take 5.
Oh, very nice, Dom.
See in a minute.
20 mini.
CR78, Dom. What is it?
That's Kent.
What is that rhythm? What's that rhythm?
Is it
from?
me?
This isn't. Hang on.
Sounds like
Eminence Front. Is that the rhythm from Eminence Front?
Yeah, it's your TR-77, mate, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't sound like a TR-77.
Well, that's a
Yeah, it's
CR7
definitely you.
That's a CR78. That.
I haven't done anything.
The one with
It's not your
stickers on it.
Cyclone, is it? Your TT-78.
No.
No.
Do you know what I eat?
Ooh, look at this.
I think it's Dom.
There you go,
no.
stop now. No, Dom's muted.
It's my SR95. It's not connected to anything. It just started playing completely by itself. Maybe a blue bottle crashed into the start-stop button. It's really, really sensitive.
Victor Vasarely.
Yeah, it's my my Korg Mini Pops clone thing. It's Univox.
That's right. It was Oxygen, wasn't it? That we were hearing. Yeah.
Yeah. I ended up being a bit of a sucker for that again. I don't know why, but there you go.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, Matt. Haunted house, mate. Drum machines going off by themselves.
How is Mr. Wiggly sharing a video?
It's
Does he
synesthesia.
It's what?
Synesthesia. It's called.
Synesthesia.
Oh, yeah.
It's reacting to your voices.
No.
It is.
Oh, wow, that's brilliant.
Let's all talk.
Only subtly. But I can
You've got
tell
the toys, haven't you?
It's really cool, isn't it?
That is very, very cool. Although I wouldn't book a ticket on the airline, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You get airsick real quick.
See, when no one stops, when no one talks, it stops.
It stops, yeah. What the hell is that? It's got a speaker in it, so clearly it needs to be sort of like hit with a hammer.
Yeah, live music visualizer.
Wow.
It's like a poor man's Resolume. I couldn't afford Resolume, so.
Oh. There was
It's not. It's $99 for the.
Yeah, I think the next
standard
one
version.
up, it does the audio input.
yeah. Oh, did Dembski's go? He says, "What happens if Ty come back and started swearing?" The plane would crash into the ground, probably, Adam.
Probably turn blue as well.
Oh, packets on a wall, always a good sign. Oh, gone. Oh, that's why I'm looking at the wrong video. I'm looking at 7 seconds ago. That's why I'm going. How can Rob be talking? His mouse not moving.
No.
Oh, hang on,
Ass.
wrong monitor, twat. oh.
Why
So-
are all these people in the chat listening to us talk absolute fucking garbage?
Oh, it's got to be slightly better than. Yeah. No, you still got the echo. Yeah. No, it's all in the left
No,
now.
it's on the left. Yeah. Yeah.
You
Go
lovely
into your
people sitting
settings
there
and hit
listening to
stereo.
bollocks. It's mental.
Yeah. Yeah, when you hit stereo, then the echo's back. It's really bad. But it's a different time now, and it's like,
And
was it 2.5 hours?
Make sure you close the other browser window because you've still got the light in it.
Yeah. Wow, yeah.
Kent, did you resolve your software MIDI issue completely in the end? Did the removal
Actually,
of Cubase 12 work?
Yes, we did. But I don't know how. But it did stop doing it in the end.
Yeah. Good.
There was, shall we say, there was a few software reinstalls, a few firmware updates, a few things punched lightly, and it stopped doing it. It did stop doing it.
So your $5,000 PC's working now.
It didn't appear to be the PC causing the problem.
Yeah.
It didn't appear to be the Hydra causing the problem, or anything else in the studio. It didn't appear to be
Cubase.
anything. Yeah, it didn't appear to be anything, even Cubase causing it. It was really weird. Nothing seemed to, stick its hand up and go, yeah, actually, it's me doing it.
Yeah.
It was a
Nothing.
case of picnic, wasn't it? Problem in chair, not in computer.
Yeah. Something weird was going on somewhere, mate, I tell you, and it had to be me, because I was the weirdest thing in the studio.
Well, certainly the least stable. It's,
Oh, Christ, yeah. But, yes, the new mixer's been brilliant.
Yeah.
I highly recommend that thing you can't pronounce the name of.
Yeah.
But it's on Amazon, and so if you're in a desperate need for a 12-channel mixer with all whistles and bells available and beautifully built, there you go.
I found it on sale for 129 quid, if I remember.
That's it, rub it
Oh, you
in.
did rock spending £1,200 on that little one.
Well, the thing is, if you
yeah.
think, if you're there thinking about getting the Behringer X32 because it's, wow, that's so cheap for all that, just don't. It will last you a couple of months and then fall over if you're unlucky. It might last a year if you are lucky.
It has been funny reading all the comments and views on that Teenage Engineering mixer.
Well, it definitely got people talking, so it's doing a good job from a PR point of view, for sure.
It's one of the most divisive things
Mm.
for a long time.
Mm.
I mean, in essence, absolutely brilliant, but really 1,200 quid.
I know.
Oh, it's a joke.
Really?
It's got to be a joke, really.
I mean,
Well, it's a kind of a Fabergé egg kind of pricing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's sort of like
Just without the gold or the beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, but by pricing it very, very, very expensive, it automatically feels like it's a status symbol.
And there will be people who buy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really clever how they made it look so cheap. Though. That's a really
Yeah, I mean, they really weren't helping themselves there, really, were
Well
they?
done, Dom. Yeah, absolutely. We found Elton John. Hello, Elton. That's nice.
If you're interested, his piano is sprayed. It's rosa
Gold
red, and its paint code is DSF93.
Is that Michael? That was Michael McDonald there. Who? Michael McDonald? Who?
Yeah.
The founder of McDonald's.
Are you being... What?
No, it's Ronald. He didn't like Ronald, did he? Or is his brother Ronald? Oh, is that? I can't see. It's far too small on this little screen. I have to wait for it to catch up and come up on the big one.
Frenzy.
Oh, that hasn't helped.
A fine frenzy.
No idea. Pass.
It's
Just for fun, sorry.
That was Scooby.
Okay.
Seriously, you don't know who Michael McDonald is?
No.
You're not just pulling my leg?
No.
Hands up who knows who Michael McDonald is.
I don't.
Yes.
Great voice.
Don't forget Yamo B there, right?
Oh,
Used to have really long hair, didn't he?
forget his solo stuff. Doobie Brothers, backup vocals for Steely Dan.
Steely Dan.
Yeah. Oh my God, really? People don't know Mike. I'm out. Sorry,
No,
that's
the
it. I'm
Doobie
gone. Oh, he's got the most amazing voice.
Actually, I think he saw stuff from the.
Hey, I can't know everything. I know the colour code to bloody Elton's
Michael
piano. I'm supposed to know who fucking McDonald is. Wow.
To me, that one,
And
sorry.
more recently, he appeared on the last, not the last
Prime
Thundercat
one.
album, the one before. There was Thundercat, Michael McDonald, and Kenny Loggins, all on one track. It was
wow.
brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Thundercats.
Thundercat.
Thunder, thunder,
what?
Thundercats. I used to love Thundercats.
Oh, you see
There you go. Here's one for Dom.
With
Here's one for
Lion-O.
Dom. So Dom took the piss out of me last year for buying what was it? Regimental Sergeant.
Oh,
Something
yeah,
or other.
Regimental Sergeant, what's
Tinky
it?
Winky.
Your new
Yeah.
name, I forgot about that.
So we've got another one for this year's Record Store Day.
Nice.
Another Elton. Yeah, it's a good one. This is the Tom Bell.
Yeah, I was
sessions.
going to say that's a pretty neat one. There was a lot of
Yeah, the early
releases
ones.
back, right? Wasn't there till like June and stuff? I think.
Yes, because of manufacturing delays. So we're not sure what they're going to do. And I hope they don't. We don't have to go through the whole bloody rigmarole of queuing up again. But there's some really good stuff coming in June.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got my order in.
I've got to apologise to Adam because for not knowing who Michael McDonald is. I have to go do some research. I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
can't
is
know
he,
everybody
is
and
he the
everything.
guy? His last album was what was it called? Do you want chips with that?
Fries.
yeah.
I was getting offered a genuine apology for my ignorance, and he went and spoiled it.
Michael
Yeah, I know.
McDonald goes large.
I saw my opportunity and I leapt in. Now, the first single is "Please Don't Throw the Gherkin at the Window."
No, stop it.
Oh dear.
Oh, I'm such a bastard.
Perhaps he'll change his
Trying
name to
turn
Mike
himself
Cod.
into a Pink Floyd.
Oh man.
No, perhaps
Yeah,
he'll
so
change his name.
Jacob in the chat knows his onions. Thundercat.
He changed his name to what?
He changed his
Mike
name to
Cod's
Onion.
McDonald's.
Luddites, the lot of you.
Hey, I know who he is, Robbie.
Well, yeah, no, yeah. You,
So there's
Go
two
easy
of
on
us.
that, Ken.
I do now.
Yes.
Apparently, he used to be one half of the Doobie Brothers.
No, he wasn't.
no, there was half a dozen people in the Doobie Brothers.
Oh right. Big family was it?
I struggle to remember the name of bands that I used to follow when I was a teenager. And song lyrics. When I hear a song, I can remember most of the lyrics, but I can't sit and think of the lyrics to myself. It's called old age, and my head is full of lots of useless shit.
It's like when I bought the Buggles CD.
Which one?
First one.
Age of Plastic.
Age of Plastic. And the CD, obviously, because it's, because you were limited to about 35 minutes on the vinyls, weren't you?
Mm.
And you go, with bonus tracks. And you listen to the bonus track and you go, yeah, you can see why they didn't make the album. Yeah. So, but, no, I got the CDs I got the Tomato collection. It cost a fucking arm and a leg and all. And they're worse than the vinyls because there's now, before half of it was missing because it was in either pentaphonic or quadraphonic or whatever. On the CDs, it's like I'm getting about 20% of the track. It's like la 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 la. La, 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 la.
They haven't learnt how to mix down from the quadraphonic multi-track.
Yeah, and it's like, oh no, this is even worse. So of course I'm humming along with these tracks. I know every fucking note, but I often find myself going la la la. Oh, that bit's gone. 1, 2, 3, and la la la. Oh, it's back. La la la. Oh, Jesus. So I go, there must be a stereo version of it somewhere.
Tomato did love his quad.
God, didn't he? But it was part of the experience. I mean, it was written. It was part of the music to have it move, go left, right, backwards, forwards, whatever, or up, and all the rest of it. Which is all well and good, but God, when you listen to it in hard stereo, it's like I got cheated here. I've only got about one track out of the whole album together. If you put it all together. So.
Actually, how did quadraphonic work on vinyl?
Badly.
Well, you used to have 2 amps, didn't you? 2 amps and 4 speakers.
Well, no. I'm just wondering how the stylus picked it up.
He had a quad.
It's matrixed, so the audio is encoded. So the two channels are encoded on one side and 2 channels on the other side, and then when you put that into
it's demodulated.
It comes out. So it's like the old the way that the old Dolby stereo used to work. It's all matrixed, and then it just gets split out again in the through the amplifier. But it's my old man had the thing is, it's just like there was for many years with 5.1. There was so many different carrier formats. So you had there was SQ and there was QS and then there was CA, and there were all these different types of quadraphonic, and you had to have the correct decoder for the correct, whether it was on 8-track or whether it was on reel-to-reel or whether it was on vinyl. Very few had all of them, so you generally had to have a collection, whereas in more modern times, even though there was multiple formats like DVD audio, super audio, CD, etc. Companies like Pioneer would frequently produce multi-format discs. Is that an Alesis Strike? Hang on, sorry, I need just... Andy, is that a Strike? Oh, he's gone now. Look at that.
No, it's Synth.
Wait, which one?
That one there, is that the Strike? Or that is the Strike, isn't it? Yeah. They're nice. That's the one up from one I've got. I've got the slightly smaller pads. And that's got the full or the near full size kick. They're really nice, and they kick Roland's ass.
Cylinders also. Cymbals.
Yeah. I've got the rubber cymbals with the chokes and all of that stuff on it. It's very good.
2-zone, 3-zone, or whatever it is.
Some are 3, because you have the bell, the main cymbal, and then the choke as well. Which works really, really well. But they kick Roland's butt, especially on price.
It's like a home corner.
Good evening to Grace Griffin, who's
Grace
joined the chat. Yeah, she's in the chat. Oh, I'm on low power mode, so I'm going to...
and unfortunately suffering from the Ronavirus.
What?
Oh,
No, don't say that.
Buggered up her concert schedule.
That's the
Grace,
voices
are you-
thing that Lena May's doing. So she's doing crazy 150 mixes, 150 microphones and 30 mixes and stuff.
Yeah.
Really bad. Sorry to hear that.
Grace, have you got the dreaded C? Oops.
God.
Are you off, Keith?
Oh dear.
Yes, I am. My phone's gone low battery, so I might as well quit while I'm ahead. And
All right, buddy.
Cheers, Keith. Nice seeing you.
See ya. See you tomorrow.
Take care, guys.
Take care, folks.
See ya.
Try.
Take care, man.
Keith. Grace said you texted me earlier, did you? I missed that.
Mm.
Also, I picked up certified copies. Oh no, that's no.
Oh, God.
What? No idea what that is.
There's no getting away from this fucking infection, is there?
Nope. It's something we're going to have to live with.
Mm.
Yeah, quick heads up.
All I can say is thank God we're not in China.
Yeah.
When you look at how places like Shanghai are being locked down and the way that the people are being treated, it's an absolute disgrace.
Right, I'll do a test. Oh, should I do it now or should I do it in the morning?
Oh, do it now.
Do it now.
Show us all the results.
Do it now. Yeah.
Live Rona test.
Yeah.
Oh God! All right, I'm not doing it in front of you because I can't be doing sticking something up my bloody nose and sneezing everywhere.
Haven't you
No,
got,
sod
haven't
off.
Haven't you got those tests that you don't put it in your nose?
No, it's a nose one.
Uh,
And to be honest, I'd rather do it in the nose than the throat.
Where else would you put it?
I can't do the BA.
can't do
Robbie.
the throat.
Well, just as well as not a colonoscopy, really, isn't it?
Oh, I don't want to do that now. Before I go to bed.
haven't got the resolution
Yeah,
for
but
it.
Andy, you never know. You might have a day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be positive, you know.
Yeah.
No, but
It's
it's
bank holiday
it's
weekend, isn't it?
absolutely.
He has to be.
No, you
he
don't
has to
want
be
it to
positive.
He
He has
doesn't
to be
want it
positive. Yeah, it has to be positive to get the day off.
I don't want it. I don't want to know.
No,
that
but-
I've got a positive. This is where it all goes tits
Yeah,
up, isn't it?
yeah, I know what you mean.
it's
Because
gonna
when I'd had it as well, and I'm going, oh, I don't want to say, I don't want to know I've got it. I'll
It's not
just
knowing I've
sit
got
here.
it, it's just going to knacker everything for the weekend because there's other things
Keyboard
that I've
cover.
got to. Oh, nuts.
Yeah, that's all I bought at Guitar Center. The other store had better stuff.
Right, I'm off. I'll go and do it.
Oh.
Bye. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, babe. Good luck.
Oh, all I want to do is go to bed. Right, okay. I'll see you in a minute.
And just remember, if you get a headache, you're pushing too far. Oh, bless him. Oh, man.
Apparently, Ben didn't think I was a polo shirt kind of guy, so they sent me a hoodie.
Ah.
But it means he's now going to send me a polo shirt. So hey,
Fuck
what's
off.
a winner?
Well, Fiona keeps asking about when's they're going to send me a, was it a muscle top? She goes, oh, you look really good in a muscle top. I don't, how? What is a muscle top? And then she goes, oh, you know, it's all cut all
A
right
t-shirt
here.
without
Yeah.
the sleeves.
I went, no, I wouldn't. Oh, I wouldn't. I look like a 4-week-old cucumber in a plastic bag that's been ripped open. Fuck that.
Do you know, in 2001, I went out to Chicago because one of Jackie's old school friends got married out there, so we all flew out. And it was 2001. They got a Nike Town, which is just like a multi-level Nike store.
All right, okay.
And I went in there. So my favourite colour is orange. I love anything orange. And I walked into the basketball section, and they had the most amazing suite, shall we say, of basketball clothes, shorts. You know, that those kind of muscle tops with the the low cut armholes.
Yeah.
And like a long sleeve shirt, trainers, bright orange everything was orange with bits of grey and white. It looked the fucking tits. And I bought the whole fucking lot. There was hundreds of dollars. I can't remember. It was just crazy. And I wore it for a little while, and then it just didn't feel comfortable in such clothes in the UK. In the US, you could probably get away with it. I found the shoes actually in the garage the other year. They've lasted rather well. They were shiny, proper basketball shoes, but they were shiny orange with black carbon fibre struts on the outside. They're very cool.
Oh, nice.
But Jackie found one of the tops the other day. She says, "Do you remember this from like 20 odd years ago?" I said, "Yeah, I can't bloody fit my arm into the the body, let alone anything else." Jesus, in 20 years I've put on so much weight. But then back then I was smoking.
I used to love going shopping in the States because it's one of those countries where almost every store I go into there will be clothes that fit. And shoes that fit.
Yeah.
And I don't have to look around for, online shoe sellers because for some reason the UK thinks that the largest foot size is 12.
Yeah. I've got to go and buy a suit. My sister's getting married at the beginning of June. And I haven't had to wear a suit, for at least the last 15, if not more years. Obviously working from home, you have to dress up. So, my last suit, I outgrew that many, many years ago, so I've got to go and buy a new one. And my problem is not only am I rather broad, but I'm also short. So you have to get this odd combination of like a wide-chested jacket that's also short in length, and also the trousers with a large waistband, but again, short in length, and it's just almost impossible to find. One day I'm going to promise myself I will get a tailored suit, because I know that what will happen is 6 months later I'll lose all the weight and it won't fit me. So it's kind of sod's law. I'll do that.
I'll tell you what, Dom must be smoking some really serious shit, man. It's like, whoa.
Oh, I'm, yeah. No, I'm not, but yeah. Cool, is it?
Yo, Dave.
Hello.
It is, Grace. It is a melting muppet. It's Beaker.
Yeah. Mimi.
Yeah, it's a melted beaker.
Melted Beaker, yes.
Wow.
Excuse me.
Well, I must admit, it's been what, a week and a half now, nearly 2 weeks since I gave up the fags.
No, you have to rephrase that. We now have Americans in the room, so you can't say "gave up the fags" because they
gave up smoking cigarettes.
Ring of the stick.
Yes.
I know. I just didn't know what was the Scrubbers. I'm still getting a laugh about that.
And Fanny.
I looked it up. I was like,
yeah, Fanny.
I've been young. I've experimented.
That's amazing. Well done, Kent. I didn't realise. That's brilliant.
What? Well, yeah, you do, don't you? Well, you get completely smashed out of your head, and I'm just glad there wasn't any sheep in the room, to be honest.
What?
But don't go there. No,
I didn't know there was any Welsh in you, Kent.
Weebach. That's about it. Probably had some Welsh in me at some point, but there you go. Anyway, look, what was I going to say? No, it's gone. No, it's gone.
You positive, Andy?
Do you want to know the result?
Go on.
Because it's not going to change. I know it's supposed to wait half an hour, but it's not going to change. Can you see it?
Oh. No, there's only one. Is there one line?
You're positive.
No, that's just one bar. That's negative.
It says one bar.
Okay. Yeah. Two bars will be positive. One bar, just one.
Yeah,
bar.
but doesn't it take a little time for the second bar to come up?
No.
If the first bar's showing, then.
Well, do you know I found when I had it?
It's like a pregnancy test. Yeah, it's quick.
Yeah.
Sure, you've taken plenty of those.
When I did test positive, that first bar was there, bang, immediately. Like it's just this big red stripe across the bottom. Oh dear, look at that. And I'd done countless ones of these. How many of these I've done, I have no idea. All that plastic that's going to end up in the sea is just depressing. But Yeah. So now, if it doesn't go red straight away, I mean the bar
No,
at the
this
top.
doesn't. When I did mine, the first test, it was very faint, to the point where I thought, Second, it was a little darker, and when I was in the middle of it all, yeah, it was coming up pretty much straight away. In fact, it was going from like red to almost black, that second line. Oh, right. And then as I was coming out of it, that second line was getting fainter. So there's something in that.
The top line on C is definitely very, very red.
Yeah, well, that's just the control, isn't it?
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing underneath. There's not even a hint of not even a line. So.
Oh well, you've got
David,
to face work tomorrow.
Can you move? Like,
to be honest,
keep
I'm
going.
glad
Keep going. Keep going.
Did it come up like this? Did it come up like that? Because if it did, you're okay.
Oh, look at that gorgeous woman.
I won't. Okay, you can't handle it. Let me get this.
Robbie does appreciate the ladies.
I appreciate that one.
It's too much. Yeah. What is that? Is that a creature?
That's Twin Beaks.
Is it
Twin Beaks? Yay!
Oh, there you go. It's bigger now. Oh.
It's even better when they're accidental. Oh, mate. I must admit, my passion lays for Victoria Coren Mitchell still, much to Fiona's dismay. So, no, stay away. I am for Victoria only.
I used to, well, I still do, but they've finished now. The TV show's finished for good. Holby City, Jack Naylor or Rosie Marcel. She was my, that was the one that he was like when she was on. I was like, to the wife, shut up, Rosie, shut up, go away. She's lovely. She's lovely.
Yeah.
Get well soon, Grace. Well, these
yes,
blokes
Grace, get well soon.
Hopefully, their testosterone everywhere. I'll just wish you well.
Oh, Grace has it. I get it now. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, fingers crossed. You'll only have.
Are they giving? Are they giving that? Are they giving that medicine now? The pro-cycling or whatever?
No, I don't think so.
They're doing that. My buddy got it here, and he got a prescription for whatever it is, pro-cycling.
It's antiviral, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, here if you get it, you just suck it up, and as long as you're still breathing,
right? Nothing changes.
Well, that's not. Well, it's only if you have to go into hospital. I think if you are seriously ill with it, then they will give you.
Yeah.
But when I tested positive and then reported that. When I tested positive and reported it, I think the next day I got contacted by this. It's a trial, isn't it? It's some sort of trial or something that's run by Oxford University and something else, and you had to report all of your symptoms, and then you get accepted or not onto the trial. And I got accepted, and then never heard anything more from them. So clearly, my symptoms weren't strong enough to warrant. Yeah, because they really weren't. They weren't that strong at all. I just had a croaky voice and a little bit of a cough. And
yeah, well, there was the promise of this new vaccine, and it went all quiet. And there was a news article only, I think, beginning of last week, saying, what happened to this miracle vaccine that everybody was promised that was right on the cusp of coming out?
Well, there's a new one that they're working on that they reckon will have a much longer lasting effect, because at the moment the current ones will boost you for a few months or so, but this one apparently will give a almost like the flu vaccine does at the moment, give you kind of like a year-round sort of cover.
Yeah, because we're talking about this one that actually prevented you from catching it.
Oh, right.
But probably more of these sort of like, ooh, look at the shiny thing.
I doubt very much there'll ever be anything that prevent you, because just like influenza and the common cold, and that,
exactly.
it's a mutating virus, and
it's basically going to become just that.
It will eventually get
Just
grouped
become a
into one of those categories: influenza or
well, it's just a coronavirus.
Yeah, exactly. They're all the same.
Shovels for hands.
On that cheerfully either celebratory or disappointing note, depending on how you view this piece of plastic.
You're going into work in the morning.
I'm going into work in the morning, and to be honest, it means that I can get on with stuff in the weekend, and in an ordinary life is back to normal kind of way.
Yeah. Dear.
Looks like there'll be no jam this weekend. Although I don't think there was going to be anyway. I think Grace was going to be at work anyway, so
she's got the rain.
Maybe I should get off my arse and do one myself then. Oh, bloody hell.
Or try and do an online collaboration.
Yeah, it's no idea.
Lots of delaying
effects.
effects.
That's in the rules. I'm not sure that's in the rules. I've done one of those already, but it's not in the rules. So
they're there to be broken.
Rules are there to be broken, yes.
They are?
You are,
they are.
You are
Absolutely.
a collective posse of geniuses, that's what you are. Well, possibly we might. We'll. Stop laughing at me, David.
I've been called many things in my time.
How very dare you call me a posse.
But
You're
never
all one of
that.
me.
Not a posse.
Can't even do it. I'm trying to look at it.
Damn, sorry, Andrew. No jump for me unless you want to catch the Rona.
Ooh.
Well, let's hope Grace gets better quick. Yeah.
No, you may be right. No, I think you're right, Grace. We have to be absolutely sensible about these things and responsible, because we are responsible adults, apparently.
We are.
We are? Okay.
Even though I've been stared at by a badger, that doesn't feel like very responsible at all.
Now, this is what annoys me.
Big time.
I still can't get my Stream Deck to work. It's most annoying.
Well, while you worry about your whatever it was, I'll go to bed. I'll good night, everyone.
All right, Andrew, look after yourself, buddy.
See you, Andy. Take care, everyone.
Take it easy.
Take care, buds. Look after
Andrew.
See you, folks.
Be safe, mate.
I will
Take
do
care.
my best. I will do my best. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Oh dear.
No, that Stream Deck's it's not even listed. That's probably a good reason why it doesn't work.
So what do you use for the multi-camera thing? Is it, because you got two cameras, haven't you?
Yeah, it was just, add camera in the StreamYard.
Right, okay.
Like it was another guest.
Yeah.
StreamYard supports two cams.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but only two.
But you can also do what Dom does, and instead of feeding your camera directly into StreamYard, you can feed your camera into something like OBS and have multiple cameras going into OBS, and then feed OBS as your feed into StreamYard. That's how you do it, Dom, isn't it?
Anything. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing now.
Right, yeah.
You just have the OBS is set to virtual camera, so it appears like a camera on your thing, and you did whatever you just do. Yeah. So it's just an OBS screen. If I drag that picture around in OBS, it just moves on the like this.
But I don't think I'd ever go above two cameras because basically you're talking to somebody that took 2 months to try and get audio out of it.
What's behind that other picture? That's like
that was on earlier. It's my private collection.
No, that's not Dom. That's not Dom in the bath. No, that's not Dom in the bath. Don't worry.
Collection of Liberace bath shots.
Interesting collection.
Nice badger, though.
Thank you.
I'm sure that's a compliment in a country somewhere.
I do get that.
Oh man. Right, let's have a look at this. Where does it go? Oh God! Right. I've got to follow the little black cable.
How was he doing his Stream Deck?
All the other little black cables. Ooh, where's that go? Oh, that could go.
Oh, there was something went in.
That's it. Something's dead.
That's a disconnect.
Cables come out of something.
Oh, mouse has gone dead. Oh, hang on. This probably isn't the time to do this. I think it's.
Don't say mouse around my cat, please.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Real crazy.
No, I'm not upsetting any kitty cats.
So how's your week been, David?
What is going on with this? Oh, it's been pretty good.
What's he messing around with there?
Are we all getting a crackle then?
Yeah, that's Kent.
Yeah, it's me.
Was it him? You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right channel, Kent.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was me.
Yeah.
Are you getting an echo?
Only on the left.
Only on the left. Right, hang on a sec. Oh God, where's he go?
What's he doing?
Slightly distracting.
Hang on, I'll be there.
I'm having a good week, Sasquatch. Thank you. How about yourself?
Yes, very pleasant. Very relaxed. Haven't shouted at anyone this week, so it's been pretty good.
Not even the TV?
I don't watch TV. Stop watching it. I've been enjoying the trials and tribulations of the Depp versus Heard trial, and it's been the best TV I've watched for years. Well, since the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, actually. I just find the American court system oddly addictive to watch, and you get a grasp of what you think of the personalities of the various lawyers involved. But some of the witnesses have just been absolutely class. It's kept me really quite gripped.
Yeah, some of those lawyers are like rock stars. You know, they get up there. It's all.
Well,
I'm just trying to stay out of the courts.
Well, yeah, very, very good way of living, I think.
Yeah, simple living. Yeah.
So I'm just going to do this. This is for the benefit of original Synth in the chat room. We're just talking about NDI as a second camera. So my iPhone, I've got the free NDI app. And then you download the free NDI host for your computer, and you can then wirelessly connect this is my iPhone, just scooting around, and this is all completely free of charge, and you can have multiple cameras wirelessly in full 1080p.
And you don't have to waste any more USB slots either.
Yeah, there's no USB involved whatsoever. Let's do this.
Oh no, he's going to multi.
Oh, there he goes.
The Doctor Who effect.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a very useful tool. Just go to ndi.com or whatever the website is, and you can download the toolkit for whatever computer you're on, and then go to the shop on your phone, and it's a free download, and you can have multiple cameras. In fact, I'm actually thinking it's how I've done other things like top downs on stuff. That's so much fun. It really is. So yeah, there you go. Just for the benefit of.
No, that's
how
really
much
useful,
does
Robbie,
how much does StreamYard cost? I haven't actually looked into
There is a
that.
free option,
but I've tried the free option, but it's pretty limited. It's £20 a month, I think.
Depend. Yeah, there's a pro plan.
I think
we're on pro.
I think I am.
Yeah, I think you are.
Yeah.
The pro plan costs us about $460 a year, I think.
Was it that?
It's not too bad.
No, it's not too bad at all. But that's obviously.
Yeah, so
But
I
it
guess
gives you the 1080 resolution if you've got a 1080 camera. The extra second cam, I think, is available in the pro version, isn't it?
Yeah,
because that's not available on the free free version.
Yeah.
And of course, they're paying for the server space for the stream to.
Right, because they're not going to.
Yeah, they provide the backbone and everything, and you also get 50 gigabytes of. No, sorry, not 50 gigabytes. 50 hours of
video
storage.
Storage, yeah.
So we don't tend to use it,
which I have to empty out every month.
no,
or last week every day.
No, you can leave it. You can leave it, and it will just delete the oldest one. If you want more, you pay for extra. But, it's actually. I mean, we looked at this. We looked at Restream.io. We looked at some of the others, and because.
Well, this seems better than Restream. All the streams I've seen using Restream, they always seem to have glitches.
It's we went with this because I think it was a little cheaper, but also it was just easier.
Yeah. It's more stable as well.
Yeah,
it's quite easy to set up, isn't it? I mean, I've messed around with it a bit.
There's not a huge amount, but if you look at the plans, I think this was a little cheaper, and they're getting better. And they contact. I mean, I can't really sort of speak for Restream because I'm not in that community, but StreamYard have a lot of. They have a weekly town hall, as they call them. Unfortunately, it's like 1:30 a.m. on a Sunday, or Monday morning, should I say?
I'm busy.
But you can, if you want to, you can sit in it and you can speak to the developers every week, and they will answer your questions and take on board, and they'll tell you, where they're, is this a feature they want or not? I mean, I'm badgering them at the moment because the one thing that I really want, since I've got the Stream Deck unit, is I can flick between. I don't actually. Will this work? Yeah, it does. So with the buttons, I can flick between different camera shots.
Right.
But the one thing I can't do is if I want to solo someone, you have to click on their thing on the browser screen.
Yeah.
There is no shortcut for that function, and I want to be able to pick a camera just by pressing a button. So I have a button marked Kent and a button marked Ben, and I can just go boom, 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 boom.
Ask them if they can make it MIDI compliant as well.
Yeah.
No, seriously, because then you could use any MIDI interface,
and you can sequence it.
Yeah. But no, I mean they've been really responsive, and the features are pretty good. They're not, we trialed Ecamm for a little while, which is a native thing that runs on Macs, and the problem we had with that, it was absolutely brilliantly featured, loads of cool things that you could do with all sorts of stuff, but the problem is that everyone comes in to me. So when if Kent wants to be on the show and Ben wants to be on the show, they link up and it all comes into my computer, and then
so
I spit it out.
Bandwidth.
And I need the bandwidth. And whilst we've got fibre here and we've got about 20 meg upload speed, which is more than good enough for that, because I'm running on a mesh network here simply because I can't put a wired network in this house, then I just can't. I don't want to trust it. And also, when I was testing it, I almost never hear the fans come on this Mac, but when I was doing that, it was really pushing the CPU, and admittedly it's a 10-year-old Mac almost, so I just didn't want to take that risk. So that's where StreamYard or something like this, it takes all the heavy lifting, everything's
actually
done by them.
If you ran it from here, could you still control the show from there?
Yeah, you control
if this
the show
was the output. If this was the output,
because I'm controlling. This is your stuff, and I'm doing this from because I'm a signed in admin.
Yeah.
So I can still do all of that stuff, and I still have all the features here, so I can just throw up, comments from the chat.
Yeah.
So I have all the controls that I would normally have on a broadcast.
Yeah. Because most days I get really mental downloads here. Really, really good ones.
Yeah. But the thing is, with Ecamm, it all has to be done from the host computer.
StreamYard. You could run it in the cloud. Because Sonic State used vMix, and they now just run it in the cloud because they had that problem. Also, there's that script I wrote ages ago that allows you to push those buttons. It's in GitHub somewhere, isn't it? Do you remember before they released the Stream Deck code? I wrote a code for it. You could just wire up a spare pad there to do that. It's not, I'm sure
it's been a great service, and they've been actually, apart from the fact that they also do these, kind of town hall meetings every week, and there's they do lots of live streams to help people, do live streaming. The other thing that they did was they did a promotion recently where they, if you signed up for the pro account or upgraded to the pro account, you got this extra discount. And I emailed them and said, we went to pro about 3 months ago, and they said, oh, no problem, we'll backdate it, and we're now on a lifetime discount. So they've been very, very good. Highly recommended. What's that? If you have an ATEM or something like it, do you need fancy software too? No, because the ATEM is just like, it takes multiple feeds and then spits them. It's a bit like OBS, but in hardware, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. So anybody can speak to that. But because Blackmagic ATEM boxes, you can take multiple camera feeds in and then spit that out of one HDMI into your whatever. And then you can just switch between cameras in hardware rather than in software.
Is that what Ramsey's doing?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, Ramsey's got at least one, if not more, ATEMs. They look a really cool little device, and Blackmagic do some superb stuff. It's not the cheapest, but
It's a bit pricey, isn't it?
Yeah, but Blackmagic is stunning stuff. They've like all other companies that do cameras and streaming stuff for the last couple of years, they've making a killing.
But the prices have come down, and if you think, even just 2 years ago, the idea of having 10 talking heads on a single stream was almost unimaginable.
Yeah,
for the average person, that is.
Yeah, the one thing that's been a massive success in the last couple of years has been live streaming. And what's he doing now? Oh, this is weird.
Oh God.
Who just went? Something just went.
There it is.
Wow.
I'm just checking out the delay.
This is harder than I thought.
That's what they all say.
Shouldn't
shouldn't have taken that tablet.
On a good day.
Yes.
Oh, man. Still, there you go.
Indeed.
Now,
Right, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
dear.
far off myself.
Thanks very much for your company, and I'll see you next time.
Nice one, Ian.
Take it
Cheers,
easy.
Ian.
See you
Look after
later.
yourself, buddy.
Bye,
Take
bye.
care now.
Will do.
Cheers.
Ta-da.
Bye.
Richard's in the chat.
Richard.
Just reminded with Ian on, because Ian, he's been testing a lot of these Korg things. Korg just updated the WaveState native plugin, because one of the complaints was that when you installed the plugin, all of the wave tables and samples and everything all got dumped on your system drive, and you can now locate them any way you bloody like, which is a very useful thing. Who was I moaning about the other week that didn't do that?
Pass.
Oh, it was Roland Cloud, wasn't it? Of course, yeah. Which software plugin suite was I moaning about? And I had to think about that one. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Noah! Watch from there.
Hello, Noah.
Oh, he did something incredible. Oh, it was so funny.
Oh, we are.
Not for him, but it was funny nonetheless. You know his badly broken leg thing that's set back, right? So he often seen going down the garden, and he hops with this leg up in the air. Not because it hurts, because it's just easier for him. I don't understand. But he also does this thing where he likes to go down the garden with hopping on his back leg, which is quite a terrier trait. So he's hopping down the garden on his back leg, and I'm watching him. I'm going, oh, he's hopping on his back leg. And he gets so far, and he decides he wants to hop with his front leg, but forgot about his back leg and just went dink on his side. And he just laid there.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I don't think anybody saw me. Gets
They
up.
don't have any shape at all, do they?
No.
Okay.
You're a little git, aren't you?
Bless him.
Hey? You know that new telly we were going to buy? We can't have it now because of you. You little git.
Yeah, I got plugged the PlayStation in because it's in the other room, which hasn't got a 4K TV, and I thought, have I got to buy a second 4K TV now to get
It's
the
Badger.
service?
Yeah.
Badgers rule.
Yes, badgers do rule.
Fuck die.
Badger, 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 badger.
Yeah, so I'm looking for a cheap 4K TV now.
Cheap 4K.
Sounds.
Well, no, I bought my Richer Sounds. Or I bought my last one. It was one of the, not one of the first, but sort of fairly recent, or fairly early Ultra HD screens, and the picture is brilliant. It's an LG. It's a really, really nice picture, except it's not HDR. It's the only thing it hasn't got is HDR. That wasn't a thing, really. But it wasn't that expensive.
Have you got a Costco near you?
I don't know.
Costco have got some pretty good deals. Mind you, I was in Tesco the other day and they had a 65-inch for $599.
That's not bad.
I wonder what fragrance they pump into Tesco's.
Bread.
Because they
Bread,
do this thing where
bread,
yeah, bread probably, yeah. Because they're saying that they did a study and they were saying about the different smells that work in different shops, depending on what they're selling and stuff like that. I think it was Angus Deaton was saying, he goes, yeah, he said they pump fresh bread into supermarkets and stuff like that. And
it's like they used to do hot cross buns.
That's true.
Yeah, and they do things like
Christmas,
and they do leather and something into, like Topshop and stuff like that. And he goes, and he turns to the camera and he goes, so was it presumably that, when you curries they pump in the smell of useless shit.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Or latex in a sex shop.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm so looking forward to tomorrow where I don't have to listen to my TV through its shitty little speakers.
Well, we watched the Gadget.
now.
We watched the Gadget show a couple of weeks ago. Don't know why, I've never done really watch it, but Gadget show, right? And I'll tell you what I don't like about it. It's that happy banter, but it's obviously scripted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And feels like it. And it's like,
Bit
please
like
stop
this
doing
show.
that. Yeah, exactly. just talk, right? Stop reading the script, right? But anyway, they wanted to work out which was better, Dolby Atmos or my Yamaha amp. I went, this will be interesting. And it was pretty much 1-1.
Yeah.
I reckon that the Yamaha amp was just as good as Dolby Atmos was.
But what's the Yamaha amp processing? Is it processing Atmos or is it doing DTSX or?
It's similar. It process, yeah, it's got 4 outputs. I don't know because I've got it on stereo.
Oh right, okay. No, I used to be Sony for all my AV receivers. I've got about 4 or 5.
Makes sense. Yeah,
they're very, very good.
Yeah.
And then I went to Richer Sounds, as Dom pointed out once a few years ago. And I thought I need a new one with HDMI and stuff. And so I looked around and I saw this Yamaha, and I thought, they've got a really good reputation for hi-fi audio. Forget the synthesizer stuff. The hi-fi audio is well, they're well known. Yeah. So I plumped up and I ponied up for this this Yamaha with natural whatever it is, and it had all the HDMI's ins and outs. And,
same with this one. Yeah.
But it was This was pre Atmos. So it was Dolby True HD and DTS True HD or whatever the name.
It does sound like the one I've got. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was kind of like, it does what it does, but it doesn't didn't reach out and grab me like, God, that sounds amazing. And I really began to miss my Sony, and then it started doing these funny things where it was like turning itself off randomly. And I just thought, that's just the ARC system that's messing around. Right. And in the end, I decided I was going to get a new Atmos receiver, and I picked this Sony, and then saw it on Amazon with like £150 off, and I'd got a £75 Argos gift token, Amazon gift token. Yeah. So it was even cheaper. It was ridiculously cheap, and because I ordered it and it was out of stock, and it's taken 2 months to come in. But I'm quite excited to get back into Sony because it's got some pretty good reviews.
So are you going for an Atmos setup then?
Well, I will not be having the Atmos speakers straight away. I've got a 5.1 setup as it is, and I've got speakers to add in. They're not kind of proper Atmos designed speakers, but I can fit them. It's just that the middle of my room, because I can't put them on the ceiling because again I live in rented accommodation, so everything's got to be either on stands or on shelves or something.
Yeah.
And I've got my I've got dipoles at the back on sort of stands, and they sit at the back of the room, and they've got these big Kenwoods at the front with the centre Kenwood speaker. But in the middle of the room, to put those fill-ins, there's just nowhere to put, because I've got a fireplace on one side and the sofa on the other, and it just kind of wouldn't make sense. So I've gone for Atmos.
Spotlights around the edge of the room or anything?
No. Well, I have some like these little candle things, but they're right in each corner, so they're not even in the middle of the room.
It's just I saw one chap had built quite enterprisingly, had made some speaker hangers that would fit into the hole where a spotlight was.
Oh, right, yeah.
Downlight, so you didn't have to drill into any walls or anything.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I'd like to put some proper ceiling speakers in, and then get another sub. But I used to be so into it, and then it got so expensive, and I just had to cut back on a lot of things. But what I miss, because I bought the 4K telly, and I've got already got this Yamaha amp, which didn't pass through 4K. So I've got a 4K satellite box, I've got an Apple 4K TV unit, I've got a 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray, but I can only get the 4K pictures if I hook them straight into the TV. And not through the amp, which kind of you can still get. Unfortunately, Apple dropped the output on the 4K because you could then take the audio from, say, the Apple TV into the amp, the HDMI into the TV, but then you then have to synchronize the audio because there's inherent delays, the different speeds that they're going. So just got a pain in the arse. Just like to do, just plug one cable in, let it do everything. So. Yeah, that'll be my job tomorrow. Be taking out the old amp, fitting in the new one, then running the calibrations.
Well, funny enough, since we plugged the PlayStation 5 in, the Yamaha amp has gone, oh, PlayStation 5? Okay, I'll put that up on the display. All right, cool. But when you select the HDMI 1 now, you get the sound but no picture.
All right.
And the amp said, oh, no, the picture comes from the PlayStation 5 now. But it says TiVo on the screen. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's PlayStation 5. Okay. So she goes to the PlayStation. She goes, oh, yeah, look, the picture's on the PlayStation 5. I said, why are you playing it on the play it on the TiVo? She goes, I thought
there
it was
a
on
lot
the
to be
TiVo.
said, and there always has been. But there's a lot to be said for buying the same make of as many of the components that you can, because they will inherently talk to each other nicely. Although there are standards like the ARC standard and the eARC standard, and of these, they communicate with each other, and you can turn one off and it'll turn them all off, and you turn one on and it'll turn them all on, and all this. Yeah, they don't necessarily work together. It's like I've got my FreeSat box and my Apple TV and my Blu-ray, and if I turn on the Blu-ray, it doesn't turn everything else on. I have to do all that manually. But if I turn on the satellite and the Apple, it will turn everything else on. If I turn off the FreeSat, it turns everything off. But if I turn off the Apple, it doesn't turn everything off. So there are obviously slightly different levels of standard within these things. But it's...
So that stuff used to wind me up no end as well. It was the same as you. I used to be really into it with Dolby 5.1 and and then I don't know whether it's the fact that I don't watch much TV anymore. I watch films and stuff, but in theory it's pretty, because I've got a cinema upstairs. But it doesn't really have that much of an impressive. It's good. It's got a projector in there. I'm going to put the PlayStation up there. It'd be amazing, but I've never bothered. I could put speakers in the ceiling. I've got Richard Sounds actually owe me some money because they did a film. They filmed some of their spec, some of their brochures here, and they just took pictures of hi-fi in some of the rooms and stuff. So I did it in lieu of kit, but I don't really want to buy anything. It's like I just can't be asked anymore. Well, I've got the same problem though. I've got Samsung TVs which won't push surround sound through the optical. You put surround sound in on the optical, but it won't come out the other end. So sorry, you've got an HDMI in, And theoretically, you've got an optical out to go to the hi-fi, but it doesn't actually come out in anything other than stereo, all this kind of stuff. So you end up repatching optical cables and stuff if you want to watch it.
And optical doesn't support some of the newer standards because it just hasn't got the bandwidth. So so it has to be HDMI.
Really
Well, it has got the bandwidth, but they haven't changed the drivers for the physical drivers for the Toslink.
Right. Either way, it doesn't.
Toslink.
On that fun subject, there's only one company making Toslink these days. The actual physical connectors and driver chips.
Yeah.
It's very exciting if you ever have to deal with that.
I've dropped. I used to have everything.
Toshiba doesn't really get involved with that anymore.
I used to use Toslink from the Oasis, but you had to use a particular type of cable because if you used a different type of cable, you just got noise. But there was nothing particularly differentiating between the two cables. What? I don't know.
I think also these days we've got so used to watching things like on Amazon Prime or Netflix on our computers.
Yeah, exactly.
That watching a movie isn't the event that it used to be. So, I'd go down to Blockbusters, rent a couple of DVDs, go home, open a beer, sit down and watch it in 5.1. And that was my cinema experience.
Yeah, making it an event.
Yeah.
Whereas these days it's just like, I'm bored.
You can have anything, anytime, anywhere.
Exactly.
Fun's taken out.
It's true. The only time the cinema, I say it's a cinema, it's my studio as a screen that comes down and stuff, it's sort of big couch and stuff, is Lula May and her mates come over for a sleepover and they all sit up there and watch Disney and it's brilliant, popcorn and everything. Like me and Sophia
you make it an event.
I've always, I've been into home cinema since the days of Dolby Stereo and then Pro Logic and all that kind of stuff, and every living room that I've had since then, I've always had a 5.1. I think the biggest I've had was the Dolby Digital EX system where I had the extra channels at the back, the surround centers, so to speak. And there was a point actually I had 3 5.1 systems in the house. I had one in here, I had one in the front room, and I had one in the room that we call the games room. It sounds very elaborate, but it isn't. It's just a dining room that's been converted into the PlayStation room. But I've got rid of the 5.1 system here because I needed the space, and so all I've got now is the one in the front room and the one in the games room. But so much we're so used to watching everything, even just like the news. Everything was just coming through the surround system. And so when the fuse went on this, or no, I think it's one fuse, but I don't know where the fuse is on it, on this amp that I'm replacing, and we had to watch the TV through the built-in speakers on this incredibly thin TV.
Oh dear, yeah.
My God, even the wife who used to hate the fact that I would run conduit around and hide wires under carpets and all this kind of stuff. She's like, "Oh God, this sounds awful. When are you going to get this bloody amp?" And I've been waiting for 2 months, and I got the notification this morning, so it's finally here. But
actually, might as well tell you because I told Ty. If I don't tell you, he'll tell you. When the PlayStation 5 arrived, I put it up on the coffee table, open it up. Got to take it out, the box out of the box.
The box, and then the box out, the box out, the box.
Yeah, and then the box out of the box. And then you open the top of the box, and you got like the tray with the cables and all the bits. You go, yeah. New controller. Ooh, right. And I got the PlayStation 5, picked it up and go, it's quite heavy, isn't it? And now it's wrapped in that sort of like low density polystyrene papery stuff, right? And I pick it up like this, and I go to take the cardboard end off, and it slips out of my hand. It goes down on the coffee table, it goes crack, bounces, and then falls onto the floor and goes crack onto the wooden floor, like that. And I've gone, that's an omen. So I bloody take it out and I go, it's freaking heavy.
It built like tanks.
Seriously, dude. I know it's faster and everything, but does it have to be literally if you take the mass of the PlayStation 4, it's 3 PlayStation 4s, isn't it?
Pretty much.
And it weighs like it. Tell me. So I go, right, offer it up to the shelf where the PlayStation 4 used to be. No. So it's got to go on the floor, right? I now have a husky-coloured PlayStation 5. I plug it in, I connect up the RJ45 and do the HDMI and everything like that, turn it on. That's when that stupid woman starts. But anyway.
Well, what she's done is she's noticed that you've dropped a fucking PlayStation 5 on your coffee table and thinks, this guy needs help.
That's probably what did it. He goes, hi, we're here to help you because you're about to fill it.
You clearly cannot hold it. You cannot hold a £500 console. Yeah,
put on your mittens.
Yeah.
And basically, it's absolutely fine.
Oh, that's good.
So anyway, so I'm charging it. But yeah, because it said, put in your email address. And what he says, and it goes, put in your email address. And as you scroll across the board, right, so it goes, QWERT, G, Y, I, J, K, E. Shut up, woman. After 3 hours, we were psychotic. Honest to God.
I didn't. The thing is, when I set mine up, I turned it on and it said, you had to do a couple of things. And then it says, if you have an account, go to your PlayStation app and tap the button that says sign into your PS5
on your mobile phone.
Yeah, and it just does it. And like all my account was like, boom, there.
Yeah.
And then it said, do you want to migrate your stuff from your PS4? Yes, please. Yeah. Make sure they're on the same network. Press the button, and away you go. And it took probably about an hour to do all of that. Even though I think the estimate was 77 hours. I'm like, no way. But it was about an hour, and that was it.
Is it good though?
It's fucking amazing.
Have you tried that little game that shows you what the controller can do?
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Mine hasn't arrived yet, but it's coming next week. With
yeah, there's a built-in game called Astro something like that. They did a game a couple of years ago. It was a VR game called Astro. Is this little character? Looks a little bit like not Wally, but
Eva.
Wally's friend. Yeah, Eva.
Yeah, that's
looks
amazing.
Like
though. Yeah.
And so the VR game, my wife absolutely loves it because it's a platformer, but it's in kind of proper 3 dimensions, so you're all over the place. But because the new DualSense controller is really good,
isn't it? Just
the trigger buttons, they have different modes, and the game will automatically select. So when you're not playing a game, you pull those L2 and R2 trigger buttons. They're just loose. They're sprung, but they're just easy.
Oh.
When you then say, for example, play GT7, all of a sudden there's resistance. And it feels like you're pulling, on a lever. And then if you're playing Call of Duty, it feels like a trigger. There's like a haptic feedback.
Wow.
It's incredible. And there's no light bars on it. It doesn't. So it's got full gyroscopic motion built in, and it is so good.
And then you've got the touchpad you can draw on.
Yep. Well, they had something similar, on the PS4,
but not
didn't they?
this accurate.
No, not that accurate. No.
But when we were playing the Astro, at the end of the level, they had this, these little paper wimbles stuck up. And what you have to do is you blow on the controller,
on the microphone.
And it spins, and it blows, and it spins the thing, right?
There's a reason the controllers cost 65, 70 quid each.
Yeah.
But it's very good, and it's one of those. Do you remember when the PS? I think it was the PS2 first came out, and they slightly redesigned the controller from the PS1, and it felt weird.
Yeah.
And then the PS3 it was a little better, and the PS4 they got it bang on.
Yeah.
And I thought, is this going to be but with it's here.
They haven't changed it enough for it to feel weird in the hand.
But it looks bigger, but oh my god, it feels amazing. The only thing is like it's white. Now I know you can get different coloured ones, and I'm just worried about what colour that's going to end up after a while. But it is just
that yellow beige,
and so you've got USB-C, which you use to link it with your console, and you can also charge. But in the microphone socket, there's also a charging connection there. So I've got a dock coming tomorrow where I put the controller on like that and not like that.
Yeah, I think I've got the same as well. Yeah,
because I was always worried about the USB-C or the micro USB on the other one, which was that one. After a while, they just go micro USB, like, not very. I don't know, USB-C is stronger, but that connection at the bottom is much nicer. But yeah, you can go like this, and it's brilliant.
Yeah.
But yeah, these triggers, they've got motors behind them, and they adapt based on the game.
I can't believe they got Duke Nukem 3D in the game store.
All right, I haven't looked.
I can't believe that was kind.
And Dom,
all of them?
There's a ton of free shit.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
You've got the PlayStation Collection, or the PlayStation. You've got the PlayStation Plus subscription.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get the PlayStation Plus collection, which I think is about 20 games.
Oh, brilliant!
That you can download free of charge, but most of them have been in the freebie section of the PS Plus subs. But there's other free stuff in there as well, and some games, depending on the developer, if you've bought the PS4 version and it was a fairly recent game, you might be able to get the PS5 version for free.
Fab. I've got to get an adapter for the VR headset, haven't I? I have to remember, it's been so long. I've been waiting for it for so long.
Well, my son said to me today, "Have you tried the VR on it?" And I said, "No, I haven't. It's still connected to the PS4. I haven't explored that at all yet." I'm told you can use it.
Yeah, you might have to get an adapter or something that they'll send you for free. But I looked into it ages ago and then gave up because the PS5s were so impossible to get. But,
yeah, well, there's the VR2 is due at some point, isn't it? I think this year or next, which I will almost certainly look into.
Yeah, I did look into that, the new one, and it's leaps and bounds.
The only thing I don't care too much about, the design of it, as long as they've got barriers inside the headset for spectacle wearers.
Yeah,
because nobody told me when I got my VR that, because it says if you wear glasses you can put that on the thing. There's nothing to say that be careful, because if your lens touches that lens, it will cause an abrasion. Now, pretty much everyone in my family wears glasses, so we're all just putting this on, and the kid's a little bit heavy-handed with it. And after a while, I've got these two little abrasions on the lenses in the headset, which once you're in the game you don't really notice, but once you know they're there, you're just like, fuck.
You will see them, yeah.
And I Googled it, and apparently loads of people were up in arms about the fact that, this was a thing. And I was going through some forum, somebody said, there's a guy on eBay, as there invariably is, who sells these 3D printed, and they're basically like little wedges with a slight curvature on them, and you stick them either side of the lenses in the headset, and they protrude just enough so they will just hit the edge of your glasses
and keep them back.
And just stop you making contact. If I only I'd have known about that straight away. So so I'm hoping Sony have learnt from that, but if not, I will not be putting it on until there's something in place to stop my glasses rubbing, because they're not fucking cheap, and you can't replace the lenses in the VR.
Oh gosh.
Unless of course you're one of these highly risk-taking
like
people.
The MacBook kind of
the iFixit guys, they take it down to component level. But
I tried a little social experiment yesterday. This will make you laugh. On 2 separate phone calls, I got a guy phone me very early yesterday morning, and he said, he goes, "Oh, hi Ken." He said, I've been looking on the internet for somebody to work on my CS80. I go, "Oh yeah." He goes, and he said, "Oh, I heard about you." And I said, he goes, "Your name keeps coming up in forums and stuff like that." I said, "What? Yeah, watch lists probably."
Yeah, which forums? Yeah.
Yeah. And lock up your sheep and all this sort of thing. And I go, "Oh yeah, like that." And he says, "Oh yeah." So what I want is I said, he goes, "Can you fully restore my CS80? I want this full KSR, is it?" I went, yeah. He says, "I want that, all of that." I went, "Oh, okay, all right." He goes, so what's that entail? And I give him the list of everything that's involved. I said, do you also want MIDI included in that? And he goes, oh, yes, please, I like that and everything. I said, do you want the Unison kit? And he said, oh, what's that do? And I said, well, it's Unison. But if you hit a chord, it divides up the notes equally amongst the voice cards. So it's dynamic. It can go from Unison to a chord without having touched any switches. I go, oh, that sounds brilliant. Yes, I can have that as well. I went, yeah, there you go. He goes, oh, there's a couple of voice cards that aren't working. I said, no, fine, we'll fix everything before we do the restore. He goes, oh, can you re-Tolex it? I went, yep. He goes, oh, that's great. So it literally looked like a brand new 80 when it's done. I went, yeah. He went, oh, okay. He said, can you give me a rough idea how much it will cost?
How big's your bank account?
And I just had this really, it's just a naughty thought, right? And I thought, it's a laugh. Fuck it. I was going, yeah, we'd go, you know, when people are trying to flog 80s for like 70,000 and 48,000, right? So I turned around and said, yeah, well, I think normally it'll come in, because it's a pretty standard restoration. It'll cost normally about 18,000. He went, oh, okay. When can I book it in? And I've gone, no. Honestly, it doesn't cost 18,000. Shit. No, they go, oh, well, how much is it? I said, no. It starts at 3.5, and it depends on what you have after that. So you got the add-ons. I said so, but it never really goes up above 4 total, all in. I go, oh, not 18, but no.
Should have taken the 18.
And then Fiona's there looking at me, and she's going, you stupid wanker. I go, what? I go, fucking 18 grand, you bastard. I went, no, come on, it's taking the piss.
That would have paid for the workshop.
But bugger me, that afternoon, somebody else phones me up, wants exactly the same thing on her 80.
Wow.
And I went, 20. And I went, when can we book it in? I went, oh, for fuck's sake. No, I said it's 3.5, and then it's blah, 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 depending on what extras you have.
A little bit.
Oh, mate.
But is that? Do you think that's because they're seeing these stupid prices for the sale?
But that's the problem. They're seeing stupid prices. They're not seeing sales.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between the two, right? And I wouldn't like to be the person that set up the Skittles that they will have knocked down when they find that they're stuck with this thing that isn't really worth more than 25. A good push.
Yeah.
If they want to sell it, the same year.
Yeah, that's
like the guy that's trying to sell that DX1.
Yeah, well, do you know what? 9 times out of 10, these machines come in and they really don't need much done. And I'm just going through the motions with them. And I can KSR up an 80 from scratch, re-Tolex it, completely rebuild it, do all the calibration, do any repairs, clean, polish, tune, and then play and check out and everything like that. From the day it arrives to the door to the day it picks up, I can do it in 72 hours.
Wow.
So, and everything's in stock and ready to rock and roll, you know?
And of course, in future, you'll just be able to buy the Behringer, take the guts out, and just transfer it.
Well, to make matters worse, I didn't say it to them, but I think it's about another 8 to 12 weeks, and I would have perfected this sound set for the Hydra.
Yeah.
That does.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do all of the 80 sounds absolutely fucking nailed, right?
Nice.
The guitar 1 or 2 is it's not quite there, but it's nearly there. So all these iconic sounds, and then I'll stick that out and then go, grab that, mate. You got an 80.
It just reminded me, I've got one quick question, Ken. I've got this old MIDI, little MIDI box that's got, what's the star-shaped screws on? Are they? They're not Tolex, are they? They're
Torx. Oh, the Torx. Yeah, Torx. Yeah, the Torx screws. Yeah.
Absolutely jammed for some reason. I don't know whether they were tightened by a robot. So
okay.
I've stripped one by accident trying to get. I don't want to touch any of the others. I think I might
screw
be
extractors at that point.
Pardon?
Get screw extractors. They're basically like a special reverse drill bed.
Yeah, it's like a drill bit. You drill it into the top, and and then you can
the way out. Okay.
And that, yeah,
and
it drills it out.
And the ones that are still valid, is it just WD-40 and it might help, or you just got to drill them out?
Well, if you've got an impact driver, try that.
Yeah, if what you can do is you can do it with a normal torque driver, but what you do is you put it in, make sure it's in really, really, really nice and tight. Get a little, like a pin hammer, and just give it a tap. Just give it a tap, and then as soon as you've tapped it, just go like that. Just a little turn, so that you don't strip anything. Just go like that, and
you kind of creep up on it.
But
you sort of like boo like that, and
or if you have a hand ratchet that allows bits, just use that and hit the handle with a hammer occasionally.
Yeah.
But whilst you apply a lot of pressure, the main thing is you need to apply a lot of downward force so that you're very unlikely to strip it.
I think it's kind of maybe merged with the paint or something, because they're tiny. They're pretty soft as well. So you could strip in one of them. But okay, I'll give that a go.
But it's also possible that you can use a torque driver that you'd swear fits it, but it technically doesn't.
Okay.
Right, so make sure check that it really does. It's the right one.
Right.
Use the right screwdriver. So many screws are messed up because
do you know what?
has
I'm
used
pretty sure
one
I
that
used
is-
the wrong one. Yeah, absolutely.
If it's too slack, that it will just screw the head up.
What are you saying? I shouldn't use a posi one for every possible screw in the world.
Exactly.
Well, I've only ever had no more nails and a hammer in the toolkit, but I've got a new lot of
Well, do you know what? You know, we're laughing about it, but actually, 9 times out of 10, if you got even if it's an Allen key bolt, you know, the ones with the little dome ones with the little Allen key hole in them. Or some of these torques or these security screws. 9 times out of 10, if you've got a very, very small straight cut,
it will go
you
in.
can get them out with that.
Yeah. Really? Wow.
And you just wedge it in, and you just.
But you can't
boom,
reuse them afterwards. But
no, but just put normal screws in afterwards if you can.
Yeah.
Because they're a pain in the arse otherwise, anyway. So.
Well, put some stainless steel screws in afterwards, because they are very unlikely to rust themselves in place.
Brilliant.
The only issue is that they are quite soft stainless steel screws, so you shouldn't maybe use the most force to secure them in place.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I got this stupid rate to do tomorrow morning. It's got the weirdest fault. When you turn down the volume, it still plays. But what it plays is a slightly different sound to what it's set to. Yeah. Then when you so you're playing this sound, and then when you turn the volume up, you hear the sound that's actually on the front panel come up with it.
Wow.
And the sound it's playing is sort of like a band-passed version of the sound of the other sound, but it's in such a way that it doesn't sound like the same sound.
a leaky capacitor in the amplifier.
You call it a morph. It's a morph feature.
Yeah. Well, I checked the caps. They're fine. Absolutely fine. I can't figure out what the hell's wrong with it, right?
Fucked ICs that are leaking.
No, it's funnier than that.
Volume.
It's been to a company called Simple Solutions in North London, and they had apparently, inverted commas, repaired it. And what they did was not really look that hard at the ICs, because they put 4 558 op amps in it, and they're supposed to be 4 556s.
That's
And
a slightly different pin out.
It's different enough for the circuit. In fact, just different enough to allow the fucking signal to get through. Would you believe?
Oh wow!
So it's probably one of the grounds is mixed with a signal line.
Well, that's the thing. On the 4558, you don't really have pin 4 as the ground. You have it as a minus, the
Negative voltage.
The negative voltage. But on the JP8, they're grounded. And 4558s go, well, if you're going to ground me, guess what? I'm going to leak like a 90-year-old hooker. And they do. But they do it as a band pass, and it's really disconcerting. So the bloke's going, can you fix it? Yeah, don't worry. We'll sort this out. Yeah. So I'm looking around. Do I have 4 556s? Do I? Fuck. I'm looking around. I've had to specially order them in. I thought I had 4 556s. They're relatively straightforward op amps. Suddenly, you can't get them. It disappeared off the face of the planet.
It could be an interesting mod to play around with, though.
Is there a special reason they chose that model then, or just something from the time?
I think it was something at the time where they go, oh, look, there's good gain on it and they're pretty cheap.
But I mean, they're quite good op amps, and the leakage is for the time, particularly when they came out early 70s. I mean, when your choices were like
they found their way.
741s or that, they're really fast and they're
but they were considered quite a high quality op amp, and they were jewels. And they found their way into a lot of hi-fis and stuff like that as well. And they were very, very popular until I think it was the AD 2202 or whatever it was came out, which was a much better version. But the 4558, it's really a voltage amplifier. You know, you don't really want to put audio through that, really, if you can help it. You know, so that's what Simple Solutions have done, and they've invented a whole new kind of output on it. Because on mix, you get both signals. You do left and right is exactly the same signals. Everything is just mixed together, and it's all falling over each other.
When they test it, I mean,
they probably tested it as in, you can hear that now. Pull the plug out, give it back.
Wow.
And that would be £390, please. Yeah. Whereas this one, I'm going, I said it's going to be minimum charge, isn't it? It's going to be 85 quid. And you can pick it up on Saturday. If the chips turn up tomorrow, which they probably will. Because Cricklewood are good.
Wow.
They're one of those little dusty drawer places. But literally, you buy the stuff, and literally, by the time you put the iPad down, they'll be putting them in a little jiffy bag and sealing it and printing your name out and putting it in.
Electronics? Is that
Cricklewood Electronics? Yeah.
Man, they've been around for years, haven't they? I went to their place once. It really is. It's like
little dusty drawers and guys going around with little brown overcoats.
Fork handles.
They used to supply all the parts for the VCS buttoning.
Wow.
What for the Cricklewood keyboard?
Brilliant.
Yeah, hence the Cricklewood keyboard.
There were really cool surplus places around here, being Silicon Valley, and they all closed. They're all gone.
Oh no, really?
No more pick and pull type stuff. No more new old stock. No more. It's really hard to find this stuff now.
Yeah, no, tell me about it.
Where are people then going to find their Transformers?
eBay.
That's like
Everything is on eBay.
You're surprised finding certain ones for a price you would be willing to pay before you get to the point of can I just pay a material science student to do this as their third year project at uni to analyze this thing and make me a new one? It will only take them a year, and there will be plans, and they will make me 10 at that price point.
When I lived down south, I was lucky enough, there was a transformer winding company not that far away from me, and they used to, the fairly big industrial style transformers. But I took a couple of transformers from some old valve amps I had, and had them rewound, and it only cost 25 quid a piece. And they rewound them to spec and tested them. So there are still companies around that will do that.
But they're getting hard to find now.
It's more if you want the particularly chemical composition of the core material and of the transformer material where it becomes harder.
If you wanted a re-engineered transformer, that's a different matter. But just having the existing cores rewound was just brilliant.
Well, so when I had a Juno 106 come in, the guy said, the chorus is noisy. And I didn't say it's supposed to be. And he goes, he says, no, it's particularly noisy. And I went, okay, we'll see what it's like anyway. He goes, do you think it's the caps? I said, no, not now. Because these 3009 bucket brigade chips are failing. Yeah. And it'll almost certainly be that they've gone. He went, okay, all right. So anyway, so I turned it on and I went, all right, played it. It's beautiful and quiet. Yeah, lovely. Turn the chorus on, and it just went like this, right? And I go louder than the synth I'm playing.
Oh, it is particularly noisy.
Yeah, maybe that is noisy then. Yeah, I don't think that is a feature anymore. So anyway, I thought, okay, is it the 3009s? And I did the tests on them, and yes, it was. Both of them had gone. And I know that the only place I'm going to get them quickly is going to be synth parts, vintage synth parts.
Ouch.
And they were like 42 quid each, something like that.
Oh, bloody hell.
And I thought, well, I know there's another 106 booked in July that's got a noisy chorus. I bet you they're gone on that one. So I'll order 4. So I ordered 4, and they turned up nice and quick. And put them in, lo and behold, yeah. Bloody
used to
chips.
be £1.40 in Maplins.
What Synth Parts currently says for the ex-wife clones, 11.75 for a pair of 2 unit price.
What?
Euros.
The 3009s?
3009 ex-wife clones.
Oh, clones. No, I got originals. I'll tell you for why. What I try to do at all costs is put original components in. Because the amount of shit you get if you put clones in and it goes up the tits.
How old are when did Panasonic stop making them though?
Oh, Christ, it was about
86.
Yeah, 86, 88, something like that. Around that time.
So isn't the issue of if it's not heat that kills them, if it's just age that dries up the internal capacitors of the BBD, there's no way around that.
No, there's no way around that. No. It appears to be, operational damage, really. After a while, they just go, do you know what, I've had enough, mate. I'm fed up going up and down and up and down. I'm done with it. And they just, over they go.
Do you think it's the constant LFO to the delay time that they don't like?
Don't know, God knows.
I mean, changing the clock speed constantly.
To be honest with you, because they run on plus minus 15s, I mean, they're right on the edge of their operational tolerances anyway, and so they must get pretty warm. So, I mean, if the guy uses or has it on, it's in the studio and it's on all fucking day.
Or like tie 24/7.
Yeah, it'll wear out eventually, But it'd be fine as long as they don't ever, ever, ever turn it off. when you turn it back on again, it all turns to shit. That's the problem. So, but yeah, I always try to put the original component in if at all possible. So, trying to make a thing of that. But
well, I mean, I hope we don't do that for electrolytic capacitors that haven't been made for 30 years.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Or ones that were even renowned back then, but, they're not going to last long. Where even in test companies found out. But, like with the console behind me, apparently Studio made lots of tests and built up the same circuits with lots of different electrolytics to find the ones they like the most. So sadly, what they chose are probably some of the shittiest ones in terms of aging well. Some lovely fracos which are flaky as fuck and leaking everywhere.
Yeah, but it's like the two electrolytics that I had to put into a Prophet 5 Prep 2, which are 6,300 UFs at 25 volt, nothing particularly fantastic or anything like that. And I just need 2. And the cheapest I could find was 159 quid each plus that. For a fucking capacitor.
Wow.
Right? That was the cheapest. I found more expensive ones than that.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was like...
That's crazy.
Ooh, and I started questioning whether I should bother. So maybe drill a hole in the side and fill it up with oil and just weld it back up again to see what happens. 159? Fuck off. For a cat.
That's crazy.
That's mental.
I'm going to have to leave you guys. Sorry for not talking that
darling.
much on the Badger, but have a lovely evening.
See you later, Mr. Badger.
See you soon.
Back.
Yeah, Badger. Yeah, so...
Mushroom.
Yeah. Snake. This job is getting harder and harder and harder, and there will come a point where it won't be viable anymore.
Yeah.
And then I'll have to find something else I can do in the studio, in the workshop, because it costs too much money to abandon.
Okay, you just need to invest into more stock.
Yeah.
Or redesigning parts of the circuits.
Well, to be honest with you, when we get this Voltaire one, we'll be able to make converter-boards for all the chips that go the way of the Dodo, but are still available as SMT.
Yeah.
We'll have to go down that route.
It's like the multiplexers that I bought, the 4016s.
Oh, yeah.
The surface mount, and I got them. I got about 10 on daughter boards, and I stupidly bought 10, and then I bought some daughter boards, and having seen the size of them, there's no way in hell I am going to start pissing around trying to solder them on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for a 16-channel multiplexer. It's bloody tiny. I mean, I would need a microscope in order to solder it.
Well, no, just get your paste on and put it in an oven. Preferably not your kitchen oven. But
yeah.
Or if you have a rework station and you hate yourself, try to get two ends on and then hate yourself for another hour.
There is that solder paste now, isn't there? There is that solder paste now that advertised where you just squeeze it across and then heat gun it and it just and goes into place.
You just put it in. You just put it in an oven. Well, like normal SMD larger boards. When you commission the board, normally any company would give you also a solder mask, not mask.
Yeah, a solder mask, so you can put the paste on.
But the paste mask, which is nice and convenient. They cost like no money for them to make to quickly punch one out.
No, it's much easier buying them ready soldered on daughter boards with pin headers on them, and
or just buying them in the correct format in the first place.
But the problem is that it's more expensive to buy the normal dip size chips than it is to buy the surface mount on a daughter board.
And some stuff you have no choice. Robin Vincent did some SMD stuff before.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I can go down to sort of 0602 without any problems, but after that, I really don't want to start pissing around having to set a microscope up just to do some bloody soldering.
I mean, I should avoid any type of S&D in my hand. It's far too shaky to even larger 03 to try get anything sensible out of those.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a drink beforehand, it does stop it.
Yeah, but you see, there's no balance to this because on the other hand, the CA3080 is now available again as a through-hole IC for a $5.
Wow.
Yeah, but
whereas Dickhead here bought 10 2 years ago, and they were about £22 something each.
Yeah,
that's about as much as I paid for the ones the oscillator there. Were about 15, I think. Well, after importing from the US, ultimately.
Yeah.
Well, still.
I mean, just before the AS 3340s came out, I'd bought two 3340s for I think it was an OB8. It cost me £100 each. And then I get an email saying, "Oh, do you want to buy the AS 3340? They're £6." Yeah. Oh, you.
Well, SEO had saying that PCB manufacturing and pick and place it's pretty cheap. Certainly PCB manufacturing is, but there still isn't a reliable hobbyist pick and place machine. And setting up of a pick and place machine is a complete and utter pain in the arse.
It'll take a little time. I mean, I know, like I was saying last week about that resin extrusion printer, where I was looking at one that cost like 30 grand, and now you can have one for like 2.
Yeah.
It will happen with the pick and place machines. I mean, old John Price, Kenton Electronics, he bought a pick and place machine to do the MIDI kits, because he said, do you know what? He said, this 3-hole lark, I've had enough. He says, I'm going to surface mount. So he goes, I bought this pick and place machine to make these boards. I go, okay. I said, how much was that then? He said, it was 49 grand. I went, yeah, to make, £300 boards.
Yeah.
It'll pay off eventually, as long as people keep buying, aftermarket MIDI kits. I know I have been, because everybody wants MIDI in their keyboard. Oh man, if I had £1,
Really? Everybody?
yeah, you'd be surprised. Actually, I get people asking me for a Kent MIDI kit for synths that he doesn't do MIDI kits for.
Can you do me one for an Elka Rhapsody 610? That sounds like a fun task and a half.
Funny enough, you'll never guess what's in the workshop right now as we speak. An Elka Rhapsody 610.
One that adheres to the easily found schematics, or a 74 or 75 one which doesn't adhere to the schematics?
No, this one doesn't adhere to the schematics, and the sliders work backwards, and it's all weird, and it's got hanging notes, and it's like, oh, you look
the hanging notes is easy. You just need all the electrolytics on the voice cards. They just need to all be replaced with ones that are no longer 150% out.
Yeah, but it's taking the thing apart. And is there any reason why it has to weigh the same as a Buick Riviera? It's such a heavy. That is the. It's a little string thing, but my God, is it made of bleeding geranium or something? Like this, it sinks into the bleeding floor. It's so heavy. It's unbelievable.
The Yamaha SK20 I have is pretty heavy.
Yeah, come on, it's part of the course. Yamaha goes, what does this synth have to be? Heavy. Oh, yeah, apart from that. Yeah. What, should we make it wood-coloured? Yeah, but as long as it's heavy.
No, but to be fair, synths that have like 2 pieces of 80mm ply at the bottom, that's always an interesting choice. Really? Wouldn't one be enough?
With these MIDI kits, are they... how do they work? Are you using a micro and
yeah, 9 times out of 10 it's using, sit down, ready?
Arduino.
A Z80.
Oh.
Yeah. So the CS80 kit is a Z80. Sometimes it's some form of pick controller.
Right.
But it'll always be sort of like, the 40 leg processor of some description. Standard components hanging off it, 4051 demuxes and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And then shitloads of wire that you start cutting into places.
I was wondering where you actually picking up the signals from to feed into a micro.
What you'll probably, on the 80, for instance, what you do is you have a cable that connects directly to the
keyboard
key encoder chip on the 80 and the octave encoder chip on the 80.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I do beg your pardon. No, it's not. It's off the octave encoder chip only. Beg your pardon.
Okay. Because the key encoder will then go through the octave encoder.
Yes, because the key encoder only does the 13 notes.
Yeah.
And then the octave encoder goes, oh, yes, but it's that octave, so it goes up this voltage. That kind of thing. And it picks off that. And then there's wires that go to the TKC board to do the aftertouch sensing. There's obviously wires go to the power supply. There are wires that then go up to the rack to various boards like the LFO board, the sub board. And what else? There's some other boards anyway, some other connections that may or may not have a resistor or a reverse diode on in one form or another. And it's a very easy kit to fit. I fitted them in, I think, because we tried to do a record, see if we could break the record, and I fitted a Kent MIDI kit into a CS80, and I was able to do it in 12 minutes.
Wow.
Which is pretty good. That's drilling holes as well. Drilling all the holes for the sockets and everything. Yeah. All fitted and actually playing it. 12 minutes. Mind you, fucking sweat was pouring off me.
Is that then bi-directional, or is it just MIDI out?
Oh, no, that's just MIDI in.
That's MIDI in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I've been moaning at John Price now for a good 22 years. Do a kit that does MIDI out.
Right.
And he's going, yeah, but you have to cut into all this stuff. And I'm going, yeah, but I know how to do it. You make the kit, I'll fit them.
But,
Yeah.
How much do you actually need for a proper bidirectional one? How much do you actually need to do? Because can't you just, well, take a key matrix and then the aftertake matrix and just interpret those through a modern, higher speed processor that deals with it completely separately, when you don't even have to deal with any other places to put it in.
Oh, no, but that's what this chappie in, is it Norway? Is it Norway, Robbie?
Netherlands.
This new update.
Oh, the controller kit.
Yeah, the new one. So he's replaced the 5 boards under the keyboard.
With 5 digital boards.
Yeah, so he's replaced them with, I would assume, he could do it all with literally one board.
One board with a modern micro of 32-bit ARM.
Exactly. It's probably an FPGA, something like that. And it'll run that all day long, no problem. And it'll be able to do bi-directional communication, no problem. Yeah. The downer is, it's going to cost a fucking fortune for the kit and a fucking fortune to have the synth. It's going to be a lamb job, isn't it? You know, when you just have to send the memory moog to Rudy, it has to work, and then he'll do the magic on it, and it's 1,500 quid, you know.
But it isn't like Rudy hasn't been accepting any repairs for like 20 years now. Feels
Oh
like
yeah, I know. Because he's not mad. He's not mad. The thing is that when people bring the memory moogs to me, I actually do more to them than Rudy does, but I don't replace the display with a little dot matrix one, and I don't update that software. That's his domain, and I wouldn't walk on his toes. But the updates that I do to the memory moog make it as stable as a lamb. So the customer's happy, and he didn't have to ship it at huge cost to Rudy, and
be on a massive waiting list.
And of course, it doesn't have to be a working memory moog first. Because that was struck me. Like, it's got to work. If there's something wrong with it, it won't work on it. Okay. What? Okay. Unfortunately, some of the memory moogs that are sent to me is like, Jesus Christ almighty. I should have backed over this, claimed the insurance. What is that? I cannot make out what it is.
DS3.
DS3.
DS3? Hang on, let me put
You're
that
muted, Rob. That's moment of realisation.
Yeah, thank you. It's a Greengate DS3. It's one of the first ever, probably, professional samplers made in Britain by Colin Holgate and the other guy who's green was in the name, hence the name Greengate. You need an Apple IIe, and you put the board in.
Oh yes, yes. Oh yes, I remember this thing. Yes,
they've actually got a working example at the Computer Museum in Cambridge that Colin donated. He found it in his loft somewhere. One of the last ones they built.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah, 345 quid, but you do need to find yourself an Apple IIe.
Easy to find.
The old promotional stuff at my laser company was controlled by Apple IIs.
I always thought that was a sexy looking computer.
Yeah,
the original one particularly.
Yeah.
Dual drive, and the screen on top of the dual drives.
But the last time we did
an Apple IIe.
the last time we did the synthesized event in Cambridge at that museum, Colin brought down. So he brought this. He brought the DS4, I think it was, and somebody else brought the DS3, and Colin donated the DS4 to the museum, and they just dug out, because they've got a few Apple IIes, and they dug that out and set it all up, and it was brilliant to see this really old. I mean, you think this was their answer to the Fairlight, and it was a pretty.
Rudimentary.
I want to be polite. You know what I mean. But at the same time, it was, it did sampling with the aid of a computer that you had to go out and buy or already own. But yeah, he wants 345 quid for that.
That seems reasonable anyway.
Yeah, I mean, no, must resist.
The old Apple II screen looked like an old Fairlight too, right? So
yeah. So must resist. Oh, eBay, you are evil.
Wasn't there for the emulator and the first emulator some interesting Apple II software as well?
Yes, there was.
Definitely for the emulator.
Yeah, the emulator 2.
Was of course sound design on the Mac.
Yeah, there was sound design, but there was another piece of software I can't remember now. But yeah, you could hook up an Apple II.
Alchemy on the Mac was really good. I used it on the Emacs too.
Yeah. I just finished upgrading my 8 meg Emacs 2 to the ultimate. It now has everything. Full stereo sampling, 8 meg of storage, or 8 meg of RAM.
Yeah,
SCSI to SD hard drive.
You can never go beyond 8 megs. That's stupid.
Exactly, yeah.
Who would
and the thing was,
if
you had the 2201, which was the original base model that they produced, the first one, it was you could only sample in mono, but you could play back stereo samples, and only had 1 meg of RAM, and it was impossible. It was just absolutely impossible. You could not upgrade the RAM at all. You had to buy a 2 meg version or up to be able to then get those boards, which were like huge boards, proprietary stuff, and chuck them in there. And then you had to do this whole stupid code thing to tell the Emacs 2 that you got the upgrade in there. And back in the day, you'd have to buy
a secret
that
menu
code.
you have to go into.
Yeah. And you have to put this secret code, which of course nowadays isn't so secret anymore.
Yeah.
But no, I lucked out because David, the guy that I bought my DX5 from, when I was walking out the door with the DX5, he said, "Do you fancy an Emacs 2?" And I said, "Oh, I've just got one of those." And he said, "Oh, it's not working." And I said, "Okay, what?" He said, "It's the top of the range one." And I said, "Okay, what's wrong?" He said, "Oh, it just doesn't power up." Turn your speakers off, Tom. There we go. He said it doesn't power up. It's just it made a funny noise one day, and that was it. So I said I'll have a think about it because I've just bought one. And then the more I thought about it, I thought, well, if this is an 8 meg, I'll take my 1 meg and maybe Frankenstein them and get one fully working thing. And as it turns out, the hard drive had gone in David's one. By the way, I bought it for 50 quid. The hard drive had taken the power supply out, so I had the hard drive removed, the power supply recapped, put a SCSI to SD in it, and I think there was one of the DACs had gone, so I just needed to replace that. Absolutely perfect, but I wanted the Gotek drive, so I just fitted that to it at the weekend. So I've now got all this stuff on the Gotek. I don't really need to have the zip drive.
Fancy Gotek or the basic Gotek?
No, I've got the fancy one with the multicolour screen and the rotary knobs. And
there's a guy on eBay that sells them pre-made for different stuff. So
yeah, Chris Poacher, who is brilliant. If you ever want a Gotek, just he custom builds them. So my one turns up with these very stiff foam blanks on the top and the bottom. So as soon as you put it in the Emacs, it's just like snug and there's no messing around.
There's an Apple IIe that needs some work for sale on eBay in Great Missenden, which I appreciate it's a little bit of a drive for you, Rob. It's currently at 100 quid. That's complete with disk drive.
Ooh!
Don't do that.
That was you and your thing, wasn't it?
That was my thing. I do beg your pardon.
No, I as much as I would love to, especially if I could get an emulator 2 Ty. Go on, you're going to let me have that one, aren't you?
No.
Go on. I mean, it's not like it's got any sort of history attached to it, is it?
No. Carry on.
But yeah, one day. But I just haven't got the space. I just have not got the space. It pains me that there's a DX7 Mark 1 sat there. It's still in its bloody fight case. I've got nowhere to put it.
I mean, what are you complaining about? None of your keyboards are vertically stacked next to each other.
There's one vertical one over there, which is 1 meg Emax.
And there's still space between the top of the keyboards and the ceiling that you're not using.
There is. I must admit there is.
Yeah, why don't you
I've got a
use
window
Stamp
here. I mean,
to
who
use
needs
systems?
daylight and air?
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Rob, is there a way of sharing your screen from the iPad?
Probably unlikely.
What's a
I don't know because I don't have.
AstroPad will do that, I think.
Because if you were to change the app to look at a different screen, it would normally try to automatically disable the camera anyway.
Yeah, but Kent's got two views, two windows anyway.
Yes, but that means it normally disconnects the video feed to any video software when you change app.
Because I remember there used to be a thing where you could share the screen.
Well, you can mirror to certain devices, can't you?
You should have. I mean, I'm trying to remember what.
I mean, in a pinch, you can always install Xcode and use it that way.
Let me try this. How are you, Ty? By the way, arms are glued to the top of your head.
Better into the back lawn.
I'm tired.
I bet.
I'm really.
Have you had a coffee? Have you had a coffee?
I've had a coffee.
Good boy.
But I'm tired.
Yeah, I tell you what, he was so busy today that when I called him 11:45 to tell him to get away from the fucking computer and have his coffee, he didn't have time to do it.
I didn't.
You pullers. How's it going though? Have you? No.
No.
Oh.
I finished another piece and then started on this one, and it's just not happening.
Oh,
and I was listening to you lot talk bollocks, and I just thought,
Well, you don't have to listen to us talk bollocks. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that you do.
It's not mandatory.
We're not going to talk about you behind your back much.
Oh, as if I give a fuck about that.
I don't even have an accordion here to make your day brighter.
Oh,
that's a shame.
It's terrible, isn't it?
That is a shame. No accordion. Oh God. How unfortunate.
How will we cope?
Pretty bloody well, I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you still working on the same program that you were last week, but you're on a different episode?
I'm on episode 2. Yeah.
I thought that was meant to be done by now.
Fucking, what have you been doing?
No, it is. Episode 2 was meant to be done by now, yeah.
Okay.
That shows how well it's going.
Did they come back to you with any changes to episode 1 yet?
They did. Took one day of changes. Yeah. But, it's okay.
Yeah, apparently they couldn't hear the DX7 bell in it.
Yeah.
Oh, you've reminded. I haven't finished watching that Attenborough thing yet, so.
Oh,
I know I won't hear it.
I'm
Mate,
mortified.
I tell you what, I watched it again, but with no picture.
I think you're going to say with the volume turned down. It was so much better.
No, I watched it with no picture, and do you know what? You can hear the music better without the picture going. I think it's a psychological thing, really, but.
To be fair, this isn't the issue at the moment. The issue is the other work that's mounting up that still needs to be done.
Behind it, yeah.
That's the issue.
Because it's F1 on Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, this one will get done eventually, but it's all the other crap. It's okay. I'm used to it. It's fine. I'm just really feeling really tired tonight. There we go.
Hey, Ty, instead of Shaker, you can use this on your next project.
Do you know what?
I'm hitting the microphone.
Do you know what? There's a project. Yeah. There's a project.
Do you want beans
up.
with that?
There's a project coming up that basically will be very Jews harp heavy if it happens.
Oh. Well, the Southeast Asian ones are really cool. Those giant ones that they have.
I've got. Do you know what? Hang on. When if I show you this picture?
By the way, Kent, I've just checked. You can't do what you want to do.
I thought you just said.
Does it have to be on the same machine then?
You can.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, Ken, you can. That's what I thought you said, and I love the way that when you said it, no one objected. Everyone just went, "Yeah, fair enough."
Oh God, yeah, no. I mean, it's part of the course, isn't it? I mean,
So is this Blazing Saddles Mark II or something?
No, I can't tell you about this project. But I had to do
harmonica stuff. Yeah.
I had to do. I had to actually go onto the set. Hang on a second.
Oh, I know how it.
Oh, very good.
Oh wow, the bowler hat.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
me. Hang on a second. That
Back
was
to the
me.
Future 3.
I can't tell you about it, but
Nice.
Is
but
that
Best
set
Bud
in the
both of us-
is the set in the UK?
It is in the UK, but it won't. The final thing won't be.
Yeah.
But I had to show you this piano. Okay, this will kill you. So
Well,
I
it's
had
like
to go.
Liverpool was used for Batman, you know.
It wasn't Liverpool. It wasn't Batman.
I'm sure it was Batman.
I'll,
It was one of them.
So I had to go down, and they basically turned around and said, can you come down? There's going to be a piano on set, and we want you to play the piano on set. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So I said, what condition is the piano on the set in? They went, we don't know. So I turned up to the set. I'm gonna show you a video of me playing the piano on the set. Okay.
Oh yeah, go for it. Oh.
Oh,
Beautiful.
That's cool.
Authentic.
Yeah. There we go.
Spitfire's new piano. Yep, Spitfire's new piano library.
It was an interesting.
Stick that on piano book.
It was an interesting experience. But what I did do is I did actually sample every single note. I
Good
took
on
the
you.
recorder with me and I sampled every note just to see.
As you
know.
should.
Yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could give you 1,000,001 reasons why not, but I did it anyway.
Yeah, that would be perfect for a piano book. People would be all over it.
Did you multi-sample it?
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah,
dude.
come on, velocities. How many velocities? Round robins?
Yeah,
How many round
3 round
robins?
robins on
No,
5
no.
velocity layers, please.
No, it's good. But if that project does happen, then be Jews harp everywhere. My dad will be happy. My dad used to play Jews harp a lot. Sounded fucking shit, but he was my dad, so I never told him.
We're talking about old Apple II computers. My friend has just posted this picture on his Twitter feed, which is brilliant. Look at that.
Oh,
Wow.
2001 pet.
Oh wow.
Gorgeous is that?
Even with a really shitty keyboard.
Yeah. We had one of
Oh,
those
yeah?
at school.
It was the Batman, Kent. No, Kent. Ty.
I was the Batman. Okay.
Don't call Ty a cunt.
He's St George's
That's
Hall
our
in the Library.
Do you know what? I would. I often do. Yeah.
Oh, where is it? Oh God, I'll find it in a minute.
Request your PlayStation camera adapter. Oh, sorry, I was just.
Boop boop.
It's interesting to hear your PS5 talk.
Mm.
Oh, bugger, I need that.
We'll get involved at some point.
You must do. I know, Dom just made this, just a little while ago, made this point about using the VR on the PS5, and you need an adapter, but PlayStation are giving them to you for free.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, you just need to put in the serial number of your VR unit, and then they'll send
Okay.
you this USB 3 adapter.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. When's the 2 coming out? 'Cause it's not out yet, is it? Or is it out? I don't know.
No, it's not out for a while.
Okay.
They've announced it, but I don't think there's a date or anything, so it gives me a chance to save up after spending on this one. So.
Let's have hang on a minute.
So what's the estimated product life for the PlayStation? Because they seem to be pushing the technology about as far as it can go. So is
the 4 lasted a while, didn't it?
I mean, the 3 lasted quite well, and the 4 started better.
PlayStation 4 launched in 2013, and the PlayStation 5 launched back end of 2020, I think.
Yeah.
So that's a good 7 years, which they didn't used to be as long as that. I mean, if you look at the time between the 1 and the 2.
PS1 was made until 2005.
Yeah, but the 2 came out
in 2001.
Yeah, got to be, because I was at the launch, so it's got to be that. Yeah, but yeah, they last quite a long time, so it's just as well. Although like with the PS4, they brought the PS4 out in 2013, but then PS4 Pro, which had the uprated output, 4K output. When was that? I'm trying to think now. PS4 Pro 2016, 2017. So I'm sure there'll be a PS5 Pro at some point. Although saying that with component shortage, who knows?
Well, at some point, that might be far in the future.
Why can't I find this fucking photo?
But also, how much more could they actually improve it? I mean, bearing in mind that a lot of these games are pretty much photorealistic now.
I mean, like the resolution, higher
Still the
frame
uncanny
rates.
valley problem.
Yeah. I mean, you
That's
with
one
the
of those.
PS5.
Are they chasing ghosts?
Yeah,
now?
that's one of those comments that you say this now, and you'll look back in 10 years' time.
Yeah.
And go, do you remember when Sass? Do you remember when he said that? What a fucking dickhead! As if you couldn't improve. But then in 10 years' time after that, it'll be.
Yeah.
You just accept that.
When you look at the quality of PS3 to PS4 to PS5, yes, there are.
With PS3, like end of PS3 generation, when they actually knew how to make a good game of a PS3, or start when they didn't know how to make a game of a PS3.
Just the PS3. But if you look at the difference in quality of, say, the graphics, it's not PS1 to PS2 jump or PS2 to PS3 jump. It's a lot smaller. They have reached a kind of a plateau. They are improving. I mean, like PS5 introduces ray tracing, which, when you look at a non-ray traced graphic, it's subtle, but it's so, good. But then saying that, when you install GT7 for the first time on a PS5, it will say, "Do you want to start in frame rate mode or ray tracing mode?" So, in other words, do you want the best speed, or do you want it to look nice? So, you can swap between the two.
It'd be great when they get proper global illumination. That'll make a huge difference.
Yes, yeah. So
I think
little things like that will just
Well, the significance of the PlayStation 5 is the first time that the console has actually reasonably caught up with the gaming PC. Because the gaming PC was always fucking furlongs in front, and now it's really, really, really caught up.
You can't even get game cards now because they're Bitcoin mining with all of them.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if because an RTX 3080, for instance, is going to cost you more
than a PS5.
Yeah. And that's just one, and they want you to go, oh, well, let's ally 3 of them together, mate. Woo.
I mean, one of the big shifts is...
Can you get your PS5 to mine Bitcoin?
Yeah. One of the big shifts of the PS5 is one of the most obvious ones and the simple ones is the fact that it's gone from clockwork hard drives to SSD, and that's made a massive jump in terms of the data transfer rates and therefore the speed of loading, but the overall performance of the games themselves. That's the first thing that blew my mind when I put the PS5 on, was just like, select your race, hit start, and you're racing straight away.
But also the amount of cache they actually have on the processor die itself as well.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what's funny about Resident Evil on PlayStation 1. They had the door animations for the disc loading.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is funny though, because I remember PS1 when it launched. I was a Sega Saturn I was a Sega fan, so I went Sega Saturn and said, yeah, PlayStation, PlayStation. But it blew our minds, particularly, the 3D stuff on the PlayStation 1. We'd never really seen anything that good before.
Crash Bandicoot.
But then when you put it on now, is it? Oh my god! Did we really get that excited? But yeah,
you say that. I mean, Crash Bandicoot still holds up reasonably if you look at it far enough away on a smaller screen.
Yeah, there are some games that still, and the ones that hold up the best, the ones with gameplay.
For once, they could, but also that one that pushed the boundaries what you could do graphics-wise on the PlayStation.
I thought it was interesting to see that Abe was available in the PlayStation Store still.
Yeah.
Christ, I remember playing that.
No, I remember when that whole thing, when we went 32-bit and Sega came out with a Saturn, and on paper it was much better than the PlayStation.
Or the Atari Jaguar.
64-bit.
Yeah. But
because if you add your multiple 16-bit processors together, you have 64, right?
But the PlayStation 1 on paper just wasn't hitting all those points that the Sega Saturn was. What we didn't realise at the time, that it was incredibly difficult to get that power out of the Saturn, and that the SDK on the PS1 was so much easier to get results. Now, I remember I bought Daytona on the Saturn, which I used to love playing in the arcades. And as you're going around the track, this is playing on the Saturn, you're going around the track and there's lots of sky, and then all of a sudden, cliff face, because it would just appear out of nowhere because the 3D was just so poor.
Well, that's also down to having to cache all the data, and how big the frame buffer is, and which vertex transforms you could actually do. So what do you need to shove into the processor at what time?
The mistake that Sega made was they went for specs, on paper specs, rather than usable technology, and Sony just pulled the rug out from under them, and that was it.
I mean, the PS1 was a very well balanced machine where it just decent floating point hardware and just cut the corners at the right places.
And everybody thought Sony gaming, what the hell? But
and Twisted Metal on PlayStation 1 was so much fun.
Sorry,
Twisted Metal. You guys ever played that?
Yes, Twisted Metal. Yeah. There was some great games on PS1, and then PS2.
Original GT. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Gran Turismo was just. But you play. I mean, I actually stuck it on the other day, for shits and giggles, and I was like, oh my god, you sort of squint and it looked kind of good. But back then, in whatever year it was just like, whoa, this is cool.
Yes, but on a fuzzy 12-inch TV, out of the composite output, it doesn't matter that the graphics were a bit shit.
Exactly.
From nowadays.
But it's your expectation at the time. We'd just come out of 16-bit Sega Mega Drives or SNESes or whatever, and I didn't actually buy one at the time. I bought one a little bit later, but the Mega CD with and then there was the 32X expansion, and it was just like when the Saturn dropped, it's like, oh, they've got to get this. This is going to be amazing, and it kind of wasn't, unfortunately. I still got my Saturn, still play it every now and again.
Well, again with the SNES, Donkey Kong Country, where it pushed everything out of the hardware that was possible. That was quite an achievement.
Yeah. Oh no, the early Nintendo stuff was really, really good. And actually, all Nintendo stuff has been really, really good. The problem with Nintendo is the gaming catalogue, that it is predominantly a family-oriented console.
Yeah, it's too cutesy and simple.
Yeah, it does what it does brilliantly. I mean, the Wii was fantastic. The 64 was great. The Cube, the GameCube was good. They're all really good, but their game catalogue wasn't for people. Well, it certainly wasn't for me. Although I did get a Wii under the pretense that I would use it to help me get fit. And we did all. I got the fit board.
Wii Music with the balance board, you could actually build a virtual drum kit.
Yeah. I mean, I loved that whole Wii Fit board, and we all used to compete with each other every week, and who's lost a bit of weight here and do that.
We still play it. We still do the skiing and the snowboarding.
Yeah, my kids still use it for Rock Band or Guitar Hero or whatever it is. They even bought themselves a bloody drum kit the other week. So they've got this little drum kit, and my son sits there playing that, and then my daughter's on the guitars.
Well, I bought the. Do you remember when they did the release the Beatles? Where it was all
Beatles Rock Band. Yeah.
So I did that. So I bought all that. That was at PS3.
Yeah.
At the exact moment that I bought PS4. So and you couldn't use it. So I basically had I just bought it, never been out the box, and kept the PS3 just for that.
Just for that.
And now I'm keeping the PS4 just for. Although the PS4 apparently is it compatible with the 5? Okay, yeah. So I don't need to keep the 4.
Not really. I keep seeing this kind of little caveat that says like most PS4 games but pretty much everything that's PS4 is playable on PS5, which is great because that's what they did with the 1 and the 2. So when you bought the 2, you could play all the 1 games on it. And they've kind of messed that up. The PS3 was a bit of an odd one because they released so many different versions and kept taking things away from it.
The first one that was fully backwards compatible, or sort of fully backwards, and then after that they realised it was effort and.
And the first PS3 had SACD support on it as well, which Sony were like ramping up to make SACD the CD format of choice.
Yeah.
And then probably less than a year later, they released the next version of it and just pulled SACD support. Which was
I've still got. Oh, don't even. I'm just thinking of what's the infamous room, that spare room that's just full of shit. In there, there's as well as there's everything in there, but there's SACD players, DVD audio players.
Yeah.
Do you remember all these formats?
Well,
I've got take over the world.
I've got like 3 pioneers that are what they call universal players that play DVD audio, Super Audio CD.
Yeah.
Only one of them does Blu-ray, but it was. There's not many manufacturers went all in on all formats.
No, that's why I bought one. That's why I bought one of all of them.
Exactly.
Nothing did everything.
Yeah.
Is there also your Betamax collection because that's the format of the future?
Yeah. Luckily,
Beta SP went on for a long time, didn't it?
Betamax was great. I mean, it was better than VHS, but unfortunately,
lots of things were better than VHS.
Well,
But,
it all ended up being
porn wasn't available on Betamax.
Well, it's all down to the content and whoever's this is what Sony realised quite early on, which is why Sony went out on that spending spree and bought Columbia Pictures and all the record labels and all this kind of stuff because they knew if they could control the content, then it would drive their
they own the format.
Hardware adoption. Yeah. And Blu-ray, the licensing that Sony still charge on Blu-ray.
I still think U-matic was the best.
It lasted definitely a long time.
Yeah.
But wasn't Betamax just in many ways a U-matic that's slightly simplified? Smaller tapes, but quality-wise, not really that much worse. Sound quality on Betamax is definitely higher than on a U-matic.
But whoever mentioned porn, I think it was USAS, not casting aspersions or anything, but it's true. The porn industry is what has driven literally every single technology advance in media since, well, God knows. I mean,
let's get him involved with synths or something, man. Let's
even the whole genre of porn music, right? So.
Right?
Yeah.
Sounds like
where's Gavin Slinger?
Chicka wah wah. No, I mean seriously, VHS, DVD,
the internet.
The internet, everything's all been driven by porn.
Graphics cards, yeah.
Game industry and porn. Come on, we're always fighting for.
Hey, I used to play strip poker on my Commodore 64 and get rather excited at age.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Oh God, yeah.
When you said Apple II, they had those dot matrix graphics on there.
Yeah. Seriously, Google strip poker for Commodore 64 and see what we used to get excited about. Trust me, you think how you could have one off the wrist on one of that is just impossible. But hey, we managed somehow.
There was ASCII porn available for the PET.
Yeah.
I'll download a floppy image and if image a floppy for the C64 at some point.
All I remember is when you're downloading a picture.
What?
Well, not downloading, just basically, just
loading it.
It'll get there. It'll get there. It'll get there. It's just
come on, I can't.
Is that it?
And it's like, I don't want that one.
Yeah.
Until finally JPEG happened, and we got rid of all the high frequency content.
Yeah, everything was in bitmap, wasn't it?
I remember when we were kids, we realized if we went right after the mailman dropped the mail in the boxes. So it was just, you just take
Certain
your time.
subscribers
on
to
every,
Gentleman's
40 or 50
Magazine.
Boxes. We'd find a magazine. Those poor people. And then we had you figured out which mailboxes it was. So it was just a matter of time.
I think we all had a friend who had an older brother that had a stash. Yeah. Or there was a stash. I remember being at school and there was like a school stash behind one of the
like in the woods
buildings.
somewhere or something.
Yeah, no, it was behind one of the. There was like a small brick building by the side of the playing field, and I think it was just where the caretaker stored some of his tools or something. Excuse the pun. But in the bushes behind it, there was always a carrier bag that had, a selection of magazines in, and nobody knows where they came from, but everybody knows they were there, and it was like a little library.
It's like, but after you'd categorised it, so we lived in the middle of nowhere, and we lived back right onto a kind of a woods, a kind of small forest kind of thing, and we'd no idea why, but obviously someone would get off on his porn, and then rip all the pages out and go and put them onto branches. And he used to do it on a regular basis, and it was almost just like, so this was our playground, this backed onto our house. So I mean, it was just like but of course I was so young. I was that age of kind of wanting to look at women and then getting very disappointed when you kind of first started seeing things, and what did you actually see? Nothing. You just saw this kind of hairy bushy thing, with me thinking
there was so much hair in the 70s,
I know,
wasn't
you're
there?
thinking, what? How is this attractive?
It's just like,
I mean, God forbid that we saw women in their natural state.
Well, do you want to know some
dirty magazines, man? They were supposed to be dirty, hair and everything.
The funniest thing is that I was determined just to, because I like to just make a point sometimes, just for the fact of making a point. And I decided that when I was, what age would I have been? 12, something like that. I was going to draw a naked woman for my art project. And so my experience of naked women was, I had no experience of naked women apart from my mom and the great universe. Yeah, but don't worry, I didn't say, Mom, would you mind taking your clothes off? No, the great universal catalogue. Okay?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So
underwear section.
So I went to the underwear section and found the woman that had the nearest I could find to see-through underwear, and started I was quite good at drawing, so I was drawing this, kind of bit. But I was determined, obviously, where she actually had underwear on, I would just ignore the underwear and do my version of what was underneath. And when it came to boobs, that was fine. I could do those. But when it came to downstairs, I had no idea what was hiding down there. And I remember
a lot of hair.
I remember. Well, this is the thing. I turned around to one of my friends who I got on really well with and said, Gail, what is there down there? And she just turned and went, just draw a black triangle and you're sorted.
You're not far wrong.
So my artwork was basically all really fine detail, and I spent ages doing this thing, getting everything exactly right.
And then Picasso-esque.
Right between the legs, it's just basically just a fucking black triangle. Well, Gail told me this was.
You censored it with a black triangle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It wasn't for. Yeah, it was.
It's more like Nagel style. Yeah, it was simple.
Yeah.
Kids
Those
these
were the
days
days.
won't know the joy of discovering a discarded porno mag.
Well, my neighbor had a garage open all the time with just pouring all over the inside. He worked on his car a lot. I just keep walking by the garage.
So my dad had a restaurant, and we used to live in the restaurant above it. And by 1976, he'd been successful enough that he could actually buy a house that wasn't on top of the restaurant. So we moved a couple of miles down the road, and Dad converted what was the front room into his office. So he'd have a nice big desk, we could do all the books and the accounts, and he bought an old radiogram, a huge thing with a turntable in the middle and a big old tuner, and a couple of speakers built in. And in the middle was this kind of cupboard where I guess you would put some of your records or something, and had a little slidey door. And every now and again, if Mum was busy, Dad would have to come and pick us up from school. He'd pick us up from school, he'd take us back to the restaurant because he was still doing the accounts or whatever, and he would leave us in this front room, and I was just, I'd be playing records, and I'd be looking for more records to play. And one day I opened up this centre cabinet, and in there were some magazines, and I started looking through the magazines and found my old man's porno stash. And that was it. He didn't know that I was looking at it, and like each month it would be added to, and old ones would go and new ones would appear, and that was my initial
And I'm guessing you didn't. I'm guessing you didn't go, Dad, something to tell you. I'm guessing you just kept stum.
Of course I did.
Well done.
Yeah. And then a couple of years later, I almost burnt the place down.
I had 2 elder brothers.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, that's So nowadays, kids they have no idea about the joy of discovering.
It was a rite of passage.
Tossed away, literally a tossed away porno mag.
In fact,
I was excited when I found my dad's gun stash. So.
Oh,
for fuck's sake!
I had a friend whose dad was a copper, and he had 2 deactivated pistols. One was a Magnum 44, and the other one was a Colt 45. Pistol, but they were all deactivated, so the barrels had been filled. When we found those, because the parents had gone out and we were just messing around, me and this friend of mine, and we found these proper things. They were heavy and and the thing was, that was when Starsky and Hutch were that was the top TV show on the BBC. And what guns did Starsky and Hutch have? Magnum and a Colt 45. So that was it. We were in.
Yeah.
Although I think if I remember right, it wasn't a 44; it was a 357.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Get over yourself.
I was as a kid. I was obsessed. I was absolutely obsessed. My dad didn't. We watched the Dirty Harry movies, and I was just like, wow, the Magnum. The most powerful handgun in the world. Blow your head clean off. And the question you got to ask yourself is, did I shoot 5 bullets or did I shoot 6? Oh. I was absurdly obsessed with guns.
On that bombshell, I am going to leave because I am fucking knackered, and I'm going to sit here and do a Kent and fall asleep if I carry on.
No, I was trying to find some way of showing these photographs, and I've fucking given up.
Okay.
Have you not got them on your PC?
No.
Send them.
Can't you transfer them to your PC?
I sent
email them to yourself.
I sent them to this Mac.
Right.
And I go share screen. It goes, oh no, you don't have permission to do that.
What?
Yeah, I know. So I go,
upload them.
Do you know what, Apple? Go fuck yourself.
So
I've been saying that since.
within StreamYard, if you on the right hand side you go to brand, and then overlay, and then add overlay, and then point it to where your pictures are, and it will upload them into StreamYard. You can just share them directly.
Well, I'm about to go. So what are these fucking pictures of? Just so I know whether it's worth hanging around for.
Are they hairy triangles?
Yeah, it's the magazines from the forest.
The last thing, believe me. Times have moved on. The last thing I want to see in my fucking life are hairy triangles.
Well, after 100 vaginas, I'm not surprised.
After 100 vaginas, no fucking hairy fucking triangles. So.
No, it'll keep, Ty. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I am going to go and decide whether I finish the sequence. I've got a really nice pad going on, actually, a nice Omnisphere pad at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
So I might go decide whether I do that, or I might just go to bed. I really... Oh!
Bed.
I think I really
know
need
that
to go to
feeling.
bed. It's a nice sequence, though. It's
Somebody's
nice.
been sitting on a dildo for an hour.
Hang on a minute. No, she's not here till tomorrow.
It's the only thing that keeps you awake.
No, it's what? Oh God, what's that done that? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, where's this pad sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a nice, quite a nice pad sound on the atmosphere. It's a bit CS80-ish.
A bit.
So, anyway. I don't know why I'm showing you this. Why don't I just shut the fuck up and fuck off? I think I might do exactly that.
It's so true.
So, yeah, I think that's the best thing for me to do. Have a lovely evening, what's left of it, and Jim Bob, it was lovely not talking to you. So
Likewise. I was about to say, who's playing that fucking music? Shut up!
Yeah, and I'm going to sit there going, look, no hands, Robert, shut up!
Oh dear.
Whoa.
That piece was called Hairy Triangle, so.
Yeah, you've got to call that hairy triangle.
And that bombshell, I'm off. Love you. See you all soon.
Cheers, Ty.
Take care, darling.
Bye.
Let's see if we can attempt what you said. Click on banner.
Brand.
And
then under overlay, you should see add overlay.
Overlay.
Unless you've got the Spanish version, it says underlay.
Oh.
Bit slow.
No, that needed the whack, whack, whack.
Oh, right. Yes.
And then add overlay, and then point it.
I see.
Your snare crash is a little hot. The other stuff sounds alright.
I can adjust that. That's
Go on then. Apparently you can do fucking anything. Because I can't for some reason. What's that? Oh, no. Oh, madam.
Better?
Here we go.
Done a bit more.
So, download. Yeah.
Perhaps it's just the recording. Sounds a bit harsh.
Download.
Yeah, it needs a bit of EQ.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Oh, hello. Okay, right, go for it. And download, yes. This better be fucking worth it. Is it? Down. Oh, no, don't do that. How can you time out? I was using it.
I'd love to live in Kent's world.
Apple needs to die. Die, Apple, die. Rotten to the core. All right, listen. Yeah, okay, that one. All right. Okay, right, they're down. Okay. Right, so it's not background. Overlay. Eba. Okay. I have. Oh God.
I've had to put my glasses on because I'm too tired to see the chat otherwise. It's just blurry.
So
it's better that way.
Yeah, that's true.
So can I add all of these as a single overlay?
You can add multiple images.
Hang on. Right, so then why won't you let me? Oh, for fuck's sake.
So, David, you're wondering whether to get Logic or not?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think $200, man.
Just do it.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of a.
I deliberated for ages, going from reason, and I thought, no.
Well, there's a strong contingent. It's like Ableton. You know, we'll help you. And I don't know. I looked at. I mean, I think I'll get the light and play with it, but I don't know.
There you go, Ken.
If you have an Ableton license lying around somewhere, just put it on and see whether you get on with it. If you really hate it, then you definitely
You must have a live light license somewhere.
I've got one somewhere, and I've never bothered with it.
Somebody found one for me, but
to be honest, I would. I mean, okay, I'm not a massive DAW user, but I would say don't use Ableton if you.
Right, I see.
I think that if you're on Apple and you're happy with that, then
$200 too, man.
It's
and it
simple to
multi-tracks.
use.
I just want a multi-track right now. I'm not trying.
Oh.
And they actually have some clip launching and all that.
It has clip launching, yeah.
Yeah,
it's worth it just for alchemy alone. It's like
there you go.
worth it.
Right, it's one for Robbie.
Effects are great.
And free upgrades.
Right, one for Robbie. Here we go.
Yeah.
Where is it? There you go. Yeah. Take that,
was
bitch.
in response. I think that was in response to my Timberwolf. Was that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Here you go. Here's a rare one for you. Cherry Red Selena.
I mean, it's a nice pawn red for pawn strings.
The guy wanted it red, but the case was all smashed to pieces, so that's all rebuilt with body filler.
So cool.
Would it be better to just get some actual wood rather than whatever particle board they made the thing out in the first place?
And here's because I don't believe in NDAs anymore, and it's been too long, and fuck them. Here's what was going to be the Omnisphere controller.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's beautiful.
With polyphonic aftertouch.
Dude,
I'm not
what happened with that?
This reminds me of the Vax keyboard, the one that went belly up for some reason.
I love all that surface space. Like you can just.
Yeah, well, what goes on there is the dedicated controllers, depending on the instruments you're using in Omnisphere, and you can slide them along on those rails on the top, and you could change the controllers as you wanted, depending on the setups that you do.
Did it make it? How far did they get with this?
It got to the point where when Spectrasonic said, "Yeah, but you're going to have to pay for the R&D and build it," and I went, "No, we're still in debt from the last one. Sorry." So it all went a bit Pete Tong after that. Well, sorry, it went a bit in Kedsmong.
Yeah. What's that in the middle above the keyboard? Is that a ribbon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so based on the 80, it was scary.
And was that meant to be an anodized aluminium chassis?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And I love the joystick as well.
Yeah, with polyphonic aftertouch keyboard. So, what else have we got here? We've got. Oh, how about this? You know that.
I know what that is.
PS 3200.
No, 33. 33. And
case is nearly the same.
All the veneer had rotted off it, and I veneered that. That's all new veneer, and I thought, can I veneer? Don't know. We'll find out. And I did.
Just need to stain it. Stain it.
Oh yeah, it still needed a bit. When it was all done, it looked original. Weirdly enough. What else have we got? Oh, I think we've got the PPG.
Breakfast is ready. Okay.
There she is.
No,
it's the wave. Waldorf wave. Yay!
Wow.
All the shit rolling up it. Yeah.
Should I grab that and mount it on the wall in here as a nice piece of wall decoration?
Yeah, I tell you what, it looks even worse now. A
like
nice
a little fence in front of it that makes it fun.
a nice shot of serial number 0001 of the custom 8 voices done by Tom Oberheim. Wow. That is such a big. This is pre-programmer. This is. And so, yeah, what does
the panel do on the left then? Is that to like assign both keyboards to the same?
There was a switch. This switch here is about 5 inches deep, and it's of layers. Yeah, and it does the entire layer thing, and it switches between top 4 and bottom 4, and then you had a global filter and a global tune, which is weird because you had a global tune there anyway on that keyboard controller.
And you also have a global filter on the keyboard controller as well.
Yeah, but what it did is it's separately for each keyboard. So you had one keyboard controller up here and one down here.
And then just allowed you to combine both.
Yeah.
And that was the one that was covered
key in the middle, though.
Oh yeah, it constantly kept popping up. It was really bizarre. I had to replace the entire key frame to get that one key to go down. And this is the one that was covered in blue gloss paint and baby shit. And all this Tolex had rotted off, so it's all re-Tolexed and all redone. Beautiful in the end. What else we got? Oh, and here's a really rare photograph. This is of a CS80 that I did, and I managed to upgrade it to a point where it could never fail.
That's a shitload of wood for a synth.
Wow. Yeah, isn't it just?
I mean, I'm not going to lie, but if you were to run that through a bandsaw, then it would probably fail.
Yeah. Well, as a case, anyway.
Wow.
So, there you go.
I mean, you wonder where half the weight of a CS80 comes from. Or 2/3.
Yeah. No, honestly, the keyboard is bloody 90% of the weight of that bloody thing. But, yeah, I've got loads of photographs tucked around of the really odd, weird things that have come in over the years. Not all of them make Facebook. Stick them up. Somebody said, "Oh, you should put that in a book." I go, yeah, but who wants to see loads of broken, dirty pieces of shit
No,
in a
instead
book?
Getting connected with Kim Björn for instead of Synth James 1, they can be Synth Junk.
Yeah, Synth Junk 1.
Yeah.
There you go.
The Vault of Wave can definitely
mention
go
that
front
to
page.
Mike tomorrow night.
Also, I think a lot of people would be interested in just seeing the insides of synths, because so many people are afraid to open their own, or it's just,
well, I tell you how old. I tell you how long ago it was. But I got some photos. I think it must be on an SD card of one of those little digital cameras you could buy.
Yeah.
This is before I had iPad or anything like that. And it's the inside of that EMU modular kit. Because before they started doing EMU modulars to sell, they did them as kits, and they used
the oddity.
Yeah. And this particular one, this is the one I talked about on the show originally, Robbie. The one that had every single wire in it was green. Mains, cables, CV, audio, didn't matter. They're all green and all the same thickness. And no schematics. It was like, could be anything,
Well, you just desolder the one end, then trace it out and put a different cable in.
Yeah, but it went to a voice card. But there was no schematics for the voice cards. So you had 2 voice cards, and then these were just breakout points from these 2 cards that went up to the front panels. And they're all bunched and they cable laced together. So I had to unpick everything, I just had thousands of green wires, and then start disconnecting one and see what it did when you turned a knob and stuff like that.
It's like people do modular with one color wire for the whole thing. It just it drives me nuts.
I do modular with 1 color wire, but all black. I mean, the lengths are labeled by a resistor color code, so 1 foot is brown and so forth. It's really .com color scheme.
Yeah. I knew an engineer who worked in the security business, and all his circuit boards, he erased the IC numbers.
Yeah.
He painted the caps and the resistors, so you couldn't identify any of the components. Then he would pop them. All the wires he used were all black.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. And it was a secure product. I mean, it was approved by the British security services.
So. Publishing do that.
You must have that publishing where they sanded off everything.
All the
But then again, publishing will still service that for you. I mean, from what I hear, it's a very nice fee they charge to service the very early products. But but they apparently do still have the
Yeah, I still
documentation.
have an Infernal machine and its keyboard stuck in the garage because can't do
Well,
anything with
if
it.
it's a keyboard, then it isn't an Infernal machine, then it's a stereo audio computer, a DH something. Well, it was
Yeah,
even
that's the
before
keyboard
that.
part. Yeah, but it still connects up to the Infernal, doesn't it? By that multi-way on the back.
No,
At least
I thought
that's what.
the
That's how I
thought the
remember it. Put it that
I
way.
thought the Infernal was the Infernal has all the VFD displays on it. The earlier Publisher had a whole bunch of knobs for the setting the delays and pitch shifting.
Mm.
And I thought that only the earlier one allowed the keyboard.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's
Which is even rarer.
Mm. Yeah, no, I think it is that one, the one with the keyboard. Yeah, and it did not work. Opened it up and went, and it's going to continue not working. Put the lid back on. So, but
Well, you could probably sell it for a decent amount of money to somebody that sound gas not working. The set.
yeah, funny enough, I was talking to Tony yesterday at Sound Gas. Yeah, interesting. There's
But I don't know whether they would even have schematics or a board layout.
no, they wouldn't have
like
schematics. No, they wouldn't have.
Or
No.
even try. Well, the only way to get them is probably somebody from Publisher accidentally had them in their briefcase when they left the company.
Yeah, that is the only way you'd get them. Yeah. Besides, I wouldn't do that to James Walker anyway, because he'd be going, "Oh, they've sent that up. Oh, thank you." So I don't know, mate. It's
Ken, do you still have that 3300?
no, that's gone. That's gone. Yeah, that got sold. But stupid money.
Yeah.
Crazy money. That was the one that was sitting there up here that day. And fancy doing all that. I thought these things didn't make you cough. Fancy doing all that. You know, I completely restored the case. I got the whole synth working. I got it all restored, beautiful. I fixed everything, and then spent a week trying to get the third synth to work. And I didn't know that about the little switch on the front panel underneath the mains cable that turns off the third synth, so it doesn't receive CV from the and gate from the keyboard. A week.
You got any more PSs in the garage?
No, PSs never make it to the garage. There's always a queue of people waiting for them. There's a romance connected to them, I think, that makes people just go, "Oh no, got to have that."
Yeah, I forgot if Junkie XL sold his, or if he still has it in his big auction.
Yeah,
3200, I think.
Oh no, he had a 3300.
Was it 33?
Really kid. I mean, a 3200. I don't understand why you'd really want that, because it's a bit more boring. I mean,
it's got memories.
I mean, it has memories and these stupid pull-out pods to allow you to change them. Oh, well, actually, no.
Yeah, you pull it out to edit. Yeah.
Yeah, but then to restore it, you have to pull out everyone to adjust the sound exactly to wherever memory thinks it is, and then you can actually start changing it and then store it as a new one. What a great system! But then it doesn't have the interesting stuff of the others, mainly the resonators. But then I mean, it does have two oscillators per voice rather than one, and the envelope is a bit more normal.
Yeah. But I mean, the 33 is essentially, well, not essentially, it is three 3100s. Yeah, it's 3 3100s.
I mean, not quite, but basically, yeah.
No. Honestly, exactly. It's 3 31s.
But you only have a shared chorus at the end, or do you not even have a chorus at all?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the synths themselves, the 3 3100s.
Yeah,
and then you have
a
on the end. Yeah, sure.
You don't have this all the stupid, like, well, if you have like a 3100, you have all the stupid mono VCAs. You have like what is like 3 VCAs after the final output, or after the actual final synth VCAs. You have these 3 different ones to allow you for weird stuff and the weird keyboard assign modes.
Yeah, tell me about it. Bastard thing.
Well, how does it do it? Does it just quickly dial some all the gates together to create a different keyboard assignment?
Basically, yeah. You just not connected anymore. Move on. And then, but it allows you that then you can assign not assign, by flicking the switch, it assigns the gates and the CV to sockets that you can then connect it to a different keyboard or another synth. Weirdly.
Yes, you can use a 3100 as a keyboard for another 3200 or 3300 if you happen to have too much core flying around.
Yeah, if you've got far too much PS knocking about, yeah.
But, well, if you know Francis Rambert, who's like one of Gar's live keyboard players, he did a Sponsored by Quark album in the late 70s where it's just like two 3200s, a 3300, a 3100, and a full MS range and all the other stuff. But then, of course, Rick Wakeman had the 3200 and all the other chord stuff for, what was it, Gas Tank.
Yeah.
And,
well, it's like
Trident.
When I was going through all this stuff, sorting out this workshop, and finding these little boxes and opening them up and go, oh, what's in here? I go, ooh, and why did I keep that? And there's so much stuff. I mean, I am still sorting it out.
You need a spreadsheet.
Mate, there isn't a piece of paper big enough to deal with this lot, I tell you. It's mental. It's mental. And I had this problem with, because I tipped out a load of stacker boxes onto a tarpaulin onto the lawn. I go, right, I'll start sorting it into categories, like what is electronics, what is tools, what is parts, current, usable parts, what is possible pulls on boards and stuff like that, and separate it into these piles. And then I had to go into each pile and then separate them out into useful categories as well. And then find that having shelves isn't enough. You also have to have all the little boxes to store all the little bits of crap in. And I'm just finding stuff and going, why do I have 12 spring reverbs? I got 12.
Never the right one for the thing in it one.
Well, the thing is, I checked the codes; they're all the same spring reverb. And I'm going, yeah, but I've got 12 spring reverb. Why 12? I'm going through paperwork to try and find out what I got them for, and it's they're 19-inch tanks for upgrading up 2600s. And what haven't I had in for a year?
That's because everyone who owns a 2600 went out and bought a Behringer.
But you should be upgrading the reverb tanks in those, because I bet they're better the ones you've got, aren't they?
Yeah, they probably put the 9 inches in the. Well, they can't. They're going to have to be quite small, aren't they? They're going to be. No, they're probably digital emulation, perhaps.
Well, I mean, in the standard ones particularly, but in the blue and grey faceplate ones, they have a real one. But I would assume it's like a 7 or 5 or whatever would be pretty ones.
What about the small Korg that came out? That has a tiny one, or is it digital?
That's a point.
I think the Mini has a real one, but yeah, it's not going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be tiny, yeah. So it's not going to be like the nice 19-inch job.
It's probably small, like the one I have in my Coma field kit.
Well, because it's weird when you put the 19-inch on a 2600, any 2600, when you apply the stereo, the field width of the audio just fucking goes boom.
I mean, but it's anti-phase, isn't it? The two strings.
It's glorious. It's glorious. If anything, I think it sounds even better on the black and orange. They sound wonderful on the black and orange ones.
Well, on that note, you're comparing the size of your reverbs.
My huge reverb tank.
I'm going to bid you farewell, and hope you have an enjoyable what's left of the morning, the afternoon, the evening, wherever you might be.
Well, I can't carry on much longer because I've got to go work in the morning.
And then you've got to do a show.
Later.
Well, we have been on for almost
5 hours 46 minutes.
Yeah.
That's about average, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably
I'm
take
calling
a
it
bit of
night
coffee, I
anyway.
think.
I'm going to call it night and go and catch up on some snooker. Chill out, I think.
Oh God, yeah.
Snooker. I've got to catch up on rugby. Yeah, I've got to catch up on rugby.
I've got about 12 hours of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to watch now.
Well, they
It's
he'll
not that
abuse each other.
interesting. It's funny, but it's not that interesting.
No, watch the highlights. Anyway, have a great show tomorrow or today or whatever it is.
Later.
And, I will catch up with that. Should be a good one, and I will see you soon.
Yeah, that will go. That will run smooth.
Oh God, with those two on, it'll just you'll just sit back and let them go.
Yeah, you won't get a word.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and eat cake and
yeah, go for it.
Right, and scratch myself.
Fall asleep.
Well, I'll bid everyone good night as well, and
all right, guys.
catch everyone shortly.
See you later.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Night.
All right, everybody, take care. All right, look after yourselves.
Cheers. Take care.
All right.
See you.
Bye bye all.
Bye.